Volume 1. Chapter 1. Chapter 1, The Trash Master and Phoenix Maid. It was a cold night. In a shabby hut, a candle was flickering. Inside the simple and cramped room of the hut, there was only a single bed and chair. Near the bedside, there was a young girl wearing a plain, white military uniform and gazing with a pained face full of tears at a young man on the bed. The man, whose pale, blue eyes were shut closed, was lying in a coma. Bang! The door was pushed open. A handsome man with a tall build appeared at the entrance of the door. "Miss, he is probably already dead. I will arrange for people to clean up the corpse. Time is of the essence. Quickly, let's go back home. If the master of the main house finds out about this unexcused absence, you and I, both, will receive punishment." "No. I will not go back. I will stay here and accompany young master," said the young girl, as she lay on the young master's chest crying. "Have you forgotten your responsibilities? Quickly come back with me," said the handsome man as he frowned. "Young master has had a sudden accident. Besides, what will I even do after I arrive back at home? Young master gave me a home and raised me since I was little, and now, with him all by himself, how can I just leave him?" As the young girl said these words, tears were raining down from her tired, red eyes. An angry scowl emerged on the handsome guy's face, but he could not say anything. "Well, dash." Just then, a slight groan was heard from the person lying on the bed. The surprised girl suddenly stopped crying, rushed to the bed, and saw that the thin, pale young man had slowly begun to open his eyes. Did he wake up? The two people in the room were stunned. In fact, Soo-Yun had already woken up. However, he had had a severe headache, so his whole body felt weak to the point where he was unable to move a muscle. Even though the voice of her master was strange, she was very familiar with it. The girl listened intently to the words the young master spoke, without missing a word. "Ching-er? Is that really Ching-er? Impossible. Ching-er is already dead, but this voice. You can't mistake it." Soo-Yun painfully recalled, as he remembered events from the past, his emotions burst out. "Young master," the startled Ching-er said quietly and then cried out, "How great! You have finally woken up." Soo-Yun slowly opened his eyes, only to see a beautiful female face greeting him. The girl's face was flawless. She had eyes that shimmered like precious stones, cherry red lips, and a simple yet flawless beauty that would bewitch and intoxicate anyone. She was quite young, only about 15 or 16, but her body was exquisitely graceful, with a well-endowed chest. However, it was evident that she was still a child, as there were crystal tears on her face. Soo-Yun could not help but pity her. Soo-Yun stared intensely at the girl. "Ching-er? Is it really you?" Soo-Yun gawked. "It is me, master, it's me." Ching-er grabbed her master's freezing cold hands. "Master, you had an accident. As soon as I heard, I rushed over here. How are you feeling? Do you feel better? Are you hurt anywhere else on your body?" Ching-er asked these questions, full of concern. "Me?" Soo-Yun looked at himself, puzzled. What happened? The familiar people, the familiar scenes. Isn't this the small hut that little Ching-er used to live in? Hadn't this room been sold already? Furthermore, Ching-er, isn't she? Soo-Yun could not understand what was going on. What's more, his head became even dizzier. After eating it, while battling head-on with an intermediate spirit disciple, he still did not die. Humph. So all that happens is that he remains a miserable wretch, said the handsome man, beside Ching-er, under his breath. Ling Xianshi? Soo-Yun could not recall anything, since his mind was still foggy. Soo-Yun covered his head. This terrible pain, this feeling, my memories seem so hazy. Seems that Soo-Yun's head is heavily injured, said the handsome man under his breath. The damages, from the intermediate spirit disciple to inside your body, must have not been eliminated. Eat some medicine and take a long rest, and you should recover within a few days, Xing'er said. As Suyun stared at Xing'er's beautiful, little face, his heart twitched, and he suddenly reached for Xing'er's hand, refusing to let go. Moss Master, Xing'er could not react. Her reflex was to let go of the hand, but her heart wanted to remain like this. The scene produced a lovely atmosphere between the two young people. The handsome man was enraged. He quickly took away Xing'er's hand and said, "Outrageous! Suyun! You cheap bastard! Even daring to touch Xing'er! I will hack you to death!" After he finished speaking, he then proceeded to cut Suyun's head off. Clang! As the sword neared Suyun, a bolt of spirit energy was shot out from Xing'er. The man was forced back and was forced to use his own spirit chi to counter the bolt. "Masha, what are you doing? He is my master. Why are you trying to hurt him?" Xing'er angrily shouted as she bit her teeth. "Master? Only you think of him as master. But to everyone else, he is considered garbage, especially to the main house. You still care about him? Do not forget, you are a promising person in the main house, but it's the exact opposite for this guy. This guy, you should quickly cut all ties with him. Master has always taken care of me. I will not back down when it comes to supporting young master," Xing'er said as she bit down on her lip firmly. "TL, she can't have much more lip, can she? You need to understand compromise. Look at this garbage, already 18 years old, and even with 7 artifacts, he could not reach the spiritual realm. He does not even think about practice. If he is not drinking wine, he is out gambling. How is he different from mud? I heard that you used to serve under him and even got beaten a lot. How do you still have feelings for this scum? He is an ordinary man now. You and him are in 2 different worlds. Do you understand now?" Masha shouted as he lectured. "You, don't badmouth my master." Xing'er's face reddened from anger and she shouted back, "Get out of my face!" "Quickly, come back to the main house," Masha replied. "If you don't get out, I will not leave here today," Xing'er answered. "You? Fine. Truly ignorant." The man could only helplessly comply and quickly walked out of the room. Bang! The door was slammed shut. A silence soon entered the broken home. Like the calm after a storm. Xing'er's complexion finally lightened a bit. After a bit more, she quickly went to the window of the room to look outside for Masha. Discovering that no one was watching, she quickly took out a gray bag from under her belt and placed it under Suyun's blanket. However, as she was completing the action, a hand grabbed her arm. Startled, Xing'er looked up to see Suyun looking at her quizzically. "What is this?" asked Suyun. "Money," Xing'er whispered, scared that people outside could hear. Every month, Xing'er would give Suyun money to survive. "Where did you get this money? Didn't Masha tell Xing'er just now? The main house treats promising candidates very well, such as by giving them money. Because I never finish spending it, I always just give the rest to Suyun." As she said this, Xing'er's head faced downwards and looked uneasy. "You don't even know how to lie," Suyun said as he shook his head. 300 is your monthly allowance, but you always give me all of it, don't you?" A surprised expression appeared on Xing'er's face. "How did Master know that?" "What day is it?" Suyun asked. "New Dynasty, year 1001, March 3rd. After Suyun heard this, he became silent. "Master, what is wrong?" Xing'er asked with a puzzled expression. Suddenly, she was captured by a tight hug from Suyun. "Xing'er, I'm sorry," Suyun apologized. It was a simple phrase, but it had been left unsaid for 15 years. Xing'er was completely flabbergasted. She simply could not understand her master's actions. After her master had had an accident, it seemed that he had become a changed man. After a long time, she gently spoke, "Master, no matter what happens, you have to live. Not just for your wife, but also for yourself. You have to live on, okay?" Su-yun nodded in response. A light smile crept onto Ching-er's face as she turned to leave the room. "Master, the hour is late. In a moment, I will get some spirit doctors to look after you. I have to quickly go back to the main house." This time the house head is outside doing business, so he is not at the residence. "I snuck out, but even if the house head discovers me, I'm not afraid of fines, but I was worried about Master, so Ching-er will leave. Take the money and maybe use it to buy some food and clothes." "No, Ching-er, you take it. From now on, don't come to deliver money to me anymore." Su-yun grabbed the purse and threw it at Ching-er. Ching-er was stunned as she caught the purse. Was there not enough money? "Nope, I just don't want to live like this anymore." As she eyed the man in front of her, Ching-er was startled by this. He was surprised to find a smile on her face. "Well, Ching-er, quickly go back now." Master, is this okay?" "I feel great. But quickly go. If you stay any longer, the house head might find out, and I will also get in trouble." Ching-er bit down on her dark pink lips. What lip is there to bite at this point? Then, "Master, if you have any difficulties, don't hesitate to let me know. We will solve any problem together, and no matter what happens, Ching-er will always stand beside Master." "No problem." Ching-er hesitated, then took a step back and quickly left the hut. Su-yun took a deep breath. While looking at the flickering candle, his heart rate began to beat really fast. Bang! Just a few moments later, the door was flung open again. However, it was not Ching-er, but the handsome, young man Masha. "You haven't left yet?" asked Su-yun. "I sent her away. I came back to specifically lecture you," said Masha as he coldly stared at Su-yun. "What do you want to say?" asked Su-yun. "Just a few things," said Masha. "Then talk." "Very well. Even though Ching-er was your mother's child, Ching-er is very gifted and will later play an important role in the Su family. She has a difficult and long road ahead of her. Furthermore, her partner has already been decided. Although she is grateful to you as a parent, you've already fallen so low that you are now not even a member in the main branch. I mean, look at yourself. Just what is the difference between you and trash? Look at her, almost in the Phoenix branch. Just don't think you can eat swan meat when you're a toad, alright? Basically, a Chinese saying that means that because you are poor, you shouldn't hope to associate yourself with successful/promising people. Su-yun was silent. "Get over yourself," Masha sneered as he turned to leave. "I want to ask something," said Su-yun suddenly. Masha stopped in his tracks and turned around. "Ching-er's marriage is forced, but how is the Sky Branch involved?" Masha expressed surprise. "How did you know? Was this a secret?" "Not really, but right now, even Ching-er does not know. I believe even you have heard of the Sky Branch before, a place where every person is famous. Anyways, don't bother the miss anymore. Otherwise, you'll certainly regret yourself. Also, don't even mention Sky Branch. The Su family will not even let you. There is absolutely no place for you." After finishing, Masha quickly left. Su-yun lay on his bed. Previously, after waking up, his mind was dizzy, but now the memories were clear. Just now, Ching-er and Masha's remarks had convinced him of everything that was uncertain in his heart. He had been reborn. Based on his memory, Ching-er was already dead. In his memory, at 10 years old, Su-yun had been considered a genius, who quickly reached the 5th stage. During that time, even Ching-er could not have compared to his talent. Ching-er and Su-yun were always monitored by the main family as the most promising candidates for the main house. However, after the 5th stage, Su-yun's talent disappeared. For the next 8 years, his level of progression only increased his cultivation to only 6th stage. As a result, Soo-Yun gradually faded from the limelight of the main house and, eventually left the spotlight altogether. Later, as a result of his disgrace to his family, Soo-Yun's parents kicked him out, causing his self-esteem to sink even further, and eventually led to his fall into depression. His daily alcohol consumption and gambling had caused him to lose everything else that he owned. On the other hand, Ching-Er's talent continued on, which caused her to reach the next realm to directly obtain access to the main house. And yet, Soo-Yun, who had just turned 18, would have his last strength test, which would still only be 6th stage. In accordance with the Soo family rules, he was banished to the outer sect and lost all of his family privileges. The Soo family had always been brutal. In other words, it was the survival of the fittest. For this reason, he left home, and because of unsatisfactory results, he took out his anger at the family steward. Those were the contents of my previous world, but this is a new world, so thing is set in stone. The Soo house wanted to climb the ranks of the profound sky sect branches, so they arranged a special marriage using Ching-Er. With Ching-Yi's looks and talent, she was not short of admirers and many houses coveted her. The romantic life of Ching-Er was not Soo-Yun's business, but Ching-Er had been against the arranged marriage candidate. But what could she do? The marriage had been set, only to serve as a political marriage in order to increase the Soo family's relationship with the profound sky sect branch. After Ching-Er had seen that nothing could be changed, she decided to give Soo-Yun one last visit, but Soo-Yun had been out at the bar, drinking his sorrows away, so he missed the parting. Ching-Er decided to flee, but, in the end, she could not get far. The profound sky sect branch was enraged and executed Ching-Er. Soo-Yun remembered it was New Dynasty, May 9, year 1005. After Ching-Er died, the profound sky sect branch had made up a cover story that had said that Ching-Er died from disease, which Soo-Yun believed initially. However, he later found out through the gossip of elders, the truth of the matter. Thus, Soo-Yun had woken up from his hopeless situation. After his last family member was gone, he began to truly understand himself and recognize the world. No one would deliver him money every month, no one would help take care of him when he was sick, no one would care about him at all. Soo-Yun, after losing, came to understand that he owed Ching-Er a debt. So he had decided to take revenge. However, how the profound sky sect branch have been so easy to deal with? How could he have compared to the experts of the spiritual master realms in the branch? This had just been wishful thinking. Nevertheless, Soo-Yun did not give up. He left the Soo family to travel the world. He looked for an expert to apprentice himself to, so that he could repair his condition and temper his heart and mind. Even so, many people were baffled by the problem of why he could not enter 7th stage. Even skilled teachers were helpless. Therefore, Soo-Yun had become more desperate. He eventually embarked on a road of no return. He snuck into the demon continent, found spiritual artifacts, and even risked confrontation with the Rumo sections. But in doing so, he discovered that he could replace human blood with a demon blood substitute. But reality was cruel. Even though the blood had been changed, this initial condition was still difficult to repair. In all under the heavens, Soo-Yun had nowhere else to turn. It had been a road of no return, after all. However, there was a chance to become a world-class expert. The original reason that Soo-Yun suddenly lost talent was that he suffered from an odd disease. This spiritually handicapped person would suffer from a rare disorder. However, the disorder was rare, so it was almost always the case that it was hard to detect. Nonetheless, if it was detected, curing it was not that difficult. However, just as he had begun his treatment, a good opportunity to attack the profound sky sect branch appeared. Although the timing was perfect, he did not have time to fully cure the illness. When faced with these two choices, he could not wait, since to completely cure the disease it would take decades. He had thought to himself, but now was not the same. Before he attempted his assassination, he carefully set a strategy. It had been an attempt to use an artifact to behead the profound sky sect elders. then borrow the artifact's power to destroy the profound Skysect branch. However, he underestimated the strength of the elders of the profound Skysect branch. During the battle, Su Yun was eventually killed by the elders. After death, his consciousness returned back to his shack from 15 years ago. He had returned to a time before Qing would flee from the Su family, a time where it had been 3 years and 4 days after he had gotten kicked out of his home. God has given me a second chance, Su Yun muttered. A vow suddenly appeared in his heart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2. Chapter 2 Not Paying Back. 2 bottles of antidote, a low-level medicine drop, 1 bottle of black wolf blood, 3 bottles of talcum powder, 3 pieces of tiger heart meat, then use the rest of the money to give my black spirit stallion a shelter, but make sure to feed my black spirit stallion. I will need him tomorrow. In front of the counter, a young man wearing a green and black attire placed a small pouch of coins on the counter. His skin was pale, he had thin cheekbones, nonetheless, his overall outline of the face was handsome, especially his pair of eyes, seemed like they had the ability to see through a person's thoughts. An elderly shopkeeper peered into the small money pouch, stammered, I say Su Yun, the meat of tiger hearts have nourishing, but you are only at 6th stage. Inferior in terms of cultivation. If you eat the tiger heart meat, be careful of the spirit chi inside the meat. I heard you went to the near the intersect prefecture and got injured. If you eat the tiger meat, you might be throwing your life away. Are you sure you still want to buy them? Just quickly get the meat ready. Su Yun did not try explain. He really is fearless, the elderly shopkeeper said as he shook his head, while he went to prepare the meat. After a short period of time, the desired product was placed on the counter. 3 spirit coins for the bottles of antidote, 5 spirit coins for the low-level medicine drops, 2 spirit coins for bottles of black wolf blood, 1 spirit coin for the bottles of talcum powder, 10 spirit coins for the tiger heart meat, adding the spirit stallion rental, the total comes out to 35 spirit coins. If the spirit stallion is not returned within a week, it will result to an extra charge. If the spirit stallion is wounded, fall ill or is killed, the compensation will have to be paid accordingly. While the elderly shopkeeper was talking, he was untying the straps for the small money pouch. Surprisingly, he found that there was exactly 35 spirit coins in the pouch, not too little and not too much. Next morning, I may have to come back for more materials. After he finished conversing with the shopkeeper, he hurriedly left from the store. Seeing the young man nimbly leave, the elderly shopkeeper could not help but exclaim, "This kid, he rarely comes to the store. How come that this time, he came and bought a bunch of strange materials and even rented a spirit stallion? What does he need the materials for?" Su Yun quickly exited the store. He was carrying materials that cost his entire life savings. If he desired to obtain more spirit coins, the easiest method was to find a job working for the family's or main house. It would take about a month to earn 50 spirit coins. Before, Su Yun could never focus on any type of job to earn money. Therefore, he relied on Qing Er's money. In front, there was a curved path, seemingly endless, paved with brown stones. Painted on top was an illustration of a majestic griffin, which looked very lifelike. On both sides of the path, there were old worn-down cottage homes, covered with moss that grew during the countless years. Every pedestrian using the path was carrying firewood, buckets, or materials to transport. Their faces were full of concentration and anxiety. It was an extremely busy street. Not everyone in Su family's territory was related to the Su family. Some lived there to escape war, while others cultivated for training their bodies or escaped the punishment of various crimes they committed elsewhere. They just lived in Su family's territory, followed the rules and tried to survive in the cruel and harsh world. Cultivation training conditions were very simple and modest in this area. The cultivation square for practicing was just an open area, with bricks and stakes enclosing it. The square was in dire need of repair. Near the surrounding area, there were many small stores to buy elementary martial techniques. There was no spiritual medicine supply, no treasure supply. There was even only one lecturer who came every 3 days. It was not an exaggeration to say cultivating in this area was painstakingly difficult. Nonetheless, the Su family did provide an opportunity for advancement for people in the outer sect. Su family rule: if a person enters the 10th stage of cultivation, they are eligible to enter the inner Su sect. Immediately after entering the inner sect, he will be rewarded a new home and would be able to select a weapon from the storehouse. Every single month, he would be rewarded 5 advancing spiritual pill and 200 spirit coins. The person would be also allowed to enter the advanced cultivation practice area and gain access to even more advanced techniques. Basically, it would allow a person's future accomplishment to become much easier. This was the huge difference in treatment between the inner and outer sect. For this reason, despite the difficult life of the outer sect, there were many people working hard to increase their cultivation stage to enter the inner sect. "Hey Su Yun!" Just then, a shout came from the side of his vision. Su Yun looked up to see a young man pinned with several badges walking towards him. These people were from the main Su family. The chest badges represented their identity in the Su territory. Their duty in the outer sect was to maintain order in the outer sect. Su Yun did not think that the overseeing team was actually this group of people. Su Yun was unfamiliar with these people, since the Su family was so large. There were many people that Su Yun did not have any connections with. Therefore, uncles and brothers were only titles used to address each other. However, he recognized one person. One head of the Su family was called Su Guemu. His father was also in charge of finance. There was also a casino that was operated in the shadows of the Su family that Su Guemu's father also controlled. Unfortunately, most of Su Yun's money that was left by his parents were wasted in the casino. Su Yun did not like Su Guemu, because Su Guemu scammed Su Yun of a lot of money from unfair financial contracts. When Su Yun found out what happened, it was already too late. As Su Guemu came over to Su Yun, a sneer crept over his face. "Hey, Su Yun! I heard you were kicked out of your home." Su Yun remained silent. "Tut, tut, tut, you appeared to be confused." As Su Guemu looked up and down at Su Yun's attire. "What do you want?" Su Yun said. "Ha ha. There isn't anything. It's just you still owe me 2,000 spirit coins. I just don't know when will you return the money you borrowed." Su Guemu said as contempt flashed across his eyes. "I have no money. No money." Su Guemu's face immediately turned ugly. He viscously shouted, "How dare you owe me money, Su Yun, and you still can't pay me back? Do you know the result of not being able to pay back the money?" "I know. So are you going to give my money back?" "I already said I have no money." Su Guemu was burning up from anger. Suddenly, his angry face disappeared and was replaced with a viscous smile. He patted Su Yun on the shoulder. "Forget it. You only owe me a little money. I'll give you more time." "Not yet?" This change of mood was certainly not a good thing. After talking, Su Guemu pulled Su Yun close and asked, "However, brother, nothing in this world is for free. How about you help a brother out, like I helped you? How about you let me take Ching Air to dinner and I will just write the 2,000 spirit coins off? I'm even willing to send you another 1,000 spirit coins." "For dinner?" Su Yun frowned. "I am not asking much. I am only asking for a meal." Su Guemu laughed. "Ching Air is extremely talented. I really admire her. I just want to get to know her and nothing more. But I have heard that you drugged the drinks of women you have taken to dinner and your father raped them. Your father's influence has allowed him to escape punishment from his crimes every time. Now you want to rape Ching Air, too? You dare slander me. My father is honorable, I am innocent." Su Guemu's face reddened, angrily shouted at Su Yun, "Are you going to help me? If not, return my money now. Not yet. Suyun responded, facing Su Guemu straight in the face. I will fucking kill you. Su Guemu became furious and directed his punch straight into Suyun's face. Suyun carefully stepped back and carefully avoided the punch. Only at 6th stage, and is this arrogant? Surround him. I will make sure that he is punished today. Su Guemu shouted. Behind Su Guemu, the men began surrounding Suyun, cutting off his chance to escape. However, Suyun was not nervous at all. He responded, Su Guemu, I do not want your father to be expelled from office. If you do not want that, take you men and walk away. Bah! What ability do you have, kid? You were kicked out of your home and dared to challenge me? Su Guemu sneered with disdain. I may not have the capability, but if I inform the master of the house, do you think you will go unpunished? After Suyun finished, Su Guemu laughed out loud. This is really funny. Suyun, you still don't get it? Look at your situation. Appealing to the patriarch of the house? Will the head even believe you when you proclaim everything you said? You are in the outer sect. Right now you are not even eligible to enter the inner sect. Now you want to complain to the patriarch of the Su family? This is really a good joke. Nonetheless, Suyun calmly replied, I do not, but what about Qing Er? Qing Er? That bitch. Who cares? Are you sure about this? What? You think I am not confident? The disciples of the inner sect, do you really want to mess with them? Inner sect disciples? Su Guemu was stunned for a bit. Although he was confident about the inner sect, some special disciples such as Qing Er had a lot of backing. He did not know if Qing Er made friends with some high-level disciples of the inner sect. Su Guemu's frown deepened. Suyun was not beating around the bush. He directly attacked with Qing Er's status as an inner disciple. Su Guemu's face lost his confidence after he thought about it more. In accordance with what Suyun said, he couldn't really afford to provoke the friends of Qing Er. Even if Qing Er was lying, the inner sect elders will listen to her complaints for sure. If there really is an investigation, he will probably be found out. His whole family will suffer, especially him and his father. Too many people are involved, the casino will probably have to shut down after. His family may even be ruined. Seeing Su Guemu in a daze, Suyun decided to leave. I do not have money yet. A voice floated over. Su Guemu grinded his teeth, but said nothing. However, things could never end this easily. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3. Chapter 3, The Appearance of a Fellow Traveler. Su Guemu was flabbergasted at Suyun's ability to negotiate. Although Su Guemu's family was very influential, they still had many enemies. If word of this got out, his enemies could easily bring his family down from its position. Su Guemu just did not want to risk it. But right now, the casino does not have a cover-up plan for this matter. Suyun quickly headed back to his home to begin to cultivate using the materials he bought. Although his cultivation was not high, his countless years of experience in the world of his past gave him a huge advantage. He had a deep understanding of the methods for cultivating now. For repairing his meridians, he researched almost every field. His understanding of the body far surpassed most veteran cultivators. Especially for medicine, Suyun could be even considered a master, even if it is only barely. In the countless years he traveled the world of his past, he practiced with many renowned cultivators and doctors for repairing his meridians. After years of sweat and toil, his accomplishments for his own body was not to scoff about. Despite his poor cultivation talent, Suyun still had an impressive learning capability for memory and understanding capability. Nonetheless, cultivation speed was not based on learning ability. His body was still damaged. But that was the problem in his later years. Right now, he already knows how to cure his condition. He will use the herbs to quickly heal himself, so he can finally begin cultivating. After he finishes curing his condition, his talent will be able to come back. These were Su Yun's thoughts in his heart. However, as he neared his hut, a low growl reached his ears. Su Yun glanced at the origin of the sound. He saw a luxurious carriage pulled by a beast with a huge purple body the size of a cow and 2 large horns. The purple beast emitted a mighty aura, his body seemingly filled with energy, comparable to the legendary spiritual beasts of the wild. This beast was also very loyal and only recognized one master in its entire life. The purple-horned beast is said to be able to pull a 400 kilograms carriage easily. It could act as a horse to pull a carriage, but also give adequate protection when needed. Therefore, this beast was very expensive, which the rich could only afford. Su Yun glanced over the yellow sign on the carriage and immediately knew the person who came over. As he carried his materials, he slowly walked towards his hut. Gotcha! The hut door was slowly pushed open. Before the worn-out table, there was an old-haired elder sitting while drinking tea from a chipped cup. Su Yun looked over the white-haired elder, then at the luxurious carriage parked outside, eyes shaking a little, and quickly closed the door. Su Gonzai, long time no see, how are you doing? The white elder straightened up and faced Su Yun with respect. The white elder sees my current embarrassing situation. What would you like to talk about? For you to personally come, it must be something important, right? Su Yun placed his materials on the floor as he talked. The white elder's eyes flashed with doubt as he swept his eyes on the materials, but did not inquire about the purpose of the materials. Instead, he went straight to the point. For today, I only have one thing to talk to you about. Do tell. Su Yun gave a genuine smile, waiting for the response. The white elder gently took a white envelope from his breast pocket and placed it on the table. This is a parchment that is worth 30,000 spirit coins, which will be honored by any one of the banks in the prefecture. The white elder continued, Today, I came in accordance with the mission given to me by Miss with a message to convey to you. Miss was already adored by the immortal sword sect and was announced as the heir. I am afraid that the future spiritual partner will elect others for candidates of marriage, and therefore, I want you to lift the marriage. This envelope will be your compensation. Su Yun held his silence. It seemed that the White family has come. The Su family and White family were comparable to each other, but the immortal sword sect was much more powerful. It had hundreds of thousands of sects with the influence much more far-reaching than the two families. Miss of White House is extremely gifted, which fit your peerless talent before. However, you have lost everything, and Miss of White House still retained her talent, so the only result is the dissolution of marriage between you two. Now Su Yun, you have nothing, no talent, no status, not even enough food or clothing. How can Miss of White House become your bride? While Su Yun opened his bag of materials he bought today, he said, Take the money away. The white elder's face changed to a cold expression. You do not agree? I agree. Su Yun said in an unmoved and calm manner and continued, However, in order to officially dissolve the marriage, we need the people affected by the issue to come personally and ask for it. After the white elder heard these words, a look of surprise arrived on his face. He thought for a moment, nodded, and then walked towards the door of the hut. He quickly walked outside to the carriage and went towards the window. Then the white elder gave a salute by the window. After a moment, the curtain of embroidered silk was lifted and a woman wearing a light yellow-sleeved dress went down the steps of the carriage. The woman looked beautiful. She had perfect facial features, a well-proportioned shoulder and waist, skin the color of creamy white orchids, and eyes like gemstones. She naturally emitted a charmful aura. She was a woman that would cause men around her to naturally care for her. As she lightly walked towards the hut, if you looked carefully, you could see a slender sword under the embroidered sleeves of her dress. Creak! The door was pushed open. Inside was Su Yun, who was still sorting out the materials he bought for cultivation. He did not even give her a glance as she entered the hut. Bai Yan was not angry at all. In her opinion, Su Yun was perhaps disguising his feelings. The youth in front of her had a piece of tiger heart meat on the table and began to use a knife to poke a small hole through it. Then he removed the wolf blood and began to pour it into the small hole and continued these actions. What was he doing? She did not understand, but she really didn't care. I want to dissolve the marriage. The clear and pleasant words hung in the air, like a spring breeze blowing through. After she said those words, she stared at Su Yun, waiting for a response. However, there was no change in Su Yun's expression. He did not even frown. Okay. A word came out. It was bland and did not cause any ripples. Bai Yan was stunned. She did not understand why Su Yun even seemed happy. You promise? She was not confident as she asked these words. Yes. Su Yun's expression remained aloof. Bai Yan's eyebrows creased. I do not know why, but she felt this person was not the useless person as in the rumors. He did not seem like the gambler and alcoholic the rumors described. Why did the actual person and the rumors differ so much? Well, forget it. She then placed the white envelope gently on the table. Take the money away. Su Yun shouted. You do not need it? Bai Yan asked. Yes. Su Yun responded. Why? Do you want to save face in front of me? Bai Yan could not help but sneer. I heard you owe Su Guemu a lot of money, but your gambling money is dwindling. It is sufficient for you to use this 30,000 to pay Su Guemu back, right? It's not arrogance or conceit, but my principle. My actions have come to a stop and violated my principle, so I must change. Su Yun said. Well, since you insist, I hope you do not regret it. Bai Yan took the money and turned away to walk out the exit. Wait. Su Yun suddenly said. Bai Yan's eyebrows raised as she turned back towards him. What else do you have to say? I just want to say one more thing. Okay, say it. I hope you do not regret it. Su Yun finished. But in Bai Yan's ears, she was unimpressed. She did not say anything and turned to leave the hut. She did not take the last thing he said to heart at all. Roar! After a while, the purple beast began to move and the carriage began to speed away. Su Yun's heart remained very calm, for this was only a small episode of his life. It did not affect him much. Even in his previous life, he had forgotten about the White House. He did not even care for his own woman. How could he care for Bai Yan? Su Yun shook his head and continued to pound the tiger heart meat on table. He continued until the black wolf blood thoroughly permeated into the meat. He repeated his actions like a machine, poking holes, injecting blood, beating, and repeat. After a day of hard work, he stopped and went to bed. If he could not cure his disease, cultivating was futile. His only way to was quickly find ways to cure his condition. Hurry! Hurry! Bastard, he actually dared try to trick me. In a bit, everyone should use their full strength and give this guy a proper beating. We will beat him to death today. Just as Su Yun was about to go to sleep, one shrill clamor came from outside. Then, he heard the rustling of footsteps coming towards his hut. Su Yun's eyes widened, suddenly jumped out of bed and looked outside. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 4. Chapter 4, Mysterious Devil Technique. This voice, it's Su Guemu. The tone was furious. Su Guemu's daytime intimidation was nothing compared to the seething anger he portrayed right now. Although the Qing heir was an inner sect disciple, she was still a commoner. This meant that in the main house, she did not have power and could not directly interfere in internal family matters, so Su Guemu was unafraid of Su Yun's earlier threats. Looking at Su Guemu's complexion, he saw that he was pouring out killing intent. If Su Guemu took action tonight, there would be no consequences. Right now, Su Yun was disabled, kicked out of his home, had low status, and no money. Even if Su Yun died, nobody would even bat an eye. Time was of the essence, there cannot be any more surprises. Su Yun's heart began to beat faster. Then he jumped to the table, picked up the black wolf blood left on top of the table, dipped his finger in it and put on his clothes. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Su Yun began to paint a skull on his shirt. His movements were quick, skilled, and soon a demon skull pattern appeared on his chest. Demon School Basic Ghost Technique, Ghost Skull Array. The pattern was extremely simple, even a 6th stage disciple such as Su Yun could easily utilize the technique. Using the chest area as the origin, the blood as the medium, and the surrounding ghost skull array to activate the technique. This technique accessed the power within the body, making a powerful aura, and resulting in the body becoming blood crimson, multiplying the user's strength. However, this technique would only last for 10 minutes, resulting in the user fainting because it used the user's blood to fuel power for the technique. Afterwards, the user would require a lot of blood to recover. The Immortal sect would never teach this technique, it was exclusive to Demon sect disciples. Especially since the technique was reckless and very simple. This is why the Immortal sect tried to eliminate these types of techniques, because these techniques would cause a shift in power. Because of the rare disease that Su Yun had, this odd ghost technique was very familiar to him. Su Yun had practiced many different types of techniques that did not rely on his cultivation stage. After completing the ghost skull array, Su Yun poured his spirit chi into it, activating the technique. Su Yun's body immediately began to turn crimson, sweat began to pour out, and his eyes began to give off a faint blood red, gaining a sinister look. Crash! The door was rudely broken open. Piles of people rushed in. Su Guemu. Su Yun breathed heavily, while the men began to pour inside his little hut. The people rushing in were stunned by Su Yun's crimson skin, causing them to become cautious. Su Guemu asked in a trembling voice, "Su Yun, what did you do? Why have you charged into my home in the middle of the night?" Su Yun asked while enduring the pain caused by his blood being consumed by the technique. Hearing Su Yun, Su Guemu frowned, "Of course, to collect the money you owe me. You owe me so many spirit coins and today, I will collect them. Did we not agree to wait?" Wait? Wishful thinking. To tell you the truth, even if Ching Er goes to the main house to complain, I am not afraid. Therefore, either kneel down, beg for mercy and pay me back, or I will cripple you. I will turn you into the useless trash that you really are. Choose. Su Guemu spoke with an arrogant smile. He was determined to punish Su Yun. Su Yun remained silent. After a moment, he asked, "Is there no third choice?" "No." Su Guemu answered. "Then I will make one." Su Yun responded. "Make one?" Su Guemu paused for a moment. As he was looking at Su Yun moved as fast as lightning and rushed towards him. Su Yun's spirit chi exploded out, his body's spirit chi flowed outwards like a flood had broken through a dam. Excellent movement technique, young master, is he really only 6th stage? One of the subordinates exclaimed. The others did not even have time to give a remark, because at that moment Su Yun's fist had already reached Su Guemu's chest. Bang! Su Guemu was caught off guard and directly flew out the door. As he fell down hard on the ground, he spat a mouthful of blood and barely kept himself from fainting. Surprise! Shock! Everyone was completely stunned. Although Su Guemu was not a genius, he was still at 7th stage cultivation compared to Su Yun's trash 6th stage cultivation. However, Su Guemu was grievously wounded with only one punch from Su Yun. This was only possible for disciples of early 9th stage cultivation, but it was hard for even peak 8th stage cultivation. But, how could Su Yun do it? Young master! After the members recovered, they rushed to prop Su Guemu up. None dared to provoke Su Yun. After the bout, they knew that if they attacked Su Yun, they would suffer the same or even worse than Su Guemu. Although it was a trick, it managed to fool Su Guemu's 6 members. If Su Yun was a 9th stage cultivator, the members would not be a match for him. How could you have such strength? A guy called Su Wangkai asked with shock and hostility in his eyes as he stared at Su Yun. Why can't I have this kind of strength? Obviously because you are only a 6th stage cultivator. Su Guemu got up wiping the blood from his mouth, then he weakly said with resentment, however, you dared to hurt me. Su Yun. Fine. Maybe I underestimated you, but I will make you suffer a miserable death. You want to get back at me? Su Yun asked. Why do I have to do it? I can just ask my father, he will let Su regulatory law punish you. You guys are sorely mistaken. Su Yun shook his head. How? With my father's influence, how couldn't take care of you? Su Guemu asked. Of course he could. Su Yun said. Ah, this is really funny. Su Guemu laughed out loud. Su Yun, maybe you have evaded punishment 2 times now. However, the end result is still the same. What can you do against the people from major powers? A short-bearded man disdainfully said. It is like a mantis trying to stop a carriage or like ants trying to shake a tree. Basically, someone trying to do the impossible. Several people sneered. But Su Yun did not appear angry, he only gazed at the crowd, put on a hesitant look, and then said, It is a secret, the master of the house did not let me speak about this. However, today the secret will have to come out. Everyone's smiling face disappeared. You should know that the last strength test, I was only ranked at 6th stage cultivation. In fact, it was fake. I had already entered that realm a long time ago. The so-called 6th stage trash is only what outsiders know. Why do I hide this? This is because I am the Su family's secret weapon. Secret weapon? Su Guemu was flabbergasted. Yes. Su Yun said, this is something that only a few trusted people know about, I am not sure. But if you remove me, then your family will most likely be banished from the Su family. After all, the Su family promised me no harm as long as I remained a secret weapon. Nonetheless, I gave you face, otherwise you would be dead. I only punched you and caused some minor injuries. To kill you, it is as simple as killing an ant. Easy. After the words were said, everyone was terrified. Su Guemu looked at his surrounding subordinates in confusion. Young master, what he said is probably true. There is no way he is only at 6th stage cultivation, otherwise that punch would have not injured you so badly. If what he said is true, then we must be careful of provoking Su Yun now, he may contain even more secrets. I will withdraw quickly, so we will not further provoke this guy. The nearby members of Su Guemu's group did not care about Su Guemu's mission anymore. They only tried to persuade Su Guemu to leave. But, is this it? Su Guemu was still unsatisfied. One punch caused this? However, what will be the result? Su Yun just spared him. A 6th stage cultivator can seriously wound a 7th stage cultivator to brink of death? Is he really an outer sect disciple? He must be hiding his power, what he said is probably true. Master, we have to tolerate the humiliation, so we will leave. Quickly men! Help me up! Su Guemu said as he gritted his teeth. Yes, sir. The group led by Su Guemu all turned to leave. Stop! Su Yun suddenly shouted. Everyone shivered. Su Guemu stared at Su Yun with a complex gaze. What more do you want? Su Guemu hissed. The part of me being a secret weapon, do not go proclaiming it to everyone, otherwise, if a person from the main house heard of it, do not expect to keep on living. Su Guemu and his group all shivered and nodded. Tomorrow morning, bring a pound of fire monkey blood, otherwise, I will not forget this matter. Su Yun continued. A pound of fire money blood? Su Guemu almost spat out his words. It will take 5,000 spirit coins. Fire monkeys were very precious and rare. Therefore, the blood was even more rare and expensive. Su Yun was asking for a pound. Su Guemu could not believe Su Yun's audacity. I will use it for cultivating. Count it as the item that you will give to me for sparing your life. You do not agree? You even look reluctant? Do not provoke me or I will take something much more important. Su Yun said with indifference, but everyone present could tell he was threatening Su Guemu and his group. Su Guemu's heart filled with regret, but how could he offend Su Yun right now? Su Guemu could only bear his anger and quickly leave. Soon, the hut returned to its tranquil atmosphere. But after the group left, Su Yun collapsed on the ground. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 5. Chapter 5, People Sneaking in the Night. His father was suspicious after Su Guemu returned injured, but did not delve deeper. Nonetheless, Su Yun's display of strength was enough. Su Yun no longer feared of any retaliation from Su Guemu. The next morning, Su Wangkai brought the fire monkey blood to the hut. Su Yun accepted the fire monkey blood after he propped himself up. Soon after, Su Wangkai left and Su Yun began to quickly drink the fire monkey blood. The fire monkey blood was an extremely expensive, top-grade item, therefore, Su Yun's body began to quickly recover. Soon after, mostly recovered, Su Yun began to place the prepared meat into a sack. The blood was wrapped to avoid it from seeping out of the bag. Then, he took some steamed buns and a few rusted swords. Once everything was ready, he headed for the marketplace. Using the black spirit stallion he rented before, Su Yun went on the path to the city and sped away. The black spirit stallion was a type of spirit stallion that had a large amount of spiritual strength. While sprinting, it solely relied on its spirit chi. In addition, the pace was quite fast, comparable to a racing stallion. The Su family did not restrict anyone's freedom, allowing free access to the territories outside of the Su family. However, with the rampaging beast of the mainland, it was extremely difficult to survive in the wilderness. Once a person left the Su family, they would be on their own, which meant that surviving would be an everyday struggle for them. As a sixth-stage cultivator, Su Yun did not even have the strength to kill the weakest beasts of the wilderness. Therefore, he could only follow the main path through the woods carefully, to avoid any trouble, and tried to hurry to his destination. Nonetheless, as Su Yun traveled countless kilometers, he did encounter a few rampaging beasts. Therefore, he could only sneakily evade them as he quickly hurried to his destination. Finally, after 2 days of riding the spirit stallion, he finally arrived at his destination. The Tiger Plains. Su Yun's hut was about 500 kilometers away from the Tiger Plains. His black spirit stallion was exhausted, so Su Yun pulled it to a clearing and tied it to a tree. Then, he found some fodder, spirit stallion feed, for the spirit stallion. Afterwards, he then headed to the Tiger Plains. The Tiger Plains was under the jurisdiction of the Immortal Sword Sect. Furthermore, this area was home to the Immortal Sword Sect's #1 school of their 7 schools. If one did not have 8th stage cultivation, it would be suicide to try to enter the plains. Here, countless vicious spiritual beasts ran amok, everywhere was dangerous, the area was covered by poisonous gas. If one makes a small mistake and encountered a spiritual beast that was too strong, that person would not even be able to escape. Su Yun began to carefully enter the plains. The outer areas of the Tiger Plains did not contain spiritual beasts that would truly endanger to Su Yun, so he was safe for now. He carefully treaded deeper into the plains and entered an open area. The open area of the plains had a river flowing through. The flowing water was clear and did not have any monsters inside. The water seemed to be flowing into the sea. Su-Yun went to the side of the river and walked along it. Roar! After the sudden sound, a rustling was approaching from the forest. Su-Yun's face suddenly changed and quickly jumped into the river. Splash! Su-Yun began to dive. Even with Su-Yun's skill, there was a problem with the meat he was carrying as he dived. Utilizing some water-repelling drops, they spread around the surrounding water, and began to create a shrouding mist that wrapped around him. This allowed the river's water to become isolated from the tiger meat he was carrying. On the shore stood a beast that contained a white body as big as a calf, with demon-like red eyes, sharp fangs, and a ferocious hellhound head. It was only a stage 1 spiritual beast, however, even Tan Su-Yun would be unable to compete with the beast. The beast had smelled Su-Yun's scent and quickly rushed over. However, Su-Yun was currently underwater. Many creatures of the Tiger Plains were not comfortable with water, many were even afraid of water. The river bend he was at protected his life. The white hellhound stood a moment, but after seeing that Su-Yun was not coming ashore, it turned to leave. Upon seeing this, Su-Yun swam for a few more minutes. Then, he turned towards the Central Plains shore and jumped out. He squeezed the water off his clothes and continued on foot. On his way, he met a myriad of spiritual beasts. Fortunately, the same technique worked on these spiritual beasts he encountered. Nonetheless, it was not easy. Many of the spiritual beasts could cast magic, resulting in several splashes above the water where he swam. Luckily, the magic blasts never hit him. Su-Yun could only swim in the river, moving forward to his destination. If the shockwaves of a magic blast explosion hit his body, he could only grit his teeth in pain and continue. If he stopped, it would only mean death. After laboriously swimming, experiencing countless dangers, after 3 hours, he finally reached his destination, Tiger Plains Center, Forbidden Tiger Emperor Grounds. This forbidden grounds was off limits to the beasts of the Tiger Plains, because there was an active spiritual beast king here. There was a spiritual beast of unknown realm at the grounds, Everlasting Tiger. The tiger's body was absolutely huge, the size of it was close to a few small rooms. Its whole body was an eerily green. It had razor-sharp claws and teeth. However, Su-Yun's biggest fear was the 2 holes by the mouth of the tiger, which could shoot out toxic gas that could erode through anything it touched. Many people talked about coming here, but without core spiritual realm, they would not dare to set foot here. After leaving the family's home, Su-Yun set out to accomplish a task for the family. Under the moonlight, he came across the tiger. It was a narrow escape, but luck was on his side. He had run across a team of adventurers that assisted Su-Yun to escape the early jaws of deaths. After accumulating experience, he was not afraid of the Everlasting Tiger a bit. Everlasting tigers usually had their lairs set up as a tilted burrow, which was in a very open area. This allowed the tiger to freely move about. With his past experience, Su-Yun quickly discovered 2 different burrows. However, he did not dare come too close. The famous Everlasting Tiger had absolute power. If Su-Yun was found out, he would easily be caught. Even if Su-Yun tried to escape into the water, the Everlasting Tiger would just poison the river with Su-Yun in it. 500 meters was the most suitable distance. Because it was the plains, there were no trees or boulders obstructing Su-Yun's vision. As long as he could distinguish the tiger burrows, he could calculate the distance. Soon after, Su-Yun confirmed the location of his first tiger den. However, one was not enough. He marked the position and continued to search for his next tiger lair. The Everlasting Tigers in the area divided the area and each owned their territory. A tiger must never lightly enter another tiger's territory. After an hour, on the back of the first marking, about 5,000 meters away, Su-Yun confirmed his second hole. Not too far away, Su-Yun could hear the bursts of sounds that resembled a tiger's growling emitting from the den. The sound could make anyone nervous. It seemed that this den had an Everlasting Tiger resting inside. Suyun got a stone and painted at roughly the distance between the location of the two dens. After calculating a few points, he then removed the tiger heart meat from his bag. Tigers were low-level core spiritual beast. Suyun did not know the reason, but tigers love to eat tiger heart meat and tearing the flesh from it. Suyun made some quick calculations after placing it the meat, then immediately turned toward the den without the tiger. However, after only running a few steps, he heard a roar coming from behind him. The everlasting tiger left his den? Suyun was startled. He hurried to a stop, climbed up the side of a boulder, and looked towards the distance at a huge green body left the nest, ready to eat the food he left out. Suyun, seeing this, immediately left a piece of the tiger heart meat on the ground and stared at the green tiger ready to leave the den. After taking a deep breath, he removed a bottle of talcum, opened the cap and with all his strength, threw the bottle toward the distance. As pink powder scent filled the air, the bottle flew in a parabolic shape towards the nest and landed not too far from it. Clink! The bottle landed on the ground. Ready to leave, everlasting tiger raised his head to sniff the air and was enticed by the strange smell. He immediately dashed towards the boulder at a fast pace. Near the boulder, the scent of tiger heart meat made the everlasting tiger's mouth fill with drool. A disc-sized piece of tiger heart meat was on the ground. The everlasting tiger growled with delight. It immediately opened its mouth and took a large bite out of the tiger heart meat. After a few savage chews, the black wolf blood oozed out of the tiger heart meat. The wolf blood filled his mouth and entered the two holes inside his mouth. It mixed with the gas and began to create a noxious liquid. The tiger's mouth began to feel very painful, as gas accumulated inside the two holes and needed to vent out. However, the gas flew into the tiger's mouth because it was blocked by the food it ingested. The tiger began to feel extremely uncomfortable. Its whole body felt as if it was boiling up, hunger restless was slowly rising and the gas filling up inside. The sweet fragrance from the talcum powder was still in the air. The everlasting tiger immediately headed towards the source of the fragrance. At the aroma's source, Suyun held open the lid to let the fragrance evaporate out. As the distance between the two closed, he took out another piece of tiger heart meat and placed it on the ground. Suyun continued repeating these actions and maintained precise timing. This was very dangerous. The aroma that had to lure the tiger needed to be placed before the tiger arrived, but not until after the tiger had finished the tiger heart meat he was on. If he made a single mistake, the everlasting tiger would brutally rip apart Suyun. Before he almost used up all the spirit chi in his body to maintain his lead, he finishing placing his last piece of meat and threw the last bottle. Then he turned and fled. Here, it was already the outskirts of everlasting tiger's territory, and if other tigers were trespassing, it would have absolutely attacked. Usually tigers would quit before they reached other territories, but today was different. During his past Flower Valley training, Suyun discovered a classical recipe called viscous spirit beast medicine. Black wolf blood could be used as a drug. It would shortly enhance combat ability, but the user would become extremely hungry and aggressive. The recipe was very effective, but it had few uses. On the contrary, today, it did a great favor for Suyun. The wolf blood mixed with tiger's toxin must be equal, thereby causing starvation and eagerness to fight. When each piece was eaten, the aroma would lure it to the next piece. The process was very important. After Suyun's last bottle was thrown, the roars was perhaps too close for comfort. The everlasting tiger was closer than it should have been. Nonetheless, after Suyun threw the bottle into the air, everlasting tiger was much more enticed by the tiger heart meat. It would not even care about Suyun at the moment, even if it could sense Suyun's presence. They were delicious. As soon as the everlasting tiger saw another piece of meat, it would accelerate its pace, as more liquid accumulated in its bloody mouth. As this everlasting tiger neared the piece of meat, another ferocious roar came from the vegetation. Another tiger had come out directly walking towards the everlasting tiger. The two tigers immediately began to engage in a death match. On one end was a tiger that was angry of another tiger that trespassed its territory. On the other end was an everlasting tiger fighting for food, drugged with wolf blood and armed with poison. The two began to crazily fight each other. Claws were flying through the air, the radius of a few hundred meters had become the battleground. Meanwhile, Suyun was hiding very far away, quietly waiting. For safety's sake, he was very far away. He could not see the fight and only judged by the deafening bursts of roars and claws slashing. This fight was fought until dusk, the ground shook, poison gas shrouded the fight, and the powerful clashes scared away any creatures that were too close. After 4 hours, the roar and sounds of battle began to gradually weaken. In the battle of two tigers, there was heavy injury, but under the mixing of black wolf blood and the everlasting tiger's poison effect, the result was obvious. The everlasting tiger died. Suyun, who had been hiding nearby, waited for a few hours. After it was getting dark, the toxin had finished evaporating. He rushed out of his hiding place and ran towards the fighting grounds. The earth itself was glowing green of tiger blood, but in the open was an absolutely battered dead tiger. Its eyes were pulled open, covered in bite and claw marks, with blood still flowing out. Suyun hastily removed a prepared bottle and rushed to fill it with tiger blood. He filled bottle after bottle. The bottle of tiger blood had great medicinal value. It was a fine high-end blood red material, worth 500 spirit coins. The bladder of the tiger was worth at least 1,000 spirit coins, because it had nourishing properties. It could increase a cultivator's speed of cultivation. Furthermore, the spiritual core of the tiger was the most coveted part of them all. Although it could only be used once. If swallowed, it could directly increase a person's cultivation stage. The price was at least 4,000 spirit coins. After completely harvesting the remains of the tiger, he carefully wrapped his harvest in special cloths, so they would not be spoiled. After finishing up, Suyun did not directly leave. Instead, he walked towards the den of the dead tiger. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 6. Chapter 6, Limitless Sword Arts. Cultivators had a total of 10 realms. Starting from Spirit Novice Disciple, Spirit Intermediate Disciple, Spirit Core Disciple, Spirit Soul Disciple, Spirit Star Disciple, Spirit Master, Sky Spirit Master, Spirit Emperor, Spirit Sage and Spirit Immortal. Evidently, the Spirit Novice Disciples was respectful towards any one of the existence of the 10 realms. For a Spirit Emperor, he would only need to give respect to the 5 realms above his. However, for the realms after the Fairy Realm, it was unknown, because no one had ever witnessed someone of that might. Suyun's body had an extremely rare disease, which many people determined was incurable. However, Suyun knows that spirit tiger blood combined with a special herb inside the spirit tiger's den would be the easiest way to begin curing his disease. After arriving at the dead everlasting tiger's den, Suyun brought out an antidote for fast consumption. Then, he went inside. There were scattered bones of spirit beasts inside the den, but that was not worrisome. The trouble was the noxious fumes still left inside the depths of the den. Although the noxious fumes was not concentrated, the depths of the den were shrouded in it. Every time Suyun became dizzy from breathing in the noxious fumes, he would drink the antidote that he brought. Then, his head would clear up immediately. After cautiously walking deeper into the den, he finally arrived at the edge of the den. Before, when he was looking for an everlasting tiger, he specifically picked a male tiger, so there would be no cubs inside the den. Otherwise, Suyun would have a difficult decision to make. A pile of large white spirit beast bones entered Suyun's line of sight. Situated in the middle of the pile of bones was an enchanting moss-green flower. Fierce white flower. This was no ordinary herb, because it only grew in the conditions of a spirit tiger den. To grow, the flower would need bones of spirit beasts and the noxious fumes the everlasting tiger emitted out. The current market value of the flower was at least 3,000 spirit coins each. After Suyun found the flowers, he was overjoyed. He quickly stepped past the bones, pushed aside the bones and then carefully harvested the fierce white flower. The fierce white flower was very enchanting. It was like a white lily that was overflowing with a succulent scent, but sweet scent was poisonous, and shouldn't be breathed in. Of course, the fierce white flower could not be taken directly as medicine, as that would mean certain death. It was absolutely necessary to use tiger blood to wash the toxins residing in the flower before ingesting it. Otherwise, the flower was just another deadly herb. Inside the den, it was shrouded in noxious fumes, so it was not a good place to ingest the medicine. Suyun turned around and headed to leave the den. Ha! Just then, something in the corner of the tiger den by the white bones caught Suyun's eye. There was a skeleton that looked like it had died a long time ago. Its clothes and possessions were all corroded. The bones were dry and its foot was even broken. But what caught Suyun's attention was the parchment in the skeleton's hand. Its cause of death was not necessarily the everlasting tiger. Suyun quickly went to the skeleton to remove the parchment. As he opened the parchment, he was surprised to find a strange inscription written on it. The parchment was processed, and the strange inscription still looked shiny and magical, even after it had been worn out a bit. What is this? Suyun looked right and left on the parchment. The inscription on the parchment was unrecognizable, he had never seen it before. Some of the patterns looked like dragon technique inscriptions, while others looked like demon technique inscriptions. After scanning it for a few minutes, Suyun still had no clue. Never mind, I do not want to think about it. I will not dwell on this matter like life and death. Maybe I could ask some people in the main city to determine the origins. In Suyun's mind, the parchment could probably make a nice profit as he quickly left the den. After he found a quiet place, he took out the fierce white flower. After the fierce white flower was harvested, it had to be used in 1 hour. Otherwise, the flower would wither away and disappear. There was no more delay. From top to bottom, the fierce white flower was washed. The blood dried up as it seeped into the flower. Then, he could ingest it. The fierce white flower entered his stomach. Immediately, Suyun sat down cross-legged, as the flower was being digested within minutes. The fierce white flower began to cure him of the disease that plagued his body. His heart pace quickened. After suffering for so long, it had finally ended. As the flower was working, his abdomen began to heat up, growing hotter and hotter. It felt like someone from another planet came to light firewood in his stomach area. TL just began to feel scorching hot. This did not stop as the temperature steadily escalated for Suyun. It began to feel like it was burning crazily. Suyun felt his whole body was being roasted and was very uncomfortable. The medicine's initial effect? He shut his eyes, gritted his teeth as he endured the pain as large beads of sweat dripped down his cheeks. He had never known the true effects of the fierce white flower. He only heard the recounts of people that had used it before. To find an expert that used the fierce white flower on a patient was too difficult. Nonetheless, the prescription should work, so Suyun endured the heat. There was only one easy cure for his condition, this flower. There was no other choice. He did not just want to be an inferior existence of only a 6th-stage cultivator. He did not want to achieve nothing again. He did not want to be muddle-headed again. He did not want to be looked down upon again. He did not want to lack the power to protect anyone, especially those that are important to him. Boom! Something in his body seemed to have exploded. Suyun's skin had become very red, like red-hot iron in a blacksmith's workshop. Although he was still uncomfortable, he felt something was released from his body. A familiar feeling caused him to feel joy and excitement. Good. Very good. Soon after the explosion, his body began to return to his original state. His original state was extremely skilled at sensing spirit chi. It was this state that he had now. Suyun's heart was in ecstasy as the effect of the flower continued as it was ingested. But the mysterious power of spirit chi sense did not stop. The phenomenal growth continued past his former self. What was going on? Suyun did not know. Yet, he endured tenaciously, while his body felt like a large stove, scorching hot and making him uncomfortable. His breathing began to become difficult and everything in his body was not in his control anymore. What was wrong? Suyun suddenly opened his eyes, took deep breaths, but the strange symptoms on his body did not stop, instead, they intensified. This medicine's effect seemed to be controlling his body. The effect was quickly spreading through his body. Suyun's body began to feel like a time bomb. As long as the heat would reach a certain level, he felt that he would explode. Wow! Just then, an odd noise sounded. Then, the scorching feeling suddenly disappeared and the white fierce flower decomposed completely. The medicine's previous effect did not leave a trace on Suyun's body, which seemed to replace his inner body with cool breezes. Suyun opened his eyes. In his heart, he was still surprised. It ended just like that? He casually closed his eyes and began to feel the spirit chi that returned to his body. However, he was shocked by the result. From feeling the spirit chi of his body, he was able to evaluate the direct effect on his talent from the medicine. Ordinary people would feel only about 1% of their spirit chi, while people of beginner cultivation could feel about 3%. If one felt 5%, that person was usually considered as a genius. For example, Cheng'er achieved at least that level to be considered as a genius. This time, Suyun's spirit chi had doubled. Before, when his spiritual force was overwhelmingly strong, people near his age who practiced would not be a match for him. But now, after Suyun's shocking find, his own mysterious spirit chi rating, it was actually many times stronger than when Suyun was at his peak. Shocked, he now had 2 times more talent than before? 2 times. If he was still in Su family, he would be considered a peerless genius that appeared once in a millennium. Suyun laments. He did not expect that in addition to curing his illness, he would increase his talent. Genius? Could this be considered a genius? What a joke! You have never saw a true genius. My sword god sect minimum requirements was this: your ability is not that impressive. Just then, a hoarse voice said, as the sound emerged in Suyun's mind. Suyun's face stiffened, and looked left and right, but did not find anyone. Who said that? Suyun asked. Boy, don't try to find me, I'm in the limitless sword arts. The sound once again came. Limitless sword? Suyun pondered for a bit, then suddenly, he thought of something. He quickly took out the piece of parchment he had. The paper inscription suddenly emitted burst of bright gold light and the top of the demon beast pattern began to rearrange and restructure. Some of the beast patterns began to disassemble into a hilt and some of the demon patterns decomposed into a blade. This magical scene was mysterious, yet amazing. The process blinded him. The 7 unique shaped swords pattern were created. He stared and stared at the 7 swords, but he could not move. Looking at the swords, he saw a sickle-like sword, like a lion's body, some dazzling in brilliance, like moons and stars that were wrapped, an immense, imposing figure of a hovering dragon. At first glance, a person who was here would feel like he was in the middle of the universe and that person would find it difficult to pull away. In this world, everything was dominated by the sword and mysterious spirit chi. Almost instantaneously, Suyun's heart left him and he lost himself. How sacred was this majestic sight? Suyun was shivering throughout his body, trying to withdraw the magical parchment. Looking back at his past life's experience, this was the first time he experienced a scene like this, so he could not help but ask, is this it? Did I not say it? Limitless sword arts. The sound originated from inside the parchment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 7. Chapter 7, The 7 Limitless Swords. The Limitless Sword Arts? Who are you? What is this parchment? Suyun's mind was in chaos. Me? Ah, boy, it's been a long time since anyone asked that question. I am the Limitless Sword Master. Just asking, how did you get this limitless sword arts? The hoarse voice laughed as he asked this question. Limitless Sword Master? Suyun was suspicious, but said, in an everlasting tiger's den. Everlasting tiger? The voice asked with doubt. Yes. Boy, you cannot fool me. The limitless sword arts is a supreme sword skill, comparable to precious artifacts, something that a plethora of people would die for. This is something that exists in the hands of a peerless master. Why would it be in a little everlasting tiger's den? The everlasting tiger's den had countless bodies, one which contained the parchment. But after looking at the skeleton, I found it was intact. There were no bite marks. Possibly, the man was already dead and the everlasting tiger dragged it into its den as food. However, the cultivation rank was too high and the everlasting tiger could not harm the corpse. Therefore, the tiger probably just gave up. After the old man heard this, he suddenly laughed. So this was what happened, so be it, boy, consider yourself lucky. This treasure was unattainable without strength, but you were basically handed it for free. You are destined. Destined? Yes. The old man said, my limitless sword arts was powerful since the ancient times, a peerless sword skill, considered as heavenly swordplay techniques, one could rely on an 1-meter sword to slash through the heavens. If you are able to learn this method and the dormant me was called out naturally, then we are destined. You have seen the 7 swords, where each sword represented one sword meaning of the limitless sword arts within each body of the sword. All contained the base of the sword arts. I'm guessing that corpse could not summon me, and continued to figure out the parchment. Then the person caught on fire from forcibly trying. Caught on fire? What? Is it that the limitless sword arts cannot be learned by just anyone who cultivates? But I was dormant, the sword arts were incomplete. Without the important parts, how would you actually practice the techniques? Why is it like that? Basically, I do not want evil cultivators to take this legendary technique. Without my approval, one can never practice this particular sword arts. Then you recognized me? You have not passed the test. Since I'm old, I could pick anyone mistakenly. Suyun was silent, but could not help but ask, what is your test? The old man laughed. There were a dozen talented prodigies trying to get this sword art, but failed on my test. Some of their spiritual sense was higher than double the normal, all could be considered as a rare genius, but after they failed, they lost their talent, falling to mediocrity from a genius. So, do you still want to accept my challenge to practice the limitless sword arts? After hearing the old man's words, Suyun had a moment of silence. There was a great deal of risk to this trial, but if Suyun just practiced by himself, would he have enough strength to prevent Qing'er's marriage? Would he be able to resist the Su family influence? Although he had many ideas for cultivation, he may not be able to solve everything with his experience of traveling throughout the continent for 10 years. Is limitless sword arts powerful? Suyun asked, after maintaining a long silence. For the 4 bottom-tiered swords, the person can be rated as a sword master. To be able to train one sword, it can be used to defend against 100 enemies. Actually, to defend themselves, the cultivators of this technique can make hundreds of blades fly through the air, attacking everything. To practice 2 swords, it can be used to defend against 1,000 enemies. For 3 swords, it can be used to defend against 10,000 enemies. For 4 swords, you can use spirit sword techniques, thereby doubling your power. To practice the 2 middle-tiered swords, the person can be rated as Sword Saint. To practice 1 sword, the person control 10,000 swords. Based on how much spirit chi the person have, he could control numerous swords. After mastering 2 swords, the person can create sword stars, however many stars in the sky, the person can create the same number of star swords. For absolute mastery, it requires mastery of the top-tiered sword. It is called Sword God. Once mastered, the person has endless swords, is able to kill anything, and completely dominates the world. If you became a sword god, what will happen to the world? Every creature would submit to you. Then the old man smiled and said, "But nowadays, very few people are able to train to 4 swords, other than my master. The strongest one was only able to train in the 3rd sword of the 4 swords, but could defend against 1,000 swords. While for the pair of swords, is not even a legend in my limitless sword arts. Is it difficult to practice? Is it possible for me?" Su Yun frowned. These are supreme sword arts, it is normal for them to be difficult to practice, but even if you only mastered limitless sword arts 1st sword, you were able to travel unhindered under the heavens and look down upon experts around the world. It is difficult for double fists to resist 4 hands. For hands can only hold 4 swords, don't even say 100 swords. If your enemy can use 100 flying swords, what will be the outcome? The elder's words evoked thousands of thoughts in Su Yun's head. In Su Yun's head, there were thousands of swords in the grand scene killing 10,000 experts, all controlled by Su Yun. His whole body was covered with blood, but he did not need to lift a finger. Indeed, the martial arts of the world offered many endless possibilities. He had never heard of anyone controlling 10,000 flying swords, but these masters were scarce, very scarce. Most of these experts do not bother with the outside world, but for this type of strength to exist, even the 10 million soldiers have never heard of this. 3 years later, I may not be able to bring down the Profound Sky sect or stop the events of the Su family. I will have to try to learn the limitless sword arts. Su Yun clenched his fists and said, "How can I start to learn the limitless sword arts?" If you manage to pass the test, you can learn it. For decades, the Sword God sect head has wandered the land to look for people that would be suitable candidates. However, he did not find any, while it has drawn villains and murderers to learn the limitless sword arts. I remain as the guardian of the limitless sword arts. This parchment is the scroll of the limitless sword arts. I see, but you are the head, who was persecuted by the villains to this state. You should practice the limitless sword arts, right? You have a celestial body, why are you in this state? Well, long story. In fact, I could have easily wiped out my ambushers, but, well, it is not worth mentioning. But this old man promise you, even if you reach to control only 1 sword, that will be enough. Boy, you are destined to meet me. I ask you, are you willing to accept my challenge to learn limitless sword arts? This is an opportunity. However, everything relies on that the elder's words are true. Su Yun did not know if the words were true or false, although he is very eager to practice. He knew nothing of the man, so he might even be harmed if he is not careful. Su Yun hesitated. Are you afraid? The elder asked. I cannot just brush off my fears. Su Yun answered. Ah, good. I did not think this would happen. You might suffer a major loss if you understood the magnitude of the limitless sword arts. Laughed the old man, but after a moment, his face became serious and said, but, only once, if you miss it, you can never come back. You are worried that I would lie to you, harm you, but you understand that if you do decide to leave, I will give up. However, you will miss this opportunity. So, is this your decision? You accept the challenge? Or not? Su Yun took a deep breath, hesitation left his heart. In the past, to gain strength, Su Yun used many dangerous methods, such as the devil techniques. Why should he be afraid now? When do we start? Su Yun asked. Oh. You accept? The elder was surprised, but continued, you will not ask what is the test about? Since the decision is to learn the technique, I'm going all in. The content is not important, even if the test is hard, what do I have to lose? Ha 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 ha. The elder laughed, then continued, good. A straightforward personality, you really are fit to learn the sword arts. Your personality is not bad, but I'm afraid you might still have obsession in your heart. If you have obsession, you will be persistent, so you will not give up. After a millennium, I finally have a candidate. I hope you do pass the test. After the sound died down, the parchment suddenly burst into red flames, becoming extremely hot. The sword arts are placed on the ground. The elder said. Su-yun acted casually. While looking at the burning parchment, a golden round door suddenly appeared in front of Su-yun. To study limitless sword arts, it is necessary to go through this challenge. Only after obtaining the object can you truly practice the limitless sword arts. To truly practice the limitless sword arts. What do you mean? To truly use the power of the limitless sword arts, when I taught the limitless sword arts at my time, I did not understand the roots of the sword secrets among them, until it was too late. So go for the sword hilt. After hearing these words, Su-yun was suddenly aware of the sword hilts on the swords, but why was the sword hilt hidden in another realm? This is another realm, and the sword is on the 4th floor, quickly come. The elder said. Su-yun gazed at the golden round door and stepped inside. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 8. Chapter 8, I am strong enough. Challenges 1st floor, Badlands. Here, it was very hazy, it had an extremely dark sky. There were no moons or stars, the land was completely silent, with no traces of any other creatures. Su-yun stepped forward as he marched on the cold earth. Oh? You've never heard of Sword God Sect? I have never read many books and traveled the world, but I have never heard of the Sword God Sect. I think that very few people in the military continent even know about it. After entering the Badlands, he carefully observed his surrounding while he continued to converse with the elder. The elder continued, the Sword God Sect should have survived the generations, but was deteriorating. There is only a head, only a disciple, a master, and etc. I may have caused the catastrophe of the Sword God Sect after I was ambushed, which caused the sect to lose the head of the school. This might be why the Sword God's reputation dissipated into nothingness now. Do you remember when were you persecuted? Martial God Year 78. Now are the days of martial sky years. Your time was a full 1,000 years ago. Su-yun was surprised of the elder's words. The elder sighed with sorrow. Boom! Boom! A loud sound was heard. Su-yun was very nervous as he heard the sound. He looked everywhere, only to see a sword fall from the sky, which directly inserted into the ground in front of him. This sword was 100 meters tall and 10 meters wide. The blade was not beautiful, instead, it emitted an oppressive aura that penetrated through the surround area. Su-yun's heart beat faster. He did not have time to think. Suddenly, the blade began to overflow like a released dam, a scourge-like atmosphere that began to submerge, squeeze, and devastate him. Bang! The earth under Su-yun immediately gave way to the pressure from his foot. He almost had to kneel to withstand the pressure. But he clenched his teeth, abruptly grabbing the sword despite the sudden pressure. This is the first part of the trial. If you want to give up, please tell me as soon as possible. Do not overestimate yourself, because even if you barely fail, it will not hurt only your life, but it will wreck your talent. So you have to be careful. The elder's voice sounded in Su-yun's mind. However, in Su-yun's mind, was there another choice? Su-yun was doing his best to resist the sword pressure, trying to prevent it from overwhelming himself. More ground cracked and the surrounding stone began to crumble into pieces. Su-yun's face began to be covered with sweat and had a tense look. Ah! Suddenly, a trace of doubt passed his mind. Why did the rock shatter, why did the earth crack, but it did not affect me? His cultivation was not high, but how could he withstand such pressure, without a wound on his body? The elder said that this test will not hurt his life, but will impair talent. Impair talent? Does that mean that this was a spiritual attack? Su-yun had suspected this was the case in his heart. To compete with a spiritual attack, then he should be able to use a meditative technique to help him tolerate the sword pressure. Then, Su-yun took a deep breath, closed his eyes and began to meditate using the techniques in his memories. Sure enough, with a mental technique, it became much easier to tolerate the sword's pressure. The sword pressure disappeared from his body soon after. Crack! Crack! Shatter! At that moment, the sword fragmented into numerous pieces into the dark sky and began to dissipate. Ha! Is that all? The elder said in a surprised voice, "This layer is composed of the spirit of the ancestors. If your spirit was not strong enough, you would have never made it past this test. This proves that my spirit is strong enough. Don't overestimate yourself. Quickly talk, kid, what method did you use?" The elder seemed to be very interested. A spiritual technique, called. Using spiritual techniques? I'm not saying this is not allowed, but these spiritual techniques will not keep you safe forever. No strong spirit is unable to withstand just spiritual techniques. Ah, you're not that simple, kid. Second layer, glacial lands. There was snow everywhere. It was like cold places such as the Arctic or Antarctic. Su-yun stepped forward to visit the numerous stands of sword-like shaped icicles in front of him. Suddenly, there was a loud sound of a strong gust. A gust of ice shards. Su-yun was shivering and clenching his teeth to withstand the cold. The cold chilled to the bone, even his blood almost seemed to freeze. The second layer is different from the test of the first layer, you should pay attention. The elder's voice sounded again. Indeed, it was different. This was not a spirit attack, since Su-yun's had already seen that his hands were purple and his feet were frozen. The effect of the environment was already working on his body. There was no trick to this. It was to test willpower and tenacity. With his mind set, Su-yun clenched his teeth, endured all the pain, and withstood the screaming gusts of the ice shards. Initially, the ice storm was like a breeze. It was only cold, but it was not a big deal. But as time went on, the more powerful the ice storm became. It began to become more terrifying. It began to blow crazily, like a huge hand pushing against Su-yun. Su-yun stabilized his stance, he countered force with force, and his spiritual inner core remained at peace. He would not fall back one step. The ice storm strengthened once again. This time, it was not just simply pushing, but it had become dangerous, like countless beast claws, ripping Su-yun to pieces. Aha! Su-yun's roar seemed to support him. His body was covered with wounds and it seemed like he reached his limit. However, he had no intention to retreat. Good. Enough perseverance. You must hold on. If you do not pass through this test, you will not be allowed to learn my sword arts. Don't do it for me, do it for yourself. You must hold on. The elder shouted. Although the elder had experienced a dozen genius, they did not amaze him like Su-yun. From the first time the elder saw Su-yun, it seemed that the limitless sword arts would finally reappear in this continent. He did not want to destroy that chance by his own hands. Su-yun was even more eager than the elder to pass the test. The ice storm once again strengthened. But at this moment, Su-yun had long surpassed his limit. He barely held out in his mind. There was only one thought left in his mind. To bear past this. He abandoned all distractions to desperately support himself. Eventually, the ice storm could not blow back him even half a step. It stopped. Everything once again returned to silence. Congratulations, kid. You successfully passed the second trial. The elder cried out in joy. I will succeed. Su-yun exhaled, his voice was weak, but his tone was firm. Su-yun knew he was weak. He couldn't do a lot, but if he decided to do it, he will fight to do it. To put it bluntly, he was overconfident, but to him, this meant he was committed, he would not give up. The elder nodded in agreement and said no more. A yellow door appeared. Soo-Yun went in and arrived at the third layer. The third layer, Scarlet Lava Lake. There was silence. It was not cold, but extremely hot. There was magma everywhere, bubbling hot gas seemed to burst out randomly. It looked like the land could roast people alive. But this place was special. Only 10 meters away from Soo-Yun was a red-hot sword. It was stuck inside the magma, but there was no path. The sword was surrounded by lava, the blade was displaying a scorching fire around it, like a dragon wrapping around the sword. 10 meters behind the sword, there was the door leading to the fourth test. Standing in front of the door, there was a white-haired young man. You want to learn limitless sword arts by passing this trial? The young man shouted. Who are you? Soo-Yun questioned. This is the limitless sword ancestral legacy. Behind him lies the treasure. The elder said excitedly. If you want the limitless sword arts, you will have to complete the third level of the test, to remove the red sun sword. Then you will have to win against me on the fourth floor. I'll see you on the fourth floor. Then, the image of the man disappeared. After Soo-Yun heard this, he frowned. The place he was currently at was not more than 10 meters away, but it was difficult to jump across. The sword handle was in the middle, so it was going to be very difficult to land. There was no foothold, what could he do? This is the third layer, the test is no longer about endurance, toughness, but to test whether the sword and mind can be won and whether your eyes are sharp enough. This is tricky. In conclusion, with the sword, you must overcome all. Even if you are given soldiers, once you fall into magma, you will only be able to rely on your sword. Once you fall into magma, your talent will be damaged and you will fail this test. What? Do you intend to continue? The elder said. However, Soo-Yun remained silent. He stared at the plug in the magma, red sun sword, he focused on it more and more. Like a serpent about to attack, he kept a close eye on his prey. Throwing away his hesitation, Soo-Yun made his move and actually leaped to step onto the red sun sword in one jump. You're too impatient. You have to carefully observe the magma. This will definitely cause you to fail, alas. The elder sighed in disappointment of Soo-Yun's actions. As expected. After Soo-Yun made his move, the bubbling magma suddenly set off bursts of hot plasma waves, hitting Soo-Yun. However, the wave's height was not tall enough and Soo-Yun jumped higher in the air. The plasma wave did not touch him, but there was no hope in the elder. It was much different for Soo-Yun. The elder's jump was much higher and it seemed that the elder could easily pass this test. But the result was contrary to the expectations of the elder. After looking at Soo-Yun falling from high up in the air, he did not slam into the magma, instead, he suddenly stopped a few feet above the magma. The elder was astonished by the result of Soo-Yun's action. Soo-Yun had actually stepped on the red sun sword's hilt. Ha! Really well done, kid. But you have to pull out the sword, so what will you do? If you pull it out, you will not have a place to step and you will die. Nonetheless, Soo-Yun was breathless. He stabilized his body, stood on the hilt and stared at the fourth door. Suddenly, he took a deep breath, the spirit chi converged in his feet and legs. Then he jumped to leap towards the fourth door in one go. While doing this, he spun 360 degrees and grabbed the red sun sword. He pulled it out quickly and flew towards the fourth door. Poof! Boom! Soo-Yun crashed directly into the ground. He looked embarrassed, but he successfully crossed the border. The elder's heart burst in surprise. He would have never thought about the unique method Soo-Yun used to pass the third test. The fourth layer, burial grounds of swords. There were broken swords littered everywhere. They were stuck in the ground, tilted, dark and lifeless. But among these, a white-haired young man stood. The young man was 8 feet tall, was very handsome, and the sword on his back exuded black and white gas, extremely magical. This was the sword of limitless sword art of Ancestor Canyon. Canyon walked towards Su Yun and emitted sword pressure, flooding Su Yun. How will I defeat this ancestor in this realm? Su Yun was pressured in his heart. No, as long as he recognizes you as a suitable candidate, but you have to use all your strength. With the Red Sun sword, you must try to beat him. A sword fight? Su Yun frowned. Both the ancestor's ability and weapon probably surpassed Su Yun's. However, Su Yun understood that fighting was the only option. Su Yun breathed slower and then proudly stepped up to fight the ancestor. Just for this test, the virtual ancestor of this realm would not be overly powerful that he would be able to completely suppress Su Yun. I have to go all out and maybe I will pass the test. After making up his mind, Su Yun suddenly accelerated his pace. With the Red Sun sword in his hands, he fed spirit chi into the sword. Whoosh! An extremely simple hacking move flew forward with the power of the spirit energy Su Yun pour inside. The sword was like whistling wind and contained the momentum of a charging boar. But not even a second had passed. The sword ancestors just vanished. In vain? Su Yun's heart fell, quickly turned around and retreated, but was surprised to find the sword ancestor suddenly appear beside him. The sword ancestor took one step forward, raising a hand and cut straight towards Su Yun with his sword. The sword was as fast as wind, but also contained a rich amount of spiritual force. But the sword, force, motion, angle, etc. was actually identical with Su Yun. This was simply an imitation of his attack. Su Yun was caught off guard, and the sword cut into his left shoulder. He rushed back as some blood dripped from his shoulder. The ancestor will not use his own master abilities, instead, he will use your own attack moves to defeat you. There is no trick to this test. To win, you must be able to beat yourself. The elder's voice emerged. If you get hit by 3 sword strikes, you will fail. Figure something out, do not fail only at the last minute. The elder shouted again, with an impatient voice. But at the moment, Su Yun too busy to take the elder's words into consideration. Su Yun no longer chose to attack, but to retreat. Since they imitate his attacks, should if he does not attack, the ancestor will imitate it also? Su Yun thought. Just then, the ancestor suddenly raised his hands and the entire atmosphere began to tremble. The scene of aura the ancestor began to demonstrate was grand. Boy, do not attempt to retreat and delay time, because once you give up attacking, the ancestor will execute his own move from the limitless sword arts. If he manages to execute it, you will not be able to escape and will lose for sure. The elder saw through Su Yun's actions very quickly. Su Yun's heart tightened for a few minutes, then quickly pushed his worries away. Suddenly, he made a move, and once again rushed in to attack the ancestor head-on. As the ancestor was almost hit by the Su Yun's attack, he disappeared again and once again appeared in a favorable position to repeat Su Yun's attack. But this time, Su Yun suddenly moved sideways and swung his blade directly at the ancestor, piercing the virtual image. Shwa! The sword broke. What? The elder was surprised. The ancestor will always disappear in the forthcoming attack and appear to mimic the moves and attacks. He will always imitate the real attack, so this is my only chance to attack, but how will I find an opportunity? Very simple, I will intentionally make a flaw and when he imitates, I will launch attacks against this flaw to hit him. After Su Yun's sword pierced the virtual image, he said seriously. He may not have overcome Ancestor if the Ancestor used its own full power, but he could overcome himself. Good. Good. Ha, very good boy, the old man was really destined to meet you. It is really lucky you found its weakness so fast. Really great. The elder almost applauded. This time, the virtual image of the ancestor stood still. It did not attack, but just stood in front of Su Yun and the elder. Although you have no sword at all, you use wisdom while wielding a sword. You are able to keep calm, cool and tough. This is rare, so you are fit to learn the limitless sword arts. You're done with my test, young man. Then, the virtual image dissipated, and a slender gray and white sword hilt dropped on the ground. Su Yun quickly walked towards it and picked it up. Good. Great. Su Yun boy, you continue to surprise me again and again. You are recognized by the Sword Ancestor. So you're the new head of the Sword God sect. The revitalization of the Sword God sect befalls on your shoulders. The elder said while laughing with immense joy. I only said that I will learn the limitless sword arts, but did not say that I would revitalize the Sword God sect. Senior, I'm afraid that I cannot accomplish it. Su Yun softly said while he placed the sword hilt on his body. I know you have things you want to accomplish, but this task, worth mentioning, in the future we'll talk about it. The elder did not seem anxious. He laughed again and did not speak again. I have removed the sword hilt, then what is this virtual environment for? What is its use? Of course, the virtual environment is to test for the sword hilt. When you decide to choose a new head, you can choose to give the sword hilt to any one person. I went through the same test. I did not understand the meaning of this before, but now I seem to understand. What? Su Yun asked. Do not forget this. The elder answered. Do not forget this? Su Yun was confused. Yes, do not forget this, because this virtual environment is fundamental for limitless sword arts. If I did not come here, how could I find the sword hilt before? So, what will Senior do nowadays? Su Yun asked. I had a premature death. To kill my assassins, I met my end early. But it was worth it. I lived 10,000 years as a monster. Everything that I wanted to enjoy, I enjoyed. 10,000 years, Su Yun was taken aback. That sword ancestor, where is he now? I do not know. It is said he died from mainland demons? Continental demons? Su Yun looked slightly changed, but did not probe further. Su Yun saw the surrounds suddenly twist and distort. Then he reappeared in the Tiger Plains. Everything was still the same as it was before. Congratulations, you have passed the test. Now you can practice the techniques, and now everything is displayed in limitless sword arts. As long as you persevere, you will be successful. Well boy, I want to sleep now. I'm just a soul. Since I hardly ever conversed for so long, I used up a lot of spirit chi. I'm still frail, and if I continue, I might disappear permanently. Goodbye, kid. The elder said. After Su Yun heard this, his emotions stirred. Yes. If it is a spirit, the person will consume spirit chi, and once all the spirit chi is used up, it might risk fading away. However, in order to be able to give Su Yun a chance to obtain the limitless sword arts, the elder used up a lot of energy. No matter what, Su Yun was very grateful in his heart towards the elder. Immediately, he placed the hilt on the ground and kneeled 3 times. Thank you, Senior, for your careful guidance. Please allow me to pay my respects. The elder was a bit surprised, but after a moment, he comfortably added, Good. 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 I did not think after I stopped using the sword, I would finally get something in return, If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 9. Chapter 9, The Crescent Moon Fruit. The limitless sword arts was composed of amazing swordplay techniques, able to dominate 10 million ordinary swordsmen. However, even the first sword form of the first sword techniques were not easy to practice. To master the first sword form, the swordplay must be accurate, smooth, and quick. Su Yun would need to refine his swordplay before he mastered his first goal, the first sword form. The sword hilt was powerful beyond imagination, which would cause amazement from anyone who could recognize the sword hilt's abilities. This sword hilt was not ordinary, it was a space sword hilt. Within the sword hilt, there was 180,000 novice swords, 150,000 refined swords, 2,995 origin swords, and 5 god swords. If one was able to control all the swords inside the space hilt, the person would be able to easily dominate the world and become a peerless sword god. However, none of these swords were regular swords. To train with any of the swords, the person would have become one with each of the sword, for each sword was different. Su-Yun would only begin to practice the limitless sword art's first form of the 4 sword forms, before returning back to the continent. After returning to his black spirit stallion, finding it still resting by the tree, Su-Yun fed the black spirit stallion some more fodder. After resting for half an hour, he rode the spirit stallion out of the plains. After returning to the main roads, Su-Yun became much more comfortable, because he was familiar with traveling by these roads. Even if he left the Su family, he would be able to survive because of his vast knowledge of medicine and unparalleled survival techniques. But he had no intention to leave the Su family. It was not only because Ching Er was still part of the Su family, but the Su family influence and power could not be underestimated. Furthermore, the training conditions the Su family provided was still exceptional compared to other places in the continent. Su-Yun followed the routine of feeding his spirit stallion, taking a few minutes to rest and then back on the trail. He was able to ride like the wind. Su-Yun's pack was filled with materials from the everlasting tiger's den. If the materials were discovered by the Su family, it would cause a lot of attention to be focused on Su-Yun. The everlasting tiger was not a beast that anyone could win against. With Su-Yun's poor abilities, how could he obtain the body parts of an everlasting tiger? Therefore, he intentionally made a detour, so that he would avoid his home. Instead, he went to a small town in the outskirts of the Su family's domain, Mirror Lake Town. The Mirror Lake Town was a famous town of plenty. With its scenic landscapes, it was near the Su family and immortal sword sect schools, so it was not affected by demonic beasts. Many people came here to play and relax, so it was very lively. The mayor of the town was elected by the people, which was common in the military continent. Nonetheless, there were many towns that were not elected, but these towns were under the jurisdiction of other forces and sects, so that they would not be annexed by outside forces. The Mirror Lake Town was dependent on the Immortal Sword Sect faction located in the town. Each year, every household would have to pay tax money to the Immortal Sword Sect, but the sect was not selfish. The tax money was not high, but it was necessary. Whenever the Mirror Lake Town was in danger, the Immortal Sword Sect would help to eliminate the threats. In the hearts of the townspeople, the Immortal Sword Sect was a saint and deserved the tax money. Sometimes, the Immortal Sword Sect would send some disciples with money to buy goods or food, but the townspeople never charged them. The Black Stallion pulled into town, and Su-Yun went directly to the town center, to the biggest auction place. Mirror Lake Town was very developed. It had many famous special forces stationed inside the mainlands, the continent's most famous weapon shop 100 Martial Weaponry, the largest pharmaceutical chain Flower Heart Valley Medicine Store, and the largest auction center Sky Sun Auction. This was Su-Yun's destination. The policy is that it keeps every guest's information strictly confidential, no matter how precious the guest's belongings are. It was dangerous. The everlasting tiger body parts were extraordinary. Once it caught attention, there would be trouble. The Sky Sun Auction was in the center of Mirror Lake Town, a prime location with a constant stream of people, where many young disciples of Immortal Sword Sect resided. The Sky Sun Auction had a small store. Inside, there was a counter. A female attendant was steadily waiting there. Su-Yun walked towards the receptionist that had been waiting here since early morning. "What can I help you with?" the sweet smiling staff asked. Su-Yun began to take the body parts of the everlasting tiger out and placed them over the counter. Spirit Core level tiger products, 1 heart, a pair of eyes, 4 sets of claws, 1 tiger skin. The service staff was patiently counting and did not seem surprised at all. She was just doing her job. Although in terms of absolute strength, the everlasting tiger was way too powerful for Su-Yun. Nonetheless, it was not the first time she saw these, but she was a little surprised of Su-Yun's strength in her heart. It was very difficult to get everlasting tiger parts. Are you ready to add these items directly to the auction to see if it sells or sell it immediately for a lower price? The service personnel asked sweetly. Converted now to spirit coins. Su-Yun, who was now penniless, was in urgent need for money, so he had no time to waste. No problem, please wait. The service personnel took out a price list for the materials and intently searched the columns for tiger planes. After finding the page that the everlasting tigers were, she began calculating the prices to calculate the spirit coins Su-Yun would get. Soon after, the calculation was finished. You get a total of 9,416 spirit coins. Is this price satisfactory? The service personnel asked. Yes, I believe that the auction might get 10,000, but I got no time. So be it. Su-Yun answered. Good, wait for a moment. Let me get your money. Afterwards, the service personnel took out a spirit currency card and handed it to Su-Yun. Su-Yun checked it and found exactly 9,416 spirit coins. He instantly became rich and with a light attitude, and he began to leave the small room. But as he was preparing to leave, the large pavilion connected to the small one he was in erupted in loud noise. This attracted the attention of Su-Yun. There was a catalogue of the tasks in the auction. It could be seen in the central hall in the main pavilion. The catalogue was exceedingly long. There were many spirit tasks on the catalogue. Many people in the Sky Sun auction house were not there to buy items. They were here to just give tasks to obtain materials. This was extremely common, and all the tasks was listed in this catalogue. Su-Yun made a random sweep of the tasks available with his eyes. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as a familiar name caught his eye. Crescent moon fruit? This was a way to enhance cultivation that worked. It was located in Crescent Valley, but it was very rare. It was also extremely dangerous in the valley. Many spirit experts strangely disappeared inside the valley after they entered. It was reported they all died from powerful spirit beasts' mouths. This item was a very high level, worth up to 60,000 spirit coins. It was almost enough to live an ordinary life comfortably. Although the reward was high, no one dared to accomplish it. The number of people that completed this task currently was still 0. Su-Yun hesitated for a moment, his mind was thinking, but then he went towards the door. The personnel looked at the young man's movements and her eyes bulged. Boy, do you want to die? The task price may be high, but it is very dangerous. The money is not worth your life. The personnel warned. Hey! You probably do not know about Crescent Valley, right? I will tell you. Last month, a few guys equipped with spirit equipment went to the Crescent Valley for a treasure hunt. They were spirit intermediate disciples. They never came back. I'm guessing most of them are dead inside. Many people besides Su-Yun sneered at him. But it was useless. Su-Yun paid the 50 spirit coin deposit, accepted the mission, and left the building. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 10. Chapter 10, The Lost Treasures. The rebirth was still too sudden, and Su-Yun did not remember too much about this mission. However, he still needed to customize his plan. Currently, he still needed to enhance his strength. Furthermore, the Crescent Moon Fruit area in the Crescent Valley was not easy to get to. It was reported that even though it can greatly increase cultivation, it also had almost no defects. Even novice disciples could easily digest it. The Crescent Moon Fruit was amazing, but it was not readily available. This was because the mysterious Crescent Valley was very dangerous. Countless people entered the Crescent Valley only to never return. Su-Yun did not know what happened to them, but he was not unfamiliar with Crescent Valley. He even knew the actual place where the crescent moon fruit grew. As long as I took care of the guardian beasts there, I will be able to easily obtain the fruit. With the fruit, I will be able to increase my cultivation stages or even jump to the next realm. It would be a great help. Suyun said, thought for a moment, then continued walking toward the side of a shop. Shopkeeper, give me 2 bottles of goo beast skin powder. Suyun talked directly to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper responded, respected customer, I will immediately get them for you. The shopkeeper shouted loudly and went to prepare the goods. The goo beast skin powder was from high-level beasts. Most of the beasts were stronger than Stage 1 spirit tigers and even Stage 2 spirit beasts. Therefore, these were very valuable in Mirror Lake Town, so few were sold. Mostly, these were sold to the disciples of the Immortal Sword sect. Of course, the high-level spirit beast materials, which were sky-high, could only yield a little grinded powder from their skin. Suyun had to pay 2,000 spirit coins. 1 bottle of mass spirit powder, 3 boxes of fast healing ointment, a stealth talisman, a bottle of camouflage powder and a low-level spatial ring. Suyun shouted the items he needed one by one. The treasurer was soon ready, and was paid. Suyun was left with only 3,354 spirit coins. These items could easily be found in the Sky Sun auction house, but a small shop was more cost-effective for low-level items. After stuffing the 3 items in his spatial ring, he jumped up on the saddle of his black stallion and rode into the Crescent Valley. Mirror Lake Town was pretty far away from the Crescent Valley Lake. The Spirit Stallion ride lasted about half a day to reach the destination. Of course, the most important treasure of the Crescent Valley was not the crescent moonfruit, it was the majestic treasure, Heavenly Crystal. Heavenly Crystal was something that many people did not know about, but the rumors of the treasures were very fierce. Although Suyun's main goal was to find some crescent moonfruit, if he could find the Skyhand's trail and obtain it, then this adventure would bring countless benefits. Rumors of the Heavenly Crystal were very little. Its grade was unknown. If this thing was close to what it was said to be, then Su family's painstaking search would be justified. However, they searched for several days and never found anything, even the cultivators nearly died. A day and a half later, Suyun smoothly traveled to the valley's mouth. Inside the valley, there was lush vegetation and sounds of birds and animals. Suyun dismounted, removed the camouflage powder, spread it evenly on his clothes and proudly entered. The camouflage powder prevented Suyun's scent from traveling through the valley, allowing him to avoid many spirit beasts. Of course, the powder's effect on high-level beasts would not be really obvious. Suyun walked along the route near the water. Following the path of the Crescent Valley, he soon stopped at a 5-forked path. He chose the far right one and continued forth to an open area. The open area had a lot of vegetation. Yet directly in the middle of this, there was a giant tree, with a height of nearly 20 meters, with flourishing branches and fiery red leaves. If one was looking from a distance, if there was wind blowing, it would look like a fire was burning. On top of the tree, a fist-sized fruit was hanging. It was the crescent moon fruit. There was only one fruit on the tree. Once it was picked, the tree would wither in a few days and 100 more years would be required to harvest another fruit. However, retrieving the crescent moonfruit was not easy. This was because a jade fire beast was usually around the crescent moonfruit tree. The jade fire beast also wanted to devour the ripe fruit, which would allow it to advance into a higher order of beasts, Jade Fire Lord. To obtain the crescent moonfruit, you would probably have to have spirit strength matching the jade fire beast, but this was not usually the case, so many people were eaten by the jade fire beast. Suyun's eyes locked onto the crescent moonfruit. He immediately took the goo beast skin powder and threw it into the air. After the powder into the air, it was quickly spread by the wind. A few seconds later, roar! A menacing roar pierced the silence. The ground began to shake as heavily trampling sounds moved away from Suyun's area. Many weaker spirit beasts fled the area. A fierce beast shadow was seen moving away from the area. Like all living things, the jade fire beasts had many natural enemies. However, the spirit beast used to make the goo beast skin powder was one of the jade fire beast's main predators, one of the creatures it feared. The jade fire beast left. Although it fled quickly from fear, once the goo beast skin powder dissipated, the jade fire beast would quickly return. Time was running out. Suyun did not hesitate. He quickly climbed the tree and carefully picked the crescent moon fruit. The aroma of the crescent moon fruit was evident. It exuded a succulent fragrance, making Suyun swallow his saliva in anticipation. Nonetheless, he jumped down from the tree and quickly left. Within an hour of being picked, the crescent moon fruit would give the most benefits. Suyun quickly found a safe place and took a large bite. After it was eaten, Suyun's chest began to heat up immediately, as if a fire ignited in his chest. Immediately, he sat down cross-legged and began to meditate. Throughout his whole body, a mysterious spiritual atmosphere suddenly emerged. Suyun shook and quickly verified what had occurred. He was surprised to find his own spiritual level power actually jumped a stage. The power of human muscles came from the blood vessels connected to the spirit core. The spirit core determined how fast was spirit chi recovery. At stage 6 cultivation, most cultivators had only a rating of 40 for spirit core power, but Suyun had a spirit core power of 110. He directly went to the 7th stage cultivation and was not far from the peak. Suyun was ecstatic. The excitement he had in his heart was unprecedented. Finally, I have reached the 7th stage. I finally entered the 7th stage. He muttered as his whole body was trembling with excitement. After years of dreaming, he finally realized today. Unfortunately, there was only one crescent moon fruit, otherwise he would eat the fruit over and over again. Soon after, Suyun decided to go to the next crescent moon tree. Once again, Suyun spread the goo beast skin powder into the air, got another fruit for completing the task he accepted. Suyun wanted to get more fruits, but he only had memory of 3 different places. Unfortunately, the 3rd place was too dangerous and too difficult to obtain the fruit. After obtaining the 2nd fruit, he was in no hurry to leave. Instead, he continued deeper into Crescent Valley. Next up, finding Heavenly Crystal. Roar! Just then, a muffled roar came from in front of Suyun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11. Chapter 11, Secrets of the Crescent Valley. Suyun's face paled, glanced in front of him and saw that not far from him emerged a purple-horned, steel-armored leopard. The steel-armored leopard, a spirit beast of the intermediate level, stage 1. It was extremely agile, astounding defense, and if one did not know its weakness, a cultivator of the novice level would have no way to harm this spirit beast. Suyun's heart raced a bit, but he did not retreat. Instead, he pulled out his rusted sword. Nonetheless, the difference in strength was still 4 stages. Although Suyun was very familiar with the steel-armored leopard, but it was only in books and classes. He still had no real combat experience. Even in his past life, he did not fight many spirit beasts. In front of him, the roads joined together to form a dead end. He secretly looked around. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly moved. He turned around and fled. Roar! However, once the steel-armored leopard found its prey, it would never let it get away. It immediately caught up with Suyun. It was as fast as the wind and instantly shortened the distance between it and Suyun. Suyun only ran a few steps. Then he jumped using both legs onto the side and jumped past the leopard, climbed up the side of a cliff, quickly went up 5 meters. With a quick glance, his hands latched on the protruding rocks of the cliff and stayed up in the air. The steel-armored leopard leaped as high as it could, but only reached a height of 4 meters before it fell back to the ground. Roar! The steel-armored leopard was circling around Su Yun. One could see the unwillingness in its eyes. It was waiting for Su Yun and gave Su Yun an intense glare. While its body was sturdy, it still had one disadvantage. Its body was still very heavy, so although it could travel very fast on the ground, it was difficult for it to jump very high. However, the steel-armored leopard did not seem to give up. Then it began to slowly back away, while glaring at Su Yun carefully. It growled as its hind legs tensed up, ready to jump again. Looking at the situation, the steel-armored leopard was prepared to go all out to capture Su Yun. Its idea seemed to have a running start to leap up and rip Su Yun off the cliff. The time was in the essence. Su Yun stared at the sprinting steel-armored leopard. His body tensed and gripped his rusted sword tightly. He narrowed his eyes to focus on the steel-armored leopard's forehead. There, on the forehead was a slit that had a dark yellow color, slightly different from the armor that covered his skin. It was the steel-armored leopard Achilles' heel, a hole in its defense. During the sprint, the steel-armored leopard will be focused on getting speed and keeping its mouth closed. When the height is reached, the steel-armored leopard will open its mouth. Su Yun must take action during this situation, right before the steel-armored leopard can attack. His eyes began to focus, not giving an ounce of slacking. There was only one chance. Just as the steel-armored leopard leaped into the air, Su Yun decided to make his move. The steel-armored leopard did not open its mouth yet. Su Yun let go of the cliff and clasping the rusted sword, he directed a vicious stab towards the weakness of the steel-armored leopard. Ah! Su Yun shouted, from the momentum. He infused all his spirit chi in the rusty sword. Poochie! The rusted sword was piercing. Roar! The steel-armored leopard immediately issued a painful roar after its attack was interrupted. Its entire body began to fall from the sky. With the momentum, the rusted sword had actually pierced through the brain of the spirit beast. The steel-armored leopard was not going to live. But a spirit beast of the first stage in the intermediate level was still stronger than the novice realm Su Yun was in. Right after they landed, the steel-armored leopard struggled on its feet and used its fierce claws to slash at Su Yun. Su Yun was startled and hastily pushed the leopard back with his rusted sword. However, Su Yun was a step too late. His chest was slashed by the claws and a few drops of blood dripped through. Then, the steel-armored leopard was driven back by Su Yun. It decided it did not want to continue the fight and fled with all its might. Although Su Yun wanted to give a chase, he was not as fast as the leopard, so he gave up. Although basically killed the steel-armored leopard, he did not get off cheap. He still got injured and did not have any spoils from it. In the end, he did not have enough combat experience. He took out a box of quick healing paste and applied it on his chest. The wounds soon began to mend themselves and the blood stopped flowing out. After straightening himself a bit, he got up and continued forward. During the walk through the path he was on, he met a lot of powerful spirit beasts. He fled each time, only to find more spirit beasts. His only emergency item for preserving his life was the stealth talismans. However, he could only use it during the 10 days and it only lasted for 10 seconds. Then the talisman would be useless. Therefore, he carefully trekked through the valley for 2 days and still did not find the main Skyhands trail. His fast healing paste supply was becoming dangerously low. Under the pressure, Su Yun had thoughts of retreating. Seeing the hazy fog of Crescent Valley, Su Yun sighed and began to turn around. Suddenly, burst of footsteps came from the valley. He was slightly surprised, but focused his ears to listen for the moment. Yes, there were footsteps, but also sounds that vaguely sounded like laughter. This place has people? Su Yun was curious. He stealthily sneaked behind a rock and carefully hid from view. Su Yun could hear the conversation, because he was not that far away. He examined their cultivation levels and they did not appear to be experts. They were either all spirit novice or spirit intermediate disciples. As the footsteps went closer to Su Yun, he slowly peeked his head over the rock. He saw a group dressed in black clothes and yellow armor. A huge man with a sword in hand emerged from the ravine in front of the rock that Su Yun was behind. These people were all spirit soldiers in the early stages of their realm. They were well equipped, each carrying a weapon that had powerful spirit chi, which in their hands could cause fatal damage when used with spiritual force. Ha ha ha, I did not expect the trap to actually catch some prey. Let's see if I manage to capture any female spirit cultivators. If there is one, I will get first pick. Alright? A strong and hardy cultivator laughed. Eldest brother has spoken, so how can we disagree? You pick first. Hee hee, if there is a pure white-faced male spirit cultivator, do not challenge me. A skinny, sunken-eyed cultivator licked his chapped lips as he laughed. Fuck you. We only had a taste, how about you pick slowly? Anyways, leader should take charge, how about we just toss a coin for it? It's been a long time since we had prey, let's give them a painful death. Move aside, do not let these guys escape from the trap. The eldest cultivator shouted and the crowd quickly accelerated. Prey? Trap? Su Yun was curious. Where did these guys come from? The Crescent Valley actually has people? This ghostly place, where even spirit intermediate disciples were scared to enter. Nonetheless, these guys might know where the heavenly crystal is. Su Yun thought about it for a moment and then quietly followed. These people seemed to be very familiar with the area. They easily avoided the spirit beasts inside the valley. They soon quickly arrived at the central valley. In the center of the valley, there was a large black hemisphere of energy covering the open area. It seemed like a huge hood that covered a part of the central valley. Su Yun was hidden at the side and analyzing the situation. He saw the cultivators went up to the black hemisphere. He stood in front and chanted a few spells and a small crack appeared. The cultivator grinned and went inside. In the black hemisphere, a group of about 20 young men and women were trapped in a smaller black hemisphere. Everyone was wearing a uniform, was a red uniform with a red cross symbol. Everyone was equipped with a jade token and a sword. These were Immortal Sword Sect disciples. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12. Chapter 12, The Wicked Disciples. These Immortal Sword Sect disciples, under the effect of the black energy that covered the disciples with hazy gas, slowly weakened them. The spirit chi that the disciples had became more and more weak. They tried to break free from the black energy dome, but they found out that they were just trapped in there. How is there so many people? I did not expect that we would actually catch some fish. The eldest disciple eyes shone with greed as he examined every disciple from the Immortal Sword Sect. He finally stopped at the sight of several female disciples who were very pretty. As he looked at the graceful figures of the female disciples, his mouth dripped with saliva. So much prey. Master will reward us for sure. Haha, we won big. It's a great harvest. The group of black-armored men happily exclaimed. Seeing the threatening behavior of the people that just came, the cross-legged disciples got up from the floor and equipped their swords. Everyone stood up and stared at the black-armored cultivators with alertness. Who are you guys? The senior Immortal Sword Sect disciple asked. It does not matter, the black-armored eldest disciple laughed. I'll give you some advice, as long as you do not resist, you will survive. If you do, you might not live to see tomorrow. Do you know who we are? The black-armored eldest disciple questioned. Who? We are from the Immortal Sword Sect. The head sent us on a mission to obtain the Crescent Moon Fruit. If you dare touch us, you will certainly be killed by the spirit sage of our Immortal Sword Sect. TL, if you forgot, Sage is the 9th realm, second highest known to us right now. Not waiting for the senior disciple to begin speaking, a disciple near the senior arrogantly said. But right at the next moment, a black tiger blade instantly shot towards the young disciple and instantly cut him in half. Slash! The disciple died. A fountain of blood poured out from the two halves of the body. Ah! The immortal sword sect disciples panicked. Fellow disciple Lu. The immortal sword sect disciples' complexions paled. The females were affected even more, eyes opened wide from shock. You! The senior immortal sword sect disciple was greatly startled and immediately glared at the viscous-looking people. Immortal sword sect, so what? The black armored leader sneers, we of demon religion sect are not afraid of your sect. Obediently follow us, since the black dome has already absorbed most of your spirit chi. Your strength is at most only at the 5th stage of the novice realm. If you resist, you will be cut down instantly. The immortal sword sect senior disciple face color changed, since nobody did not think that the extremely dangerous Crescent Valley would have such a wicked sect. It was atrocious. The demon religion? Were those who came before looking for the crescent fruit were all executed or captured by you? A female disciple suddenly asked. Ha 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 ha, yes. Our head practices the ultimate devil friend arts, which requires sacrifices of those who have spirit cultivation. Therefore, we also released rumors of heavenly crystal, which attracted numerous people here for a treasure hunt. The crescent moon fruit is enticing, but only to those who have low cultivation levels. The heavenly crystal will attract spiritual cultivators of higher ranks. Because of this, the head of our sect have been progressing quickly from the ultimate devil fiend arts. Soon he will be a figure that will dominate the continent, ha ha ha. The black armored leader laughed, he already began to have thoughts of drinking will beauties that he captured today. So the heavenly crystal is a scam. It was just bait. Scam? No no no. This was not a hoax, we do have heavenly crystal in the demon religion sect, but it is in the hands of our head. Why do we have to be afraid of the immortal sword sect? Not to mention, even if we killed you, the immortal sword sect would think that the spiritual beasts have killed you. No one will think of the demon religion sect. You guys have no hope, go with us and you will be allowed to live. If you do not come, then you will be cut down right here. The black armored leader of the group was wickedly grinning as he spoke. However, the immortal sword sect understood, even if it was hopeless they must not surrender. Even if they complied, the demon religion would have to silence them to ensure that their presence was kept a secret. You bastards! Damn bastards! Let's fight them! Even if we die, we will fight. Then, let's fight them. The young female and male disciples did not surrender and everyone began shouting. The demon religion group frowned. If the other group refused to cooperate, there will be little trouble. After all, they were only at stage 5 of spirit novice realm. Seems like you do not know when there is a great offer in front of you. The black armored leader lifted his tiger blade and slashed through the air as a warning. Senior Mu of Immortal Sword Sect, seeing this, could not bear it. Fight! Right after he uttered these words, he dashed towards the black armored leader and clashed swords with him. Kill! Senior Mu was being overpowered, his spiritual force was overwhelmed and the enemy's spiritual force burst through his defenses. Senior Mu could not support the spiritual force in his sword. Senior Mu was forcefully sent back as one of his arms were cut off. Senior Mu was weakened by the black dome, how could his strength compare to his opponent? Senior Mu! The other disciples prepared to charge forward and aimed their swords at the black armored leader. Anyone who dares challenge me will be punished. The black armored leader brutally roared. Everyone was shocked to their wits. After seeing the hot-blooded youth, the revolt in the hearts of the sword sect immediately died down. They still had a fierce fire in their eyes, but they were unwilling to retaliate against the demon religion group. There were many powerful disciples here, but under the Black Dome's effect, the Immortal Sword Sect disciples were under a disadvantage. They were now only slightly higher than the average stage of cultivation. How could they resist these professionals? The Immortal Sword sect disciples began to feel despair. A lot of people did not know whether to follow or resist. Crack! Just then, a sound came from near the outer black dome. Very loud. Everyone turned to look at the source of the sound. They saw a plain cultivator, carrying a sword hilt, step out from the woods. Su Yun's eyes carefully observed the black armored leader, and quietly walked towards the black dome. The young man gave a very solemn performance. No surprise, no sorrow, and no joy. He seemed to have only one goal. He was flanking the demon religion group. I am a spiritual cultivator. Oh, more prey? Low strength too, ha. One more is one more. Pretty good, right? The black armored leader laughed loudly, then shouted, "Lackeys, go bring him to the Immortal Sword sect disciples. Also, take care of the Immortal Sword sect disciples. If he or them resist, just kill them." Yes. Then, 7 members of the demon religion group attacked. You, do not come near me," a trembling female disciple said as she looked at the black armored disciples moved closer. Fucking bitch. You want to flee? I will make sure you die. The black armored leader grabbed a female disciple and evilly smiled. Let her go. A male disciple roared as he attacked. However, right at the next second, the black armored leader kicked the disciple to the ground. The disciple struggled to get up and coughed up blood. A group of useless cultivators dare resist us? This black dome allows us to use our full strength while you guys are greatly weakened. It was designed by the head. It is stupid to think you could beat us right now, the black armored leader said disdainfully. Then he pulled the female disciple clumsily out of the smaller black dome. It was chaos. The other lackeys confronted Su Yun. Hey brat! Quickly come here or uncle will kill you. A lackey equipped with a large hammer while shouting directly at Su Yun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 13. Chapter 13, I am called Sword God. Su Yun turned a deaf ear to the lackey's shouts. Instead, he accelerated his pace and closed in on the south side of the black dome. How dare you ignore uncle? Are you tired of living? I will now cut off your legs. The lackey was furious. He summoned up his spirit chi and rushed towards Su Yun. He was fast and angry. Su Yun's pace abruptly stopped and took a deep breath. Then he lifted his hands and thrust his rusted sword towards the outer black dome. As the sword came in contact with the outer black dome, countless spirit energy ripples through the dome. Then, an amazing scene emerged. After gazing at the rusted sword, it actually managed to pierce through the outer black dome. Then, the entire outer and inner dome fragmented. The absorbed spirit chi poured out, like a ruptured tank. The Immortal Sword sect disciples were flabbergasted as they watched the scene. The spiritual force was immediately absorbed back into the Immortal Sword sect disciples and they regained their former strength. What? The black armored leader eyes opened wide and his heart filled with panic. The situation has completely changed. What is this? The black dome is now broken. Boy! Who are you? The black armored senior screamed. This black dome although was not perfect, but it was not magic. It was a spirit array technique, so it should not have been this easy to break. Song Yu was still stunned of the black dome's demise. For this mission, although he did not know much about the spirit array technique, even if it was a low-level technique, the head of the sect had set it up. Kill him for me. Lackeys, kill him. The black armored leader was consumed by rage as he roared. But right at the next second, he was surrounded by Immortal Sword sect disciples. The black armored leader was shocked and quickly tried to retreat. After rolling away to dodge the incoming sword strikes, he began to see countless Immortal Sword Sect disciples moving to assault him. The Black Dome took many of the Immortal Sword Sect spirit chi and lowered them many stages. However, now that the dome was destroyed, and the disciples regained most of their former spirit chi, what was there to fear with over 20 different disciples? Kill the gang of thieves. Take revenge for Brother Lu and Yumu. A disciple of the Immortal Sword Sect shouted. Kill. Everyone shouted. The black-armored leader face paled as he saw the situation completely change. He quickly shouted, withdraw. The wicked group hurried to flee, but did not go far, before the disciples of the Immortal Sword Sect caught up. Except for the black-armored leader, every other member of wicked group was decapitated. The situation had completely reversed. The Immortal Sword Sect disciples escorted back the black-armored leader. Bring him back and sacrifice him for fellow Lu. Let him kneel in front of Brother Lu's corpse. Cut off his head. The Immortal Sword Sect disciples clamored. The black-armored leader was now utterly terrified to the point that he smelled of urine now. He begged for mercy, but it had no effect. The black-armored leader had humiliated the Immortal Sword disciples, so why would he have mercy? A disciple raised his sword and the tip pointed at the black-armored leader's neck. He was ready to decapitate the black-armored leader. Let us not hurry to kill this guy. Killing him now would be useless. The nearby Suyun, analyzing the situation, decided to speak up. The people focused on the Suyun. After the Immortal Sword Sect disciples heard this, they looked at Su Yun and decided to stop their actions for now. I thank you, Senior. If Senior did not manage to get rid of the Black Dome, I am afraid that everyone here would have already died to the demon religion sect. Many of the Immortal Sword disciples came over to thank Su Yun. Do not mention it. It is a small matter. Everyone would have done the same. I heard your plight and I happened to pass by. How could I not help you guys? Su Yun said. A saint. The words made many of the disciples' hearts warm. Many of the disciples now had a very good impression of Su Yun. What a chivalrous heart. I need to make you my role model. Do not call me that, for I have still not entered the spirit intermediate realm yet. Just call me Sword God. Su Yun lied. Still haven't entered the spirit intermediate realm? Everyone was taken aback. With only a cultivation of spirit novice realm, he still dared to travel alone in the Crescent Valley. Isn't this just courting death? However, after observing Su Yun easily breaking the Black Dome, Su Yun was not normal. No one here would dare to look down on him. Why? Why should we just not kill him? They are murderer. Before the elder disciple of the immortal could speak, a female disciple interrupted as she looked at Su Yun. Yes, he should be hacked into piece. 1,000 piece. This bastard, we do not even know how many people he murdered. The disciples clamored. They were filled with resentment for the black-armored leader. The black-armored leader trembled as he stayed kneeling on the ground. Su Yun nodded. You say you guys want revenge, but if just kill him, you will cut off all leads. The demon religion sect is hidden in the Crescent Valley. Without him, how would you guys find it? Leave him alive, so after you notify your immortal sword sect, you can obtain revenge for your comrades. We cannot let this demon religion sect to continue to exist in this world. We have to cut off all its roots. Brother is right. We should immediately notify the elders in our faction of what happened today. Let's quickly leave the Crescent Valley and return to our sect now. Brother Mu also needs treatment. Let's hurry back. Move. Disciples yelled. They made their decision. They did not want to stay in this haunting place for one more moment. After Su Yun heard this, he quickly said, Wait. Brother, what do you need? Disciple Mu asked. If you leave now, we would be exposed. Exposed? Yes. Suyun nodded and continued, these dead bunch of thieves will be found out later. Once the head inspects the area, I'm afraid that by the time the Immortal Sword Sect elders arrive back, the Demon Religion Sect will have already left the Crescent Valley. Once they leave, they threaten the entire continent. After his remark, everyone began to think. What brother said was right. Brothers and sisters, we cannot just go. Just then, the female disciple with reddened cheeks from before glanced at Suyun. She agreed with what he said. But if we don't go, how can we wipe out the Demon Religion Sect? We cannot accomplish this. Since Big Brother thought about this, he must have a plan, right? A plan? In fact, it is very simple. Some disciples just need to blend in with the Demon Religion Sect and infiltrate it. Then they can destroy it within. The rest can return back to the sect. Blend in with the Demon Religion Sect? Everyone was shocked. Is this not just courting death? We will not die. Suyun glanced at the senior disciples of the Immortal Sword Sect and was surprised to find he raised his eyes. A few of the disciples lined with the wounded brother and some others made the other line. Mu brother, I heard that you guys have sword techniques called Sword Shadow, which with the help of applying spiritual force on the surface of the body, it will act as camouflage. Right? Brother Mu was shocked. No one is supposed to know about this technique outside of Immortal Sword Sect. How did you get this knowledge? Haha, I have friends in the Immortal Sword Sect. Suyun laughed as he thought of his past. After Brother Mu heard this, his concern disappeared. Then he said, we are Immortal Sword disciples, so we naturally learn Sword Shadow. Very good. Suyun nodded. Then he continued, we will use this techniques to disguise ourselves and teach the Demon Religion Sect a lesson. These poor skills will be easily discovered by their leader. Impossible. Impossible. Brother Mu shook his head hastily. These evildoers, although they might be stronger than me, but they are only at spirit intermediate realm. They should be taught a lesson. We will mix in with the masters, so we won't be seen through. Brother Mu, rest assured. But, Brother Mu, do you forget the principles of the Immortal Sword Sect? This is for the benefit of the common people. It will benefit the people. Furthermore, once we successfully destroy the Demon Religion Sect, there will be many rewards waiting inside. There must be many powerful techniques and only fear is holding us back. You want fame, but are afraid to go out in the world. Suyun said. Hearing this, Brother Mu relented. Common people? What benefits for the common people? He did not care. He cares about the opportunities for himself and the practitioners. He cared about the sect. This was an opportunity that every practitioner cherished, even if there are risks. Fine. I will agree with this method. Finally, Brother Mu had made his decision. Suyun nodded his head, you inform your people, since you are injured. Except for me, select 7 other people to come with me and teach the head of the Demon Religion Sect a lesson. Bring the leader to lead us there. The murderer should be killed. Brother Mu said as his eyes filled with distrust. As he remembered the excruciating pain in his arm, his eyes passed over to the enemy with killing intent. But not now. After Suyun finished, he began to walk towards the black-armored leader. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 14. Chapter 14, A Genuine Righteous Individual. The black-armored leader of Spirit Intermediate Realm Spirit Chi was sealed. Suyun began to drag him aside. Do you want to live? I want. I beg you, please spare my life. The black-armored leader grabbed the rope binding him and whined. I can allow you to live, but I am willing to lead the way. I will lead you to the demon religion sect. The black armored leader did not wait for Soo-Yun to finish and tried to guess the meaning of the words. But right at the next second, Soo-Yun gave him a quick kick. While Soo-Yun was stepping on the black armored leader, he whispered, "Lead us. This is what you have to do, but you also have to answer me honestly for what I am about to ask. Please, please ask." The face of the black armored leader anxiously shouted without any hesitation. After Soo-Yun heard this, he whispered, "Heavenly crystal, is in whose hands?" Heave, heavenly crystal? Yes. The heavenly crystal is in whose hands? Soo-Yun hissed as he pulled out his rusted blade against the black armored leader's forehead. The black armored leader was terrified. He fumbled on his next words. It is in the hands of the headmaster. The headmaster has it? Soo-Yun asked. Yes. When is it out of his sight? This, I do not know. Pierce. The rusted sword pierced into the black armored leader's forehead a little. It started to bleed. The pain was obvious. The black armored leader dared not to move. Once he moved, he would get stabbed and could only cry out in pain. The Immortal Sword sect disciples were confused of what was happening. You really do not know? Soo-Yun asked one more time. Little one, I really do not know, uncle, I beg you to spare me. The black armored leader cried out. He was close to fainting. Suddenly, the black armored leader had a thought and quickly said, I know. I think that sometimes the leader may not wear it at that time. For sure he does not wear. When? Soo-Yun asked. When he is with his wife. Oh. That will be night, right? Not necessarily, the headmaster and his wife, usually in the morning. A good atmosphere at that time. Soo-Yun thought for a moment, then put away his sword and turned towards the Immortal Sword sect disciples. What did you try to force out of him? Senior Mu suspiciously asked. I asked about some rules of his murderous demon religion sect. Sneaking into the gang of thieves with some knowledge will further prevent from anyone exposing us. Soo-Yun laughed. Big brother is very careful. The female disciples called Mu Chung laughed. Well, everybody. Take the clothes from the individuals that died. We will need them to camouflage ourselves to infiltrate the demon religion sect. Everyone else who is not coming, please return to the Immortal Sword sect and notify them. Oh, yes, they should be prepared, tell them to prepare ultimate pole technique. Although this technique may not play a big role in the morning raid, be sure to make them prepare this technique in the morning, so it will be easy to kill the wicked headmaster of the demon religion sect. This will increase the chance of winning greatly. Ha! How do you know that? The culprit here said it. The senior disciple Mu glanced at the black armored leader lying on the floor and nodded his head, understood. Well, let's split up. Are you coming with us, fellow sword god? Of course, this is a crime, so it's my duty. How can I just ignore this? Big brother is righteous. Everyone exclaimed. Following the road out of Crescent Valley would take the Immortal Sword sect disciples 2 days on Spirit Stallion. The Immortal Sword sect relied on themselves, so they walked here. Therefore, even if they had powerful sword and movement techniques, it would take some time to return to the Immortal Sword sect. Nonetheless, after they notified the headmaster, he would be able to arrive instantly. Therefore, everyone just stayed here for a moment before leaving. Surprisingly, Senior Mu decided to stay. According to him, everyone of the demon religion sect had done many irreversible wicked deeds. He still was suspicious that Soo-Yun would give up and just return say he exterminated everyone. Therefore, it would be more satisfying to watch and see what happens. However, everyone knew, Senior Mu just wanted some action during this raid. It was a great opportunity for martial contribution and promotion to elite disciples. With his arm cut off, Maybe he would be allowed for promotion as he contributed something? After the other left, there were only Zhang Long, Bai Xiaofei, Zhang Dechang, Li Xianjian, Lu Ronghua, Senior Mu, and Chang Mu. These were all inner sect disciples who were strong and had courage. Although this time was a chance of getting many rewards, but they still had to be careful of their lives. No one wanted to go first, since there were only going to be a few people. After they prepared the shadow sword technique, they were ready. Su Yun greeted the crowd and then led the black-armored leader with the group towards the demon religion sect. Everyone be careful. Keep a careful eye on this guy. He is very crafty and he is familiar with here. We cannot let him escape. Otherwise, our lives will be on the line. Senior Mu spoke weakly. Understood. Zhang Long and Bai Xiaofei nodded as they were near Senior Mu. Senior Mu, are you alright? The female disciple Mu Chang asked worryingly. I am fine. As long as I can survive this day, then the demon religion will be wiped out. Senior struggled to say. Upon seeing this, the others remained silent. This was life or death. If they managed to succeed, these immortal sword disciples would reap great benefits, gain fame and fortune. However, if they died, all was lost. Therefore, everyone remained very cautious. Soon, the black-armored leader led the crowd through a hazy fog area. As they walked through the Crescent Valley's unique marshes, they finally came to the depths of the Crescent Valley. The demon religious sect. Dear uncle, this is the demon religious sect. The black-armored leader terrifyingly said. Everyone looked ahead. The city was very impressive, deep in the valley. There was a large imposing building at the center and it was surrounded by a wide variety of other buildings. It was a magnificent sight. However, it was still a sect. There was a formation around the entire sect and it was evident that it was enchanted. If something were to happen, the disciples inside would be immediately alerted. The Immortal Sword sect disciples were all surprised. It looks like the demon religion sect is not as simple as it seems. But compared to our Immortal Sword sect, it is still far worse. Bai Xiaofei disdainfully said. Black-armored leader said that if we do not return within a day, we will arouse suspicion, so we better hurry up. Senior Mu spoke up. Everyone nodded and prepared to enter. Wait a moment. Then, suddenly, Su Yun shouted. Everyone raised their eyebrows and asked, What? Su Yun suddenly pulled out his rusted sword and quickly stabbed through the black-armored leader's heart. The black-armored leader was completely caught off guard and instantly died as the sword pierced through his heart. He fell twitching on the ground. Everyone was stunned as their heart was caught off guard, but they soon recovered. Everyone understood Su Yun's actions. If they let the black-armored leader come with them, they could easily be exposed. But they still did not feel bad for the black-armored leader. There were already 7 Immortal Sword sect disciples in Su Yun. The group of thieves only had 8 people, so if they brought more people, demon religion sect would become suspicious. It seemed the Su Yun never intended to let the black-armored leader live. After the black-armored leader died, Su Yun allowed everyone to put on the clothes of the people of the demon religion sect. Then, they made sure to use the shadow sword technique for camouflage. Finally, Su Yun led them into the demon religion sect. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 15. Chapter 15, Are you going to block me? The inner demon religion hunting halls. Hey, I said, how did you guys come back empty-handed? Where is the prey? A huge one-eyed sturdy guy clutching a bottle of wine while looking at the shaking black-armored leader, loudly asked. Those bastards resisted to the bitter end. They would rather die than come with us. Their side had more people, so we could not afford to hold back. In the end, they had to be exterminated. The black-armored leader said as he sighed. All slaughtered? The one-eyed man asked while he disdainfully looked at the black-armored leader's eyes with disdain. No wonder the injuries you guys received were not light. However, you failed to even capture one person. You guys are trash. What are you fucking saying? The black-armored leader, TL, going to just use Su Yun, since it is too much of a hassle and confusing to writing out black-armored leader, angrily said. What? You want to fight me? The one-eyed man's voice rose an octave as he stared down at Su Yun. Su Yun glanced at the man's appearance and then quickly turned and left. Just a pathetic coward. The one-eyed man said as he smiled. Because of the injuries he suffered, Su Yun specially requested to have a rest for 2 days. This will allow him to recuperate from his wounds in the cultivation room. Thankfully, it was approved. The Immortal Sword disciples must have already informed of the event to the elders. Therefore, Su Yun was very content right now. Since it was the recuperation room, then it was naturally safe. He could just wait for the reinforcements. Nonetheless, Su Yun could not afford to just wait. During the second morning he went to the cultivation room. Then he went towards the headmaster's area. The demon religion sect taught thousands of disciples, and like other sects, they were very strict. Only those close to the headmaster could get close to him. Su Yun would of course not be allowed. Black Stone Wolf? What are you doing here? A 4th stage spirit soul disciple, TL, 4th realm, 3 realms more than Su Yun, guard frowned as he went to intercept Su Yun. I have something important to discuss with headmaster. I beg you to inform him. Something important? The guard looked alert. What is important? Pass it to me so I can inform the headmaster. The sect is at stake, so I must personally inform headmaster. Quickly move out of the way. If you delay this and the leader blames you, you dare take the risk? Su Yun asked seriously. The guard's face flickered with traces of anger, because how could his junior speak like this to him? His heart was furious and extremely unhappy. He shouted, the headmaster does not have time for you. Get out. Fine. Su Yun replied. Su Yun could not help but sneer, when the situation becomes serious and the sect is threatened. Do not blame me for informing him that you did not let me give him crucial information. Then Su Yun just turned and walked away. After the guard heard this, one with a pale face hesitated and then shouted, wait. Su Yun stopped. What? The guard looked nervous and said, the headmaster is busy, so if you go in. I'm afraid that the headmaster would become furious. Su Yun only shook his head and said, you do not have to worry about these things, for the headmaster will not get angry. However, if the headmaster become upset, I will take all the blame. After hearing this, the guard pondered for a moment, then nodded, just go then. Su Yun confidently walked forward. The headmaster's cultivation place gave a powerful aura. Firstly, to enter the area, there was a paved silver path decorated with emeralds. There were 3 large formation patterns that one had to cross to enter the spirit lake. This was the only way to arrive at the cultivation room of the headmaster, which was basically a palace. The demon religion sect was really rich. After committing countless murders over the past years, they managed to plunder a massive amount of treasure. Since the demon religion disciples just took all of their victims' treasures, the sect was filled with all kinds of riches. Nonetheless, the temptation of the crescent moon fruit and heavenly crystal still attracted countless disciples to rush into the valley. Su Yun did not actually go near the cultivation field, but he decided to observe the surrounding area. If he went too near to the cultivation field, he feared that he would be detected by the headmaster. To increase his chance of staying hidden, Su Yun covered his body with more camouflage powder. After a stick of incense, Su Yun quickly left the headmaster's cultivation area. When he approached the guard, Su Yun did not forget to stop. On headmaster's order, you shall not mention this meeting to anyone, or you will be eliminated. Understand? Seeing the serious expression on Su Yun, the guard nodded his head. I understand. Very good. Su Yun patted the guard's shoulder and turned to leave. After leaving the headmaster's area, his mission still did not end. This was necessary to allow his plan to move forward. As long as he got results as planned, he will not get wet. There won't be problems. As he remained disguised, Su Yun wandered throughout the sect, even if many places were restricted. He spent the other half of the day, and almost finished exploring the entire sect. At dusk, he returned to Black Armored Leader's residence and waited inside. This shabby room was filled with a strange stinky smell, but Su Yun did not really are. As he jumped onto the bed, he began to cultivate the spirit chi inside his body to speed up his progression. Then, using the sword, he began to practice a sword technique. The basic sword technique was built on drawing out the inner spirit chi from deep inside the body. Then, it would be released to form spirit sword chi. Although, it was very weak in its primitive state. Although it was the limitless sword art, it was still not easy to practice. Any 4 of the swords would require a huge amount of spirit chi to break through. For the first sword, once the stage was broken through, the person would be able to control 100 swords to fly. To break through the sword arts, one would need to obtain profound insights in spirit sword chi. Spirit chi was very powerful if used properly. To control it properly, the spiritual links inside the body must be honed and be allowed to connect to one's inner core area for spirit chi. To convert the spirit chi to spirit sword chi would be the most crucial. Su Yun raised his hands, directing the spirit chi of his body, so that it converged on his palm. His spirit chi began to pour out, gathering into his palm and formed into a bright blue ball. It was mesmerizing to watch. Su Yun was stunned by the sight as he stared at the spirit sphere he formed from his spirit chi. Then he tried to manipulate it. While gradually twisting the ball, and after a moment, he managed to separate it into different wisps. Then the wisps began to transform into a thin layer of film that lightly covered Su Yun's palm. However, the coverage was not uniform, since in some places it was more and some it was less. The reason for this was Su Yun's cultivation realm was not really high enough for this type of manipulation. Although Su Yun had the memories, learning capability, and the ability, he was still only at novice realm 6-stage cultivation. He still needed to practice hard. Su Yun did not sleep that night and practiced until next morning. At dawn, he stopped practicing, so that he could fetch some food. He ate a lot to recuperate and glanced outside of his window. Then he quickly left. After about half an hour later, there was a knock on the door. Black Stone Wolf. Black Stone Wolf, are you there? Disguised as the demon religion sect, disciple Zheng Dejiang was outside of the door. After calculating the time, Su Yun was afraid those disciples who returned to Immortal Sword Sect would rush here immediately after they were informed of the matter. All the disguised disciples stayed in Brother Mu's room. They just waited for the arrival of the experts to collaborate to destroy the demon religion sect. Zheng Dejiang and his comrades wanted to notify Su Yun, but after knocking on the door for a long time, there was no reaction. Zheng Dejiang was frantic. Did something happen to Sword God? Noisy, noisy, noisy. Why so noisy? Blackstone Wolf already left early in the morning, so why are you knocking on the door? Can't you allow me to just sleep? Just then, the room next to the other congregation exploded in uproar. Gone? After Zheng Dejiang heard this, he immediately froze up. At that moment, a light sound of a sword was rippling across the sky. After, the sound traveled and went straight to the skies of the demon religion sect. I never thought that Deep of the Crescent Valley was in possession of such a harmful sect. Good. Today, I, Hurricane Blade, will punish you. The sound rippling through the air came from 4 different sources. The 4 Immortal Sword Sect Elders. Zheng Dejiang stared blankly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 16. Chapter 16, The Heavenly Crystal. Zhang Dejiang dashed into his fellow disciples' room and shouted, "The 4 Hurricane Elders! Brothers, it's the 4 Hurricane Elders!" As the 4 Hurricane Elders descended, a loud sound of swords seemed to fill the sky. The silent demon religion sect exploded in activity. All of the sect equipped their weapons and clumsily left their practice areas in an extremely embarrassed manner. As one gazed upon the sky, there were nearly 100 people on soaring swords. These people were all richly dressed in elaborate armor, with sword chi wrapping around their entire bodies. They proudly overlooked the valley like a fairy. The light shined on them and made them appear awe-inspiring to the disciples down below. The demon religion sect became terrified. "There is a situation. Quick, activate the enchantment. Alert! Get ready to meet the enemy. Alert the headmaster." People of the demon religion sect began yell frantically. Hidden in the shadows, Suyun gazed the sky and silently whispered, "Is this the power of sword arts? Those sword arts and the limitless sword arts are worlds apart. These techniques only require the transmission of sword chi around the body to produce the soaring swords. They only mastered the tip of the sword arts. This is their so-called sword arts. Compared to limitless sword arts, their techniques are nothing but child's play." After Suyun heard this in his mind, he remained silent and turned to leave. Soon, the demon religion sect began to activate a variety of enchantments. A large number of powerful light wrapped around the buildings of the demon religion sect. Humph, insignificant bugs. In the sky, a man with long white hair fluttering in the wind sneered. Then, his hand began to be wrapped by sword chi and slashed towards the spirit formation surrounding the buildings. Crash! Boom! With only a bare-handed attack, he sent a gigantic crescent sword chi into the formation. The extreme sword chi, like a machete, went straight towards the formation. Instantly, the formation shattered and the crescent sword chi kept on going. Finally, it smashed into the ground and formed a large crater. True power. Everyone who saw this event only had those 2 words in their minds. This move caused the morale of the demon religion sect to plummet drastically. At that moment, within the demon religion headmaster area. Horrible. A big problem. Headmaster, there is a big problem. A figure rushed inside the headmaster main room in panic. Inside, a male and female could only stop their current lovemaking and look at the man that just charged in. An extremely overweight individual with an oversized head and large ears turned to face the man. A beautiful young woman climbed off his body. Both were naked, but they turned to face the individual that just rushed in. They did not really seem shy, and only the young female covered herself up with some bed sheets. Magnificent sword master. The demon religion sect headmaster frowned and looked at the pale individual to ask, "Why are you so terrified?" "Headmaster, outside, there is countless experts, you have to look. The situation outside is hopeless." The man sweated bullets as he said this. The panic was evident in his eyes. "Useless. With only a few experts, what are you so afraid of? Quickly round up everyone and prepare to engage the enemy. Let's see who is so bold enough to dare come here to fight my sect." The headmaster disdainfully sneered and put on his clothes. He headed directly towards the commotion near the practice grounds. The messenger just lowered his head and remained in the room. Only after the headmaster left, he raised his head. The panic-stricken face he had was immediately wiped away from his face. With his quick eyes, he quickly began to inspect the headmaster's room. This room was not much better than the main halls of the palace. Nonetheless, it was still covered with brilliant golden paint, powerful columns, and a large bed, which was nearly 5 meters wide. At the moment, the headmaster's wife Zhang Mei remained on top of the bed, and speculated the actions of the young messenger. "Little boy, you are really handsome. Are you new to the sect?" The headmaster's wife lightly chuckled, exposing her white thighs, making temptation inevitable. However, the man did not even seem to hear her words. He went directly to the table beside the bed, but only seemed to be looking for something. Ignored. Her naked body was ignored. The headmaster's wife suddenly became angry. However, this man quickly opened and closed the drawers and removed one item from the treasures he found. It was a small treasure box containing the heavenly crystal. After quickly analyzing the contents, he quickly turned to flee. As the headmaster's wife saw the item, she froze for a moment. Then, with a loud voice, "How dare you remove my husband's heavenly crystal? Are you tired of living?" She never thought that this man would be so bold to steal this treasure in front of her face. Immediately, she disregarded her pride and ripped the bedsheets. She jumped off the bed without any clothes and threw a punch towards the man. Her punch was infused with a rich amount of spiritual power, with the power of 2 steel thorns, stabbing into his body. As her fist closed in on Su Yun, he quickly removed a parchment from his spatial ring and blocked the punch from the female leader using the parchment as a shield. A parchment? The headmaster's wife was shocked. Not waiting for the headmaster's wife's shock response, a bright light emitted from the parchment. Then a hazy image of a pair of old palms extended out of the parchment and collided with the headmaster's wife's palm strike. Boom! 4th palm strike. A resounding noise emitted. A myriad of sword-like spirit strikes instantly spread through the headmaster's wife's entire body. Her entire body was soon filled with wounds. Poochie, TL sound of slashes, if you got a better one, tell me. The headmaster's wife just dropped to the ground and coughed up blood. A large amount of sword wounds began to appear all over her body. It was difficult for her to even get up. Because she saw the disciple's weak cultivation realm, she had underestimated him, resulting in her suffering major wounds and a loss. I did not think that the elders only amounted to this much. Su Yun remained calm, and without even glancing at the headmaster's wife, he turned to leave. Utilizing all his spirit chi to the limit, he crashed out of the side of the window and jumped out. He quickly left. And now, it was time to practice outside. Immortal Sword Sect? I never bothered with you guys. Why do you want to come here and harass me? The pale-faced demon religion sect headmaster looked up in the sky and shouted. You vile person. By relying on the Crescent Valley, you have committed all kinds of vile acts and have become a scourge of the world. The Immortal Sword Sect has determined that this sect must be eradicated from the face of the world. Today, I have found out the vile acts you have done. How can I allow this sect to exist? An elder of the 4 hurricane elders coldly said. Bah! The headmaster spat and quickly laughed out loud. What justice do you have to eradicate the demon religion sect? You are a hypocrite. Do not think that I don't know, that you just want to steal my heavenly crystal. The hurricane elders' faces slightly frowned, but soon returned normal. Then one elder decided that this was enough negotiations and loudly shouted, Kill everyone, do not allow anyone to escape. Yes, sir. The elite faction of the Immortal Sword Sect responded and began to take action. Ha 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 ha, come. Come. This headmaster is not afraid of you. Just in time for me to use ultimate devil fiend art. Become sacrifices for me. Die for me. The headmaster laughed. But this laughing only lasted a moment, before his face suddenly stiffened. He seemed to feel something was off, and he turned and quickly rushed back to his palace. After arriving at his room, he was surprised to find his wife lying on the floor coughing up blood, and the treasure box inside the drawer that held the heavenly crystal had disappeared. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 17. Chapter 17, Fighting and Fleeing. The heavenly crystal had disappeared. In a fit of rage, the headmaster grabbed his wife's hair and roared, "What happened? Where is my heavenly crystal?" "Idiot, that messenger was a fake. He was just preparing to take advantage of you and stole the heavenly crystal." The weak headmaster's wife responded. "How is this possible? He was only a spirit novice disciple. Are you trying to deceive me?" The headmaster could not believe what his wife was saying. His wife's realm was higher than Suyun's by many levels. How could she mistake Suyun's true cultivation level? Although his wife was not almighty, but she should be easily able to overpower a spirit novice disciple. What's more, a man came to his room just to deceive him. How dare he? His wife remained silent. Trash. The furious headmaster just slammed his wife on the ground. As he stood back up, he analyzed the room. His eyes settled on the broken window. "You won't be able to get far." As soon as the headmaster said this, he turned to Suyun's direction. However, just then, countless spirit swords surrounded him and the sounds of sword shrieks filled the room. "Let's see where you can run." One man with one sword single-handedly slaughtered his way to the room. The shrieking sword sounds soon filled the entire room. Damn! The headmaster's eyes became red as he stared at the elder. Without the heavenly crystal, it would be very difficult to deal with a hurricane elder. Despicable! You even dared to steal my heavenly crystal. You are downright shameless. The headmaster coldly shouted. Stolen? The hurricane elder eyebrows creased. Fine. Fine. It doesn't matter if I don't have the heavenly crystal, I will let you experience the power of ultimate devil fiend arts. After he finished speaking, the headmaster went up towards the hurricane elder. At this time, outbursts erupted from the immortal sword sect disciples. Dragon elder arrived. Awesome! The demon religion sect will be eradicated today. The voices continued. All of them were ecstatic. At the moment, in another place in Crescent Valley, a panting Suyun was quickly fleeing. Ha 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 ha, this is really the heavenly crystal. It is really the heavenly crystal. Boy, you just won big. Ha 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 ha. The sword elder bursted into delightful laughter. This one time, I have to give thanks to you for your help. Suyun slowly breathed as he fled down the path. I just helped a little. The most important thing was that you were courageous enough, you were focused in your heart. Otherwise, you would have never accomplished this. The sword elder laughed. I was just really lucky. Suyun began to slow down to take a break. With the arrival of the immortal sect elders and disciples, they completely forced the demon religion sect to focus on them. All the attention was on the confrontation, and with the sword stealth skill, I easily managed to get away. What if you did not get away? Then I would not be able to obtain the heavenly crystal. If he could see through my disguise, then I will immediately flee. Outside, with the help of the immortal sword sect elders, they can protect me and allow me to escape. Then how do you know that the demon religion sect headmaster would go check out the situation, rather than immediately attack you? This is just my analysis of the demon religion sect headmaster. Analysis? Yes. A simple analysis of the demon religion sect headmaster. If the headmaster is truly evil, then he will have habits. One of those habits would be to fight and run. If the heavenly crystal is outside, it would release a powerful aura. The hurricane elders would feel the aura for sure. What do you think the hurricane elders would do? Well, if they could, they would take it, but if the headmaster had it, it would be different. The headmaster will first assess the situation. If he can kill the hurricane elders, he will save the heavenly crystal. If the hurricane elders are just too powerful, then he will directly consume the heavenly crystal. The heavenly crystal emits a majestic aura, which is capable of dominating many other treasure auras, therefore the wicked headmaster will probably choose to put it in a box to conceal it, boy, if he did not place it inside, but kept it with him, what would you do? The Sword Elder asked. Then it is just fate. With the sword fight between the Hurricane Elders and Demon Religion Sect's headmaster, I would not be able to compete for the Heavenly Crystal. Even if a fluke occurred and I succeeded, I'm afraid that I will be chased by disciples from the Immortal Sword Sect and Demon Religion Sect right away. Then why did you even need the Immortal Sword Set elites for? If they did not come, how would I even get the opportunity to obtain this treasure? Not to mention, they will probably eradicate the Demon Religion Sect. After they succeed, no one of the Demon Religion Sect will be out to kill me. I never thought that the world-famous Immortal Sword Sect Elders would be used by a kid like you. I'm not using them, it is just an intersection of interests. They want to destroy the Demon Religion Sect and I want to obtain the Heavenly Crystal. We both win. If your plan did not work, what would you do? A mistake could have costed your life, you know? The plan involved a lot of luck, but even if there is just a 1% chance, I would still give this a try. The Sword Elder was surprised. You are too courageous. Is the Heavenly Crystal even worth your life? If I did not finish this, alive or dead, there would be no difference, but I do not have much time left. Su-Yun's eyes contracted and gazed into the beyond. The Sword Elder silently understood what Su-Yun meant. The Sword Elder's voice was still weak from exhaustion of spirit chi. Although the Sword Elder only stayed outside for a short while, he felt the effects greatly. Boy, I cannot stay out anymore. Take time to learn the limitless sword arts and take care of yourself. The Sword Elder said as he vanished. Senior, take care. After Su-Yun finished, he continued to flee. However, at this time, a voice emitted from the limitless sword arts parchment. Shit. A powerful person is coming. Be careful. Be careful. Powerful? Su-Yun was slightly stunned. He could only then hear the loud crisp sounds coming closer. You despicable person, how dare you just enter the Immortal Sword Sect's excursion? Beg forgiveness and kneel, otherwise I will turn you to ashes. The shout came and a cloaked richly dressed Immortal Sword Sect disciple appeared in the sky above Su-Yun. So fast. Su-Yun was scared to his bones. This guy was one of the so-called Immortal Sword Elders. How could his power overcome this guy's might? The Immortal Sword Sect sent someone? Did you say Heavenly Crystal? Shameless. Is this how they repay me? Su-Yun was furious. Escape? It was completely useless, even with his speed of Spirit Novice Realm. How could he compare to the expert in front of him? Does the Immortal Sword Sect really want the Heavenly Crystal? His opponent just stayed in the sky and grinded his teeth. He just stood and stared at the hands holding the treasure box. Suddenly, an idea came to the Immortal Sword Elder's mind. Since you managed to escape so fast, let me see how good is your power. Su-Yun just frowned and suddenly opened the box. Boy, what are you going to do? The Immortal Sword Sect asked in shock. Since I cannot escape, why not fight back? Su-Yun's voice was filled with regret and killing intent, but he made his final decision. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 18. Chapter 18, A Spirit Novice's Counterattack. In the vast sky above, light was shining on the opponent with fluttering white hair standing on top of a slender white sword. The man was actually a female. Furthermore, she was extremely beautiful. She had a slim stature and ink-like hair that flowed like a waterfall. Her features were exquisite, to almost perfection. She had piercing phoenix-like eyes, soft lips, flawless white cheeks and seemed like a crystal jade. She had a fairy-like holiness emitting from her, like a true noble. If a person could not witness this sight, any person would just say this woman never existed. Like a fresh pale flower and dimming from the sun and the moon every few minutes. Stunning. Whoever looked upon this goddess, you would be consumed with lust and your heart and soul would be taken away. Meanwhile, Suyun took a deep breath. Gotcha. The treasure box containing the heavenly crystal was opened. The amazing atmosphere of the heavenly proliferated out like a fire-like blooming lotus. The wind was blowing Suyun's robes as he cancelled the sword stealth effect on his body. He stopped using his stealth powder. Then, the surrounding spirit chi began to encircle him, covering him like a cocoon. The female immortal, seeing the surrounding aura, began to cover Suyun, instantly scolded from the heavens, "Stop immediately. Otherwise, I will kill you." However, Suyun just turned a deaf ear to her shouts. The exquisite box began to lose its luster as a dark stone suddenly bursted into bright colorful lights. The overpowering aura these stones emitted were overflowing, causing Suyun to become breathless. He could not but step back a few times. As the box was shaking in his hands, he felt that the box could just fly away into the sky. He calmed his nerves, clenched his teeth, and endured the surrounding aura wrapping around him. "Sword Elder, how do I use this?" Suyun asked through his teeth. "Implant it on your chest." Suyun did not hesitate to grab the heavenly crystal. Once the heavenly crystal was in his hands, it felt as it had become a creature. It was violently thrashing, flailing about, like it wanted to escape from Suyun's grasp. He clenched around it with his full force to make sure it could not flee away. Then, slip. The heavenly crystal disappeared. Ah! At the instant that the heavenly crystal touched his chest, it began to rapidly melt like ice. Suyun maintained consciousness and kept his eyes open. Then, in an instant, a dark light rose from Suyun's chest into the sky. It was a grand and magnificent scene, like the sun rising up at dawn. Completely shocking. Suyun was surrounded by rubble levitating around him that seemed to emit an aura of power. The ground beneath his feet was rendered charcoal black. Seeing this, the dignified fairy-like woman just murmured, "Impossible, even if it is just a portion of the heavenly crystal, it contains the power of supreme gods." I did not know that the power it containing was this amazing. Suyun was overflowing with sweat on his face, because this time, he was under a lot of pressure. From the power of the heavenly crystal, his spirit chi broke through many stages. The heavenly crystal remained on his chest as the energy continuously poured out of it. The spirit chi seemed to be endless. His bones, blood vessels, organs, etc. were all enveloped with a mysterious golden gas. Both of his eyes turned golden, as the heavenly crystal on his chest released the spirit chi. It seemed that his body began to accumulate unlimited power. He had been instantly reborn. He shed his cocoon and turned into a butterfly. Power. Suyun could clearly feel the spirit chi coursing through him. Just like a man who ate well and slept well. Agility, strength, aura, spirit sense and spirit chi proficiency increased to an unprecedented height. His spiritual manipulation capabilities had become monstrous. An air surge came over and blew the immortal goddess back a little. The heavenly crystal really is a precious item, but you, a weak person, actually had to use it. However, how can you overcome an immortal? Your poor cultivation cannot resist my great strength. Just give up and surrender it. The immortal did not dare wait. After she finished, the white snow surrounding her began to turn into a sword and suddenly flew towards Suyun. Just as the sword arrived, Suyun dived to dodge. His hair stood up on his body. Suyun stared at the white light and remained speechless. Still stunned, he lifted his rusty sword and with his body covered in spirit chi, and thrusted his sword to the incoming attack. Countless spirit chi energy surged into his sword as he clashed with the blade. Clang! A rusted sword was actually up against the white sword of an immortal. The swords collided. Even though the rusted sword was immersed with spirit chi and became very tough, it still lost to the white sword and instantly disintegrated into a powder. However, the white sword still kept going and went straight to Suyun. Bang! The white sword of the immortal goddess actually lost its fierce overbearing sword chi, as it trembled crazily, but she was forced to step back from the force of the collision. Su-Yun's heart became cold after he saw this. As spirit energy enveloped his hand, he rushed towards the immortal goddess. He was unarmed, but he still rushed forward to deliver a strike aiming for the immortal goddess's head. If this strike hit, then the immortal would surely die with her head cracked open. However, the immortal was frightening fast. When the fist was about to touch her body, she just disappeared. She re-emerged behind Su-Yun. Bang! He instantly used his palm strike, smashing the ground and shaking the surrounding mountains. Rocks flew everywhere. The spirit chi that the fists transmitted to the ground was like the power of a waterfall smashing to the ground. You are so reckless. Seeing Su-Yun's actions, the immortal goddess was furious. He hands-gripped the white sword and whizzed through the air to stab Su-Yun. It was like white lightning. Poochie. The sword pierced through Su-Yun. Blood splattered. Countless spirit sword slashes slowly appeared on Su-Yun. But the mysterious spirit chi that was wrapped around Su-Yun instantly blocked the incoming spirit sword slashes. And Su-Yun did not even feel any pain. Then, Su-Yun abruptly turned and using the deep mysterious spiritual power, he slashed the white sword away from the immortal and his fist landed a blow to the immortal goddess' shoulder. Bang! The immortal goddess was caught off guard and her shoulder took a blow, then again and again until she began to cough up blood. Su-Yun took a deep breath and glanced at his chest wound. He saw that the flesh was broken through, but it was evidently quickly repairing itself. The almighty power of spirit immortals bestowed upon me, no wonder cultivators are addicted to cultivations, the spirit chi of immortals are awe-inspiring. Su-Yun said. It appears I have underestimated the power of the heavenly crystal. As the fairy hissed these words, her eyes narrowed and she began to look serious. With the white sword in her hands, and one eye shut, she violently cursed. Sword for my heart, rise spirit chi, I sacrifice the blood of an immortal, ultimate sky arts. With the words uttered, the surrounding winds of the area suddenly picked up. The sky darkened and rubble began to rise up. A white whirlwind began to wrap around the white sword, as if the wind was attracted to it. Not good. Suddenly, Sword Elder warned. Su-Yun's expression paled as he heard the warning from Sword Elder. New variant sword arts? Su-Yun whispered. The entire Crescent Valley seemed to emit sword aura, as if her spirit sword chi had formed an absolute field. The valley had become her sword domain. The numerous spirit beasts of the valley immediately prostrated themselves to surrender against this indomitable power. The beast did not even think of resisting such power. Boy, make haste. This is pure sword chi. If I was alive, it would be only a pathetic trick. However, you're only a spirit novice disciple, you cannot withstand the power of this move. Quickly escape. Leave. The Sword Elder roared nervously. However, Su-Yun remained still. How wide is this sword chi spreading? This sword chi is surrounding everywhere, I do not think I can escape. The Sword Elder thought he heard wrong, he was stunned. Do you want to give up? Of course not. Su-Yun replied. Suddenly, he did not leave, but was headed in a different direction. He rushed towards the immortal. Boy, what are you doing? The Sword Elder urgently asked. To die. Seeing that the man was not escaping, but actually rushing towards her, the immortal smiled. Then his sword chi enveloped her white sword again and was sent chopping down towards Su-Yun. Boom! Boom! Every slash had enough power to form deep cracks on the ground. This was the true power of spirit immortals. With this technique, she seemed to have enough power to split the entire earth. As the sword chi kept slamming down and covering the whole sky, the sword chi was making Su-Yun tense his body, his skin, veins, and so forth. He was really uncomfortable. You're finished, boy. Finished? You were too arrogant and all will be lost. The Sword Elder said, You are just too arrogant. However, the Sword Elder was surprised that with a few strides, Su-Yun actually instantly appeared in front of the immortal. Not waiting for her reaction, he extended one of his finger and released a bitter jab into the arm of the immortal. The gentle one finger actually produced a mysterious effect. Well, the immortal just shivered again and again. With the white sword still in her hands and the white gas surrounding the valley, she suddenly spit a mouthful of blood from her lips. The sword chi strike that was moving towards Su-Yun suddenly disappeared. What? The Sword Elder was completely dumbfounded. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 19. Chapter 19, 60,000 Spirit Coins. The massive sword chi that emitted the overpowering aura just disappeared without a trace. In the surrounding area, the sword chi that was overflowing before had dissipated. Everything just disappeared, as if it never happened. How can this be? The immortal goddess was shocked and surprised. You actually broke my new variant sword arts. Just who are you? But right at the next second, her stomach ate a punch and her whole body took a step back. Su-Yun did not give an opportunity for her to recover. If you had an advantage, you must win. The immortal was extremely annoyed and ignored the obvious effects of the heavenly herb on her opponent. She was thinking about how despicable Su-Yun was. Immediately, with a hand flick, she clenched the white sword and exerted all her strength. The sword aura swept over the valley again as the sword chi began to fill the valley. Su-Yun remained indifferent and no fear was shown. He already knew the outcome of this useless attempt. Just then, a series of shrill whistling swords began to move towards their location. A blue-robed elder had arrived. He glanced at the situation and saw the conflict. He saw the immortal on the ground and Su-Yun holding a sword. It was the Hurricane Elder. It appeared that he had defeated the headmaster. Without the heavenly crystal, the demon religion sect headmaster was easily dealt with. Su-Yun's heart went cold. He now had to face the immortal and the Hurricane Elder. Even with the help of the heavenly crystal, how could he win this? I must retreat. He made up his mind, turned around and quickly fled. You want to flee? It is not that easy. The Hurricane Elder picked up his speed and quickly followed after Su-Yun with his sword chi shrieking. With the treasure within his grasp, the Hurricane Elder was viciously sending spirit sword chi at Su-Yun. Suddenly, with a sharp turn, Su-Yun turned towards the Hurricane Elder. His body was wrapped with powerful spirit chi from the heavenly crystal. As the spirit sword chi strikes hit his body, Su-Yun just ignored them. Then, he directly aimed at the Hurricane Elder's forehead with his fist. Thunk! The Hurricane Elder never expected that Su-Yun would turn back and attack him. It was too late to dodge. He immediately ate the fist and was sent tumbling backwards. He was slammed against a tree and couldn't stop shaking. The Hurricane Elder was heavily injured. After Su-Yun saw this, he remained calm. The strength of the Hurricane Elder, how could he not avoid a simple palm strike? Su-Yun was just afraid. Although he managed to defeat the leader, he was still heavily injured. Nonetheless, this was an opportunity. Su-Yun eyed the downed elder and leapt with the intent to kill. He reversed his original path and didn't escape. Actually, he rushed towards the Hurricane Elder. He wants to kill him. Far away, the immortal goddess saw Su-Yun's intention and called out. Her heart trembled, because she did not expect that Su-Yun was actually this audacious. The immortal goddess immediately rushed over with the intention to recklessly push this person away from the elder. However, Su-Yun did not evade. After all, there was still a difference in distance. There was no time for the immortal goddess to aid this elder. He could just crush the Hurricane Elder's head and dodge the immortal goddess. The key was just not to get hurt. With the power of the heavenly crystal, as long as he was not fatally injured, he could not die. Suddenly, his chest became hot and instantly the extremely abundant power that leaked like a balloon began to quickly dissipated. Not good, the effects of the heavenly crystal is coming to an end. The Sword Elder exclaimed loudly. The effect is disappearing? Su Yun asked. You can use the heavenly crystal and it is very powerful. However, since your cultivation is bad, it will not last long. It cannot last long. After Su Yun heard this, his face paled. Right now, with the power of the heavenly crystal he could kill the Hurricane Elder, but to kill without it? Did he even have the ability to compete against the immortal goddess? If the effects of the heavenly crystal disappeared, he would die. As Su Yun's mind quickly assessed the situation in lightning speed, he immediately made a decision. Su Yun suddenly turned again and switched the direction of his killing intent. This time, he headed towards the immortal goddess. The immortal goddess' eyes widened in surprise and hesitated to take action. She stopped in her tracks because she did not know how she would defend herself. Then, in the next second, Su Yun seized the opportunity and quickly closed in, turned and fled. The immortal goddesses raised her eyebrows. Despite this, she did not give chase. Instead, she went towards the Hurricane Elder and took 2 medicine pills and gave it to the injured Hurricane Elder. The Hurricane Elder swallowed the pills and his complexion improved a lot. Why did you not chase him? The Hurricane Elder asked as he slowly got up, glancing at the direction of Su Yun's path. When he ingested the heavenly crystal, it was too troublesome to deal with him. We have to wait for the effects of the heavenly crystal to dissipate before we have a chance. Are you able to find him? Yes. The immortal goddess extended her hands in the light and between her fingers, one could see an extremely piece of fine hair. Meanwhile, with the last reserves of the heavenly crystal exhausted, Su Yun fainted in the wilderness. After Su Yun regained consciousness, he felt that he did not even have half of his original strength. He immediately removed food from his spatial ring and ravenously consumed until he was full. He took a full day to recover. The heavenly crystal was very exhausting and one would have to cultivate for 50 days to recover the spirit chi before he could advance to the next realm. Even if it took 100 days, it would not be surprising. This was the cost of using the heavenly crystal. Relating to the heavenly crystal, Su Yun did not fully understand its properties. He only knew that it was a priceless ancient treasure. He sat cross-legged on a flat stone and opened the treasure box. He took the heavenly crystal and carefully inspected it. The heavenly crystal had lost its luster. It was originally a dark color, but now it had become gray. It did not emit any smell and the energy inside seemed to have been all used up. Su Yun could not afford to waste all the days recovering, since he needed to accomplish his objectives. He had obtained the heavenly crystal, so his objective was achieved. Although this trip took much longer than necessary, he still had a big harvest. After finding the nearest town, he purchased another stallion and rushed towards the town of Mirror Lake. He directly went to Sky Sun Auction House. Here, it was still packed with huge crowds. Business was hustling and bustling. Su Yun took a deep breath when it was his turn to submit his task. He opened his spatial ring and rummaged through it to find the crescent moon fruit task. He then submitted the task. Please give me the task cards. The receptionist Li Fei lazily called out. The task card was handed over and the crescent moon fruit was given. After the receptionist Li Fei saw the fruit, his loose face was suddenly startled. In the 10 years that the receptionist worked for the Sky Sun Auction House, he had seen the crescent moon fruit once. The dark and fire-like body was unforgettable. This is? Li Fei took the fruit, stared at it and suddenly snatched Su Yun by the collar and stared. You actually managed to obtain the crescent moon fruit? After Li Fei checked the task cards, he almost shouted the contents out loud. Please just give me the reward. Good, very good. Li Fei suddenly cheered and nodded. He then proceeded to get the reward. But as he left to get the reward, his eyes were still full of disbelief. Li Fei was no cultivator, but in Sky Sun Auction House, there were many spirit cultivators. He felt that Su Yun's level was not very high. Then how could he obtain the crescent moon fruit? This man is so strange, does he have a helper? Li Fei was puzzled. After approximately a few minutes, the spirit currency card was filled with 60,000 spirit coins and was handed to Su Yun. Su Yun confirmed the amount. Correct. Then he ran towards the trading area and began to select materials from a huge pile. Cultivation medicine pellets, divine flower pellet, red sky pellet, crystal jade pellet, holy heart pellet. Forging body drugs, healing body paste, divine dragon drug, defying body powder. 1 core body strengthening practice manual. 1 nature furnace crystal. I need many alchemy materials. I also need these cultivation ingredients. Before the window, Su Yun asked for many ingredients, while a list of the materials was being created. The personnel completing the orders inside were extremely busy. They were constantly looking at the records to find the materials. Many other staff members went inside to help out. The Sky Sun Auction House resources were vast and many of the goods could not be bought elsewhere. Nonetheless, with Su Yun ordering so much ingredients that were relatively rare, the people behind looked dumbfounded. How does a spirit novice disciple has so much money? The people behind conversed with each other quietly. Half an hour later, only 2,000 spirit coins were left from the original 60,000 spirit coins. The spatial ring was now stuffed full of ingredients. Everything was ready. Su Yun quickly left the Sky Sun Auction House. He mounted on the stallion and rode home at full speed to the Su family's territory. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 20. Chapter 20, Mighty Young Master. Even before his rebirth, Su Yun did not manage to have a high cultivation level, but in order to determine why his cultivation progress stagnated, he scoured the continents, conversed with many people and experienced a lot. He especially talked with cultivators of the demon continent to search for devil techniques that he could use. Therefore, he was more open to ideas and opinions, making him much more mature than most people. Su Yun returned home 2 days later to finish some matters. Since the stable owner's stallion disappeared, he could only request that he compensate the owner with his horse that he bought from Mirror Lake Town. Luckily, since the stallion was able-bodied and had well-developed limbs, the stable owner was naturally very satisfied and did not even ask Su Yun for more compensation for the expired contract of borrowing the stallion that disappeared. After the matters were dealt with, Su Yun turned back to the direction of his cabin in the woods. In another month, there would be a tournament being held within the family. I heard that every major family has already prepared for it. You need to practice hard. Do you think you can achieve a high rank in the tournament? Are you sure you don't want to wait 3 more years? At the rural streets, a considerable middle-aged woman crossed her hands, facing a young man as she scolded. The man bowed in silence as the woman's remarks became more and more fierce. Son, you don't have to care what this young woman says to you. Look at everyone else's children, not one is low cultivation? I heard that as long as you get into the top 200 ranking for the tournament, father will be proud. If you stay at home, never going to the military field for practice, never cultivating and keep going on like this, will you ever amount to anything? Mother, getting into the top 200 rankings is much easier said than done, alright? In every single bout in this tournament, very few guys in our little sect can get in. I heard last time, only 12 people managed to get into the tournaments, and once you get in, you are competing against 7,000 cultivators. Do you really think that your son can stand out amongst all these people? Let alone standing out for family in this tournament, I am looking for death if I participate. This is useless. The young man said with a bitter face. After the middle-aged woman heard this, she suddenly angrily roared, "Son, you don't want to participate in this tournament? This is your only chance, the only chance our family has, so how can you say such things? Look at the neighbor's son next door, he practiced hard every day in the martial arts field. I heard that he already broke through 7th stage of Spirit Novice Realm and may even break through 8th stage soon. Look at you, still at only 6th stage of Spirit Novice Realm. Why are you so disappointing?" After talking for a while, the mother began to cry. "Mother, it is not the same. Wang Shu saved money in the early years and managed to buy some spirit medicine for cultivating. Using these types of medicine, he managed to progress quickly. Look at me, have you ever given me anything for cultivating? I am already at the peak of 6th stage cultivation realm, but my progress has stagnated no matter how hard I practice. Oh mother, don't think about spirit cultivators anymore. I think that manuscript writing at home is already good enough." After the middle-aged woman heard this, she cried even more fiercely. Suyin slowed down his pace after he heard these words. He could not help that he felt some mixed feelings in his heart. In this world, spiritual talent was indeed extremely important, but it is also essential that external conditions are optimal. Especially during for the key times such as the early cultivation periods or breakthroughs, which required cultivation pellets, various techniques, and so forth. The triannual tournament of the Su family? Su Yun whispered. In the Su family, once an outer sect disciple before the age of 20 breaks through Spirit Intermediate Realm, TL, second realm, after novice, they will have to qualifications to enter the inner sect. If one would not be able to enter within 20 years of age, usually it would become too difficult in the future to progress, so people would just give up. The reason, even if they practice hard, their progress would stagnate, so it would be futile to even attempt to achieve a high cultivation level. This requires a strength test, where once the strength results comes out and it meets the standard, you can enter the inner sect. However, there is one more method, and that is the triannual Su family tournament. Entry range, inner sect and outer sect. No limit for the number of participants in the competition. Competition rewards, substantial reward for ranked members' families, cultivation pellets, and techniques. For exceptional performance, the Su family will provide a teacher for training the practitioner for 3 years. This is the most rewarding, since there are many people who are not in a large sects or families, they will have to rely on books for their cultivation path. This trial and error method will lead to a lot of mistakes. However, with a trained professional at your side, the progress will increase exponentially. Therefore, the tournament will be highly competitive. Additional bonus reward for outer sect disciples, qualified to enter the inner sect of the Su family. Although this was simple, it was a priceless reward for anyone of the outer sect of the Su family. After Su Yun read this, he turned around and headed to the direction of the registration point for the tournament. As he approached the tournament registration, there were a crowd of people, men and women gathered here. However, all were lightly dressed, with no magic weapons and appeared ordinary. The person in charge of the registration was from the inner sect of the Su family, because there were few experts that had the time to do registration. Therefore, they had someone of the inner sect. They had to give a chance for the cultivators of the outer sect, otherwise, there would be riots. Name. The clerk in charge of the registration shouted, without even looking up. Li Feng. Realm. It is Novice Realm, 6th stage. The simple and honest man embarrassed said. The people behind him flashed a hint of disdain on their faces. The clerk did not pay attention, but other disciples from the outer sect gave snickers disdainfully. Li Feng was angry in his heart, but they had higher cultivation than him, so he could only leave in silence and swallow his words. The clerk continued in his manner through the line of people until it was Su Yun's turn. First name. Su Yun. Su Yun? The clerk raised his head and looked at the young man in front of him. Su Yun lightly analyzed the clerk in front of him and suddenly he recognized the familiar face. Su Dahai, you are the intersect clerk for the tournament? Su-Yun suddenly asked. Oh, young Master Su, I still remember you. It is an honor to meet you. The Su intersect disciple sneered as he got up. Su Dahai was about 5 or 6 years older than Su-Yun and had been in charge of the warehouse. His home was extravagant, and during the inventory counting, many grain supplies were not found. Everyone knew that Su Dahai embezzled, but because of the backing of Su Guemu, no one could do anything. However, the original Su Guemu that Su-Yun knew always hated Su-Yun. This was because as Su-Yun investigated the reason for Su Guemu's massive wealth, Su-Yun uncovered and exposed some secrets. These secrets were spread so quickly that even Su Guemu could not keep the situation under control. Su Dahai was the unlucky one, and when Su Guemu's business with him was exposed, he lost everything. He was punished by forced to stay outside in the scorching sun and blowing wind for a few days. I did not expect that the dignified young Su master will actually participate in this competition, but you were driven away from your home. Do you even have the guts to sign up? What? After you ate outside in the slums, did you finally miss the benefits of the intersect of the Su family? Su Dahai shouted this, deliberately letting everyone hear that was within 4 yards. Although Su-Yun was kicked out of the Su family intersect, which was common knowledge to everyone in the intersect and outer sect of the Su family, but few people have seen Su-Yun. After Su Dahai called out, many people began to understand and whispering began to ring at the back. So he is Su-Yun. He is just trash of the Su family? With excellent conditions when he was born, and he only achieved 7th stage of the spirit novice realm. What qualifications does he have? I'm afraid that before he is 20 years old and he might still not be able to step into the spirit intermediate realm. Such a waste. He is nothing but rubbish, which had a good upbringing. If I was in the intersect and enjoyed superior martial arts field, cultivation pellets, and training, I'm certain that I would have broken through the spirit intermediate realm. The main part is, we are not worse than those of the intersect, but our birthplace cannot compare. A myriad of contemptuous voices of mockery rang in the crowd. It seemed that even people outside the Su family despised Su-Yun. Su Dahai's mouth split in a proud smile. Boy, I want you to just leave the Su family altogether. Su Dahai thought. I can still apply, right? Ironically, Su-Yun just continued as if he heard nothing. Of course. Seeing Su-Yun remain calm, Su Dahai just chuckled. He immediately sat back in his position. What? The dignified young Su master even had to sign up for the tournament? I guess you swallowed your humiliation. That is to say, you are not even in the Su family anymore. Are you going to go back? Just when the conversation between Su Dahai and Su-Yun ended, a clear and bright voice was heard. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 21. Chapter 21, Su Dongfeng. Su-Yun turned around to see a handsome disciple walking towards him. The disciple was a handsome playboy with a straight posture. This disciple had white robes, a calm temperament, and an intoxicating smile on his mouth. He was surrounded by female disciples from the outer sect, who were constantly blushing as they looked at him. As Su-Yun saw the incoming disciple, his heart was filled with suspicion. The Su family was vast, so Su-Yun did not know everyone. This young man coming towards him, he had never seen him before. Who are you? Su-Yun asked. Su Dahai quickly stood up and faced Su-Yun as he spoke. You are just worthless. This is the son of the Grand Elder of the main house of the Su family, Su Dongfeng. Make sure you remember this. After saying this, the Su Dahai immediately rushed in front of the approaching young man and apologetically smiled. Su Dongfeng, why have you come here? Su Dongfeng did not respond to Su Dahai's words, but instead inspected Su-Yun. Then, he only shook his head. Only 7th-stage novice realm, even with the intersect, he could not amount to much. Finish the registration. Su Yun turned away and directed Su Dahai. He just ignored Su Dongfang. It seems that Su Yun wasn't interested in Su Dongfang at all. Su Dahai looked at Su Yun and anxiously shouted, "Su Yun, correct your attitude, be careful or you will lose your life." "I am signing up right now. Then I will leave. My time is very valuable, so please hurry up and finish this. Even if I'm not anxious, there are many anxious people behind me. If you continue bullshitting, I will complain to the outer sex elder that you were slowing the process down," Su Yun said in a clear voice. Su Dahai face paled quickly, hesitating a few times and looked at Su Dongfang. Su Dongfang didn't really care, and glanced at Su Dahai, nodded and smiled. At least he has a sense of humor. "Su Dongfang, did you come here for something?" As Su Yun looked over Su Dahai finishing the registration papers, he asked. "Oh, it isn't a big deal. Today, I just wanted to tell you something." "What then?" "I heard you are still pestering little sister Qing-er." Su Dongfang smiled as he asked this. "Pestered?" Su Yun stiffened as his brow furrowed. Su Dongfang's smile remained on his face as he continued, "Your parents doted on Qing-er and Qing-er remembered the love. After your parents left, she always regarded you as the young master, even if your cultivation realm was poor and kicked out from your home. She was gifted, even promoted to the main house, and she still treated you with passion. However, I know this is not her intention. No one is willing to serve the weak, no one is willing to waste time on your unmotivated self. Do you understand? No one is willing? Do you think that Qing-er are doing these things out of gratitude and is just forcing herself?" Su Yun's heart ached with pain as he lightly whispered. "It is not?" Su Dongfang laughed. "When are you going to let her free?" Su Yun stayed silent. Indeed, he did not understand Qing-er. He had no clue why Qing-er cared about him so much. Just paying him back for the gratitude? If this was the case, if she voiced her concerns, then the time she has helped me is enough. If not though, then what is she doing this for? Therefore, I came to find you today. You want me to cut off ties with Qing-er? Something like that. Let me think about this. It appears we all think this, but no one was this blunt. I believe you will not easily agree, since after cutting off ties with Qing-er, you would lose your protection. If you keep relations with Qing-er, you can live a peaceful life at home in the Su family. Su Dongfang laughed loudly. Previously, Su Yun offended many people, so he had to face the repercussions. In fact, many people did not resist with Qing-er entering the main house of the Su family, but everyone knows Qing-er spent a lot of time taking care of Su Yun. Nobody truly cared, since it did not really affect them. So, what do you want? Su Yun asked as he raised his eyebrows. Well, I want to make a bet with you. After Su Dongfang said this, he waved and suddenly a tall young man came from behind him. The young man was about 23 or 4, faux hair, fierce eyes like a wolf, bulging muscles, and an impressive scar crossed his right eye vertically. After the young man saw Su Yun, the aura of the spirit intermediate disciple compared to Su Yun was more than double. It was a tyrannical difference. This is my brother from the inner sect of the Su family, called Su Kuang, and he will participate in this tournament. I heard you like to gamble, so how about I bet with you? If you can beat my brother in a match, then I will give you 50,000 spirit coins. Should you lose to my brother in a match, then I want you to cut off ties with Qing-er and have nothing to do with her anymore, alright? What if I refuse? You only need one more complaint before you are fully kicked out of the Su family. I am just looking at this from Qing-er's point of view. If I did not do so, I would not be this impatient with you cutting ties with Qing-er. Su Dongfang said. He was the son of a grand elder of the Su family, which was not an actual position of power, but he held the power to expel anyone in the Su family he thought was unworthy with a breath. Fine. I accept. Su Yun took the finished registration papers from Su Dahai and said this one sentence. After these words were uttered out, Su Dahai suddenly stood up in shock. Not only him, even many people took a step back. A lot of people were rubbing their ears, thinking they heard wrong. Are you sure? Do you really accept? Su Dongfang asked with a serious look. The way Su Yun calmly agreed even surprised Su Dongfang. Yes. Su Yun began to turn and walk away. You did not even ask about the circumstances if you cannot meet my brother in this tournament? If I cannot not meet you, brother, since you set up this bet, then you will arrange everything. When Su Yun said this, he left the registration square completely. After Su Dongfang heard this, the charming smile remained on his face for a few more minutes. Then his eyes narrowed. It appears that Su Yun is actually a much more mature person than I had originally thought. However, his strength is just too weak, with only a 7th-stage novice realm, only average for the contestants. As Su Kuang stood beside Su Dongfang, said. Su Kuang seemed to be tense and ready to launch a powerful attack as strong as a tiger any time. You cannot say this, because although you are strong, this cannot be taken lightly. No matter what kind of opponent you face, you must use 120% of your strength. Even if it is just little Su Yun, you can never underestimate him, you understand? I want victory. If you cannot give it to me, then you are worthless. I have no use for trash. Yes, sir. Su Kuang said under his breath. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 22. Chapter 22, The Thirst for Power. After returning back to his little cabin in the woods, he closed the door. About Su Dongfang's bet, he really does not have any idea. After all, his objective was not to bother Qing Er. What he wanted was that within 3 years, he could sneak Qing Er away from the Su family, so she did not make the same mistakes in his previous life. However, Su Yun was not willing to just give up the bet in the tournament. If he managed to return to the inner sect of the Su family, he would regain many benefits for cultivating. The situation for the outer sect of the Su family was abysmal. There was basically nothing here. Nonetheless, using different methods to enhance a cultivator's level too quickly was certainly not beneficial in the long run. Su Yun began to remove items from his spatial ring. He took out the spring crystal furnace that he bought from the auction. He placed it in the middle of the cabin and moved the table away. Then, he began arranging the materials from his spatial ring and drew an array around the spring crystal furnace. After it was finished, he began to carefully place the alchemy ingredients inside the spring crystal furnace. After that, he lay down on the floor and took out a small bag of phosphorus powder and carefully spreading it around the spring crystal furnace and inside the array surrounding the furnace. The array. There will be gaps between the strokes drawn on the floor. Since it is inevitable that the lines written on the floor could not be perfect. As the lines were revised, the magical effects of the array will be strengthened. It requires only the basic skills to master assembling an array. Nonetheless, the patterns in the array play a decisive part, which if some of the lines are too large, the array would not enhance the power of the furnace. However, when the lines are perfectly assembled for the array, the large array's power will not only multiply, but it can also give further benefits. Plainly, this array was just for enhancing the power of items or people. Even if it was just the outline, completing it was no simple task. Even an array masters cannot perfectly assemble the patterns in large array formations. Even for 9th level array masters, completely assembling the formations were unheard of. Arrays masters was an extremely popular career in the mainland, because with the various formation techniques, one could produce countless items. For cultivating spirit power, the formation techniques that array masters could create were essential. Therefore, many sects invited powerful array masters to assist them in refining spirit power. Since the requirements of the cultivation level for array masters were very low, Su Yun spent a short time studying the techniques of array masters, so it would help him financially. Although he was not extremely adept at formations, but for basic and tactical formations, he was very skilled. Soo-Yun was especially skilled in assembling the formations, and he was a 7th stage array master in his past life. For assembling the formations, they required a grain-like substance that contained spiritual energy, which made it extremely expensive. The little pouch containing the golden bird phosphorus powder that contained spiritual energy cost about 10,000 spirit coins. After a long time of assembling, the formation for the Black Spirit Fire Core was completed. Soo-Yun immediately activated the formation. Crash! Suddenly, smoke erupted from the furnace. The spirit crystal furnace was soon shrouded in light streams as the formation around it began to activate. The entire shabby cabin in the woods was soon bursting with colorful lights inside. It was really beautiful. The alchemy ingredients would take 7 nights before they were ready and could be taken out of the furnace. Therefore, no time could not be wasted while waiting. Soo-Yun began to take out the cultivation pellets he bought and began to cultivate. With the aid of decent cultivation materials, his cultivation naturally increased by leaps and bounds. After eliminating the illness, his wish to truly begin cultivating was fulfilled. He was like one of those people who were extremely thirsty and had just found a sweet spring water. He began to crazily cultivate and did not take any time to rest. Soo-Yun meditated in the cabin during the day, ingesting and cultivating the cultivation pellets he purchased. Afterwards, Soo-Yun would go to the fields around his cabin and practice the basic of swordsmanship. Today, his spiritual sense surpassed 110. Furthermore, his 7th stage cultivation progressed very quickly. With a talent to practice twice as fast as ordinary people, he could speed through cultivation techniques. However, he did not dare forget his foundation, because although he had a wealth of knowledge inside his head, his body could not keep up. Therefore, he had to lay a solid foundation to obtain long-lasting benefits. Ever since then, the outer sect disciples would see the infamous young master Soo-Yun on the fields surrounding his home practicing sword techniques over and over again that they did not even recognize. Therefore, most disciples just ignored him. Right now, it was most important for Soo-Yun to practice the meaning of the way of the sword. As long as one managed to create the first sword, one could begin practicing the first form of the limitless sword arts. Then he could begin to use the legendary sword hilt. After practicing the past few days hard, he found that his body had changed. The constant meditation and exercising formed a thin layer of spiritual aura around his body, covering his blood vessels and internal organs. His body had begun to strengthen. This was the bottleneck for the breakthrough of the 7th stage of Spirit Novice Realm. It was a sign that he was close to the 8th stage. Soo-Yun was overjoyed. His spiritual sense had increased to 190 now. His ability to recover spiritual power was increased further. Nonetheless, he did not dare relax. He began to focus on practicing harder, and his body continued to strengthen as well as his soul's spirit aura. 10 days later, the first batch of the alchemy medicine came out of the spring crystal furnace. The intoxicating aroma even aroused Soo-Yun's heart. After deactivating the furnace, he pulled out the 6 different color bead from inside the furnace. Divine 5 Life Bead, Grand Meridian Activation Bead, Live Flame Bead, Scarlet Heart Bead, Violet Marrow Bead, Divine Spirit Ink Bead. Only the elite disciples of various sects could even hope to understand the production of these extremely rare medicine. But to truly understand the production of these priceless medicine, they would have to mingle with elites of the elites. Divine 5 Life Bead. To obtain the benefits of the beads, one would have to ingest this to be able to absorb the benefits of the other beads created. The Divine 5 Life Bead must be thoroughly cultivated, so that the effects did not dissipate. Grand Meridian Activation Bead opened the veins, which allowed creation of higher amounts of spiritual aura. The Live Flame Bead further enhanced the blood vessels by stretching them, allowing higher blood flow, which was particularly important. The Scarlet Heart helped calm the mind and body down, to cultivate the beads effectively. The violet marrow bead enhanced the body physically and increased the space in the body for absorption. Finally, the Divine Spirit ink bead was the most important of the 6. The Divine Spirit ink bead played the finishing touches. It not only increased the soul, which allowed him to absorb more spirit power, but it also enhanced the strength of his blood, bones, tendons and internal organs. Furthermore, it elevated the effects of the previous 5 beads. Soo-Yun removed the spring crystal furnace from the formation. As he finished preparing to remove more alchemy items from his spatial ring, he changed the array of the Black Spirit Fire Core. After 2 hours of preparation, he managed to change the Black Spirit Fire Core array into the Divine Spirit Meditation array. Next, he assembled the formation. Then he sat back down and began to ingest the beads. Digestion. After digesting the Divine 5 Life Bead, effects began to occur in Soo-Yun's body. Just sitting like this, 7 days had passed. After 7 days, Soo-Yun inspected his body. The spirit power inside his body had become a constant stream and was very abundant. His spiritual sense now had exceeded 200 to 230. This was very alarming, since only at 10th stage cultivation level would one have so high of a spiritual sense. His bone structure had been especially affected, as it had become much more robust after the digestion. Soo-Yun appeared to have been reborn, his eyes now bright and piercing, solid bones inside and lean muscled body. His appearance was completely different from his sickly appearance before. However, the amount ingested was not enough. After finishing digestion, the body returned to equilibrium. As Soo-Yun exercised more, the remaining medicine in his body would be digested and incorporated into his body. This just required exercise. As it turns out, Soo-Yun just had to practice physical techniques to reap the optimal benefits. With the days left, Soo-Yun immersed himself in practicing in cultivation. As for different battle tactics, he deliberately did not try to learn, because he was short on time. One could not practice different battle tactics in so short of a time span. During the competition, it will be up to his physique and spirit power to compete. A month can be a long or short time. Soo-Yun still had 2,000 spirit coins, so Soo-Yun did not have to work. Instead, he immersed himself in practicing his body around the clock and never took a break. For people that are really hungry, they are willing to do anything to obtain food. Yet, the thirst for power, but being incapable to change, when given the chance, the person will practice like mad. Soon, the tournament of the Su family for the inner and outer sect would officially begin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 23. Chapter 23, Tournament Selection. At noon, the next day. The sun was high up in the sky. Soo-Yun had cleaned up the formation he created and moved the spring crystal furnace back inside his spatial ring. He put on some clean clothes and headed out the door. Along the bronze roadway, one could see many family households and their disciples walking together. These young disciples of the outer sect were dressed cleanly, many of their swords were either being gripped in their hands or in their respective hilts. Everyone seemed excited. The parents had told their children that the rankings were not important. But who could believe them? Everyone could understand its importance and would fight with everything they had in the tournament. Because parents could not enter, people were beginning to gather outside of the square. The tournament square was only open to those disciples of the Su family. I must not miss my opportunity this time. My talent is poor and I will certainly not break through intermediate spirit realm before 20 years old. Therefore, I pray that I can reach the top 200 ranking. I won't ask for any more, I just want to qualify into the ranking list. I do not want to fail the ancestors. That is why I must be allowed to join the inner sect. I am seeking a good place. Please God. In the square, many people were praying in groups for good fortune. Soo-Yun's eyes began to sweep through the square. As he did, he saw that many people with luxurious clothing were seated outside the stage. Each of these young men and women were equipped with a magical weapon. These people were the inner disciples that would be participating in the tournament. They numbered about 100 people. Although this could be considered few in number, ever since the beginning, these disciples would be guaranteed to fill the top 200 ranks of the tournament. The greatest fear of the outer sect disciples was to encounter an inner sect disciple in the tournament, because they would almost surely lose. Ha! Look, isn't that Su Yun? What did he come here for? Is he also going to participate in the tournament? No way, right? He actually has the guts to participate in this tournament? Wasn't he kicked out of the inner sect and left in the outer sect? What is this guy thinking of doing? He is so shameless. Several male and female disciples were whispering with each other. There was surprise, confusion, contempt and disregard in the eyes that were gazing at Su Yun. However, the disciples began to turn away. Although Su Yun's appearance gave some topic to discuss, they were not really interested in Su Yun. After all, the most important thing was to pay attention to the tournament. Big Brother Su. Just then, a clear and sharp voice sounded near Su Yun's ear. Su Yun turned around and gazed in the direction of the call. He was surprised to find a young man and woman trotting towards him from the plaza. The young man and a woman were dressed in plain clothes, but despite this, they were pretty good looking. Especially the female, with soft skin the color of wheat, dark, ink-black hair that was braided into a ponytail, and a pair of vivid dark eyes. A fair-skinned female that could only be considered a remarkable beauty. As Su Yun saw the two people, his heart was startled. Xinu and Xingyan? These two disciples were from the outer sect of the Su family, and they were brother and sister. In the past, their parents had died, and they became orphans. Su Yun happened to meet them at the time and decided to help them by providing them shelter, since at the time, he was still in the inner sect. That day, the brother and sisters were very lucky to receive some tasks to work at the inner sect, instead of having to suffering, alone, in the outer sect. Unlike the outer sect, the families in the inner sect were not poor, and even though they did not have it easy, they were well paid. However, their luck did not last. Later, Xinu lost a precious spirit hairpin from the treasury, which was said to be a treasure that belonged to one of the female elders. Although an investigation was held to find the culprit of this matter, when they could not determine the culprit, the maidservants of the Su family blamed Xinu. This terrified Xinu and made the chief steward furious. Xingyang tried to beg for forgiveness, but to no avail. When all seemed lost, Su Yun appeared and asked the chief steward to dismiss the charges. At this time, Su Yun had only lost his talent for 3 years, and many people believed he just needed time to regain his ability. Because of this, the chief steward dismissed the charges to avoid offending him. In fact, Su Yun was just helping on the whim, since he was in a good mood at the time. He had just came to cultivate his spirit power at the time and was now even happier that he managed to regain some of his ability. The two siblings were forever grateful to Su Yun. So when they saw him pass the main hall, they decided to say a few words to him. After the time of the incident, his talent never recovered, so it was futile. However, the kindness he had shown them was never forgotten. Su Yun remembered that after he was kicked out of the inner sect, he had not even worked. He only relied on Qing'er's measly allowance to keep him alive, but even her money was limited. When he did not have enough money to eat, Xinu and Xingyang helped him get some food for free. After he completely cut ties off from the Su family, he never saw the two again. Seeing that the cute girl had become beautiful, and the bright boy had become handsome, his heart was thrown into ripples. People that knew to repay favors, were people that was worthy of being called a friends in Su Yun's heart. The girl, Xinu, eagerly ran over and stopped right in front of Su Yun. She gazed at Su Yun with her black eyes and inspected Su Yun from top to bottom. Then a brilliant smile appeared. "Brother Su Yun, are you okay? We were really worried." "Ah? About what? Obviously about the matter of you leaving your home. Well, the thing is, that you went outside to accomplish a task and disappeared for a month. You had just come back yesterday, so I went back to see you. However, the door was locked, and when I knocked on the door no one answered either. Nevertheless, now that I see Brother Suyun is alive and well, so I am relieved. Xin laughed. You worried that I had an accident? Suyun asked. Xin hesitated, not knowing how to answer. Yes, Big Brother Suyun. Although saying this is uncomfortable, we were still really worried about you. The other tall dark-skinned boy, Xingyang, came over and said with a slightly rough voice. Xingyang's voice was very rough, and coupled with his tall dark-skinned figure and thick muscles, it emitted an aura of macho-ness. Xinu was afraid of mentioning that Suyun had been kicked out of the inner sect, for the fear of making Suyun uncomfortable. However, her brother just blurted out the words that came from his head. Xinu was angered to the point that steam was forming around her. Suyun just smiled. That small matter? Haha, no big deal, so you don't have to worry about it. After Xinu saw this, she immediately decided to change the subject. Brother Suyun, do you also intend to participate in the tournament? Correct. But you are only Spirit Novice Realm 6th stage, right? Xinu asked this cautiously. Ah, yes. Big Brother Suyun, with only 6th stage cultivation, if you participate in the tournament, you can only get beaten. I think that you should just go home and abandon this tournament. Xingyang blurted out what was on his mind. Fool, what are you talking about? Xinu could not control herself and gave Xingyang a kick in the knee. Xingyang immediately felt the pain all over his knee and quickly rubbed it. He took a moment to collect himself and apologized. Big Brother Suyun, I did not mean it. I mean, that, Suyun understood Xingyang's intentions were good. Therefore, Suyun was not angry and admittedly said, I am not 6th stage Spirit Novice stage anymore. Not Spirit Cultivation 6th stage anymore? Both the brother and sister stared each other and blinked. They could feel the spirit energy that Suyun had. Suyun was deliberately concealing his spirit aura. After the two felt his actual aura, they were suddenly startled. A solid aura of the Spirit Novice realm. Xingyang was speechless. Big Brother Suyun, you finally managed to make a breakthrough? Xinu cried, as if she had broken through herself. Look at this. It seems that the aura is even more than the 7th stage of the Spirit Novice rank. I'm amazed that you seem to have managed to break through the 8th stage of the Spirit Novice realm. Great, Big Brother Suyun, your talent is finally restored. Watching the two siblings smile at his success, his heart could not help but warm up. Perhaps with the exception of Qing'er, in this world, there was nobody else really care about him. With 8th stage cultivation, we can all strive to get into the top 200 rankings. Then we can enter the inner sect of the Su family. Elder Brother Suyun, you have the opportunity to regain your former glory. Suyun chuckled. Do not worry, we'll be able to get into the top 200 rankings for sure. Just then, Xianyang pumped up his fist and vowed that they would get into the rankings. I hope we do not encounter the inner sect disciples of the Su family. Xinu closed her eyes and prayed silently. Pang. Pang, TL, bell sounds in Chinese. At this time, the bells was sounding from the central square. Everyone's eyes turned to look at the center field of the tournament. Lastly, don't forget our sponsor who sponsored this chapter and the next one, John of Alabama. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 24. Chapter 24, Who is second? Who is first? Everyone began to move towards the central field. The inner sect disciples all began to stand up from the seating area. Suddenly, a large green-blue light erupted from the square. Then, in the light, bricks began to form a giant, centralized stone square rapidly. In a few moments, with little effort, it seemed that the tournament stone arena had been created. There were close to 300 individual disciples crowded around the front desk for the tournament. After all, nearly 10,000 disciples were participating in this tournament. It would take quite some time to screen out the disciples within 3 days, so half of the players would have a duel at the same time. Everyone, please back away from the front desk by 5 meters. At this moment, a man who was in charge of maintaining order stood up and, with his muscular figure, tried to organize the crowd. His face was covered. As the outer sect disciples began to straighten themselves out, the inner sect elders began to slowly come out. The front desk area soon became an open space. Next, we have your fellow soldiers from within the inner sect of the Su family. There is the Grand Elder of the inner sect, Elder Subai. Welcome. The person chanted each name over and over again. Then, another group of people who were dressed luxuriously came from the corner of the square. These were the elites of the family who were accompanying Elder Shurlong out. They had an arrogant aura around them, and as they sat themselves down, they began to eat some spirit fruits provided for them. They were leisurely watching the event as servants waited for their every need. They were really comfortable. Strength determines status, and status determines treatment. After the elites arrived on the scene, the man's face was already red from shouting the announcement. Nevertheless, he still wasn't done. The announcer glanced at the organizer. After confirming, the announcer's voice spread throughout the whole plaza. It is now noon. Time for the Su family tournament to be underway. All of the participating disciples' events are numbered, so let the Su family tournament officially begin. After he finished, the bell rang 3 more times before it stopping completely. The square began to fill up, and the disciples began to line up to obtain their numbers for their coming matches. After obtaining a ticket, you would be able to find the corresponding number on the board to the front. Then you could rest or prepare at the side for your matchup. At the front desk, the tickets were randomly selected from a bucket for the 2 sections of the tournament. The contraption that created the ticket released spiritual gas, and the disciples would hold the matched-up number to the next station to tell them the number. Suyun obtained his ticket and glanced at it, 998. First round. At the first front desk, the first matchup 1795 versus 821. Ha! It turns out that I was only against a 6-stage spirit novice realm. How droll! Punch. Kick. Slam. TL** bop hee hee. Ah! Screamed the contestant. Dawn. The first matchup, contestant 1795 wins. At the second front desk, the first matchup, 417 versus 2777. At the third front desk, the first matchup, 5129 versus 3783. At the fourth front desk. As this went on, the disciples waiting for their matchups were doing some warm-up exercises outside of the front desks. They intensely stared at the front desk, for once it was their turn, the ticket number would turn crimson. Xinu and Xingyan hit the jackpot, and their matchups were during the first round of matchups. They began to walk towards the stage, with Suyun gazing at them. Suyun looked over at the 2 disciples in front of him. As they displayed their skills, it was evident that the 2 of them were vastly experienced. Within a few minutes, their matches were concluded. In the outer sect, Xinu and Xingyang practiced hard in their cultivations. They had grown up without parents and suffered from bullying, so they were obsessed with cultivating to become strong and obtain a chance for a better life. This triannual competition was their chance to get that. Even though 8th stage cultivation was not considered very powerful, in the outer sect, it could already be considered outstanding. As the winning disciple came down from the stage, the surrounding disciples gazed at him with worship in their eyes. The disciple walked towards Suyun. Big brother Suyun, how was that? Wasn't I powerful? Xin said while grinning. Suyun just nodded and smiled. There are many competitors in this tournament. I'm afraid that big brother Suyun might not pass through. You must make it. Xingyang said hoarsely. We can work together. All right. The three conversed. At this time, the crowd had roared again in response to a commotion. Suyun followed to the source of the noise only to find a well-dressed disciple walking towards him. This well-dressed disciple was tall and sturdy. He had a high nose, deep eyes, and a sharp gaze. He even appeared to have a good aura. However, the opposite was true, as, in truth, he bullied a lot of the outer sect disciples. It's Su Nan Yi. Xin called out. Who is Su Nan Yi? Suyun asked blankly. Big brother Suyun, you do not even know who Su Nan Yi is? Even normal disciples know about him. Xingyang was surprised, but continued, he could be considered as the second-ranked genius of the outer sect. The second-ranked genius? Yeah, I heard that the top-ranked is Su Qing, Xingyang replied. However, at the next moment, a surge of fierce, overbearing spirit aura came towards him. Xingyang's face changed as his whole body suddenly trembled. He began to have difficulties breathing and kneeled down in agony. Suyun scowled as he saw this. He grabbed Xingyang's robes and pulled him back up. Xingyang was freed from the spiritual aura. He was panting and sweating profusely, and instantly, he fell back down on the floor and kept on panting. With 8th-stage spirit novice realm cultivation, Xingyang was already forced to the sorry state. The person in front of them was at least 10th-stage spirit novice realm. Brother, are you okay? Xin anxiously asked, as she quickly propped Xingyang up. I'm fine, Xingyang gasped hoarsely. Not waiting for him to stand up, the young man stepped in front of them. Su Nan Yi was still exerting his oppressive aura against Xingyang. Xingyang was slightly stunned. You said, who was the second-ranked genius of the outer sect? Who was the first? Su Nan Yi asked with emotionless eyes as he coldly gazed at Xingyang. It looked as if he could devour Xingyang's life, right there and then. What first? What second? Xingyang was still confused. The next second, he saw a huge fist headed to his chest. The fierce, overbearing spiritual power was covering the fist, allowing it to produce amazing explosive power, which could rip through flesh. No one expected a sudden attack from Su Nan Yi, including Suyun. But in an instant, a hand suddenly sprang up and, as fast as lightning, it seized the fist. It was stopped. Ha! Su Nan Yi's face was shocked, he was really surprised. However, as he saw the master of the hand loosen his wrist, he quickly recovered his composure. Lightning fast, incredible reaction. The others couldn't even react at all. My friend has a very honest nature and talked about the affairs of the outer sect rudely. If this had offended you, I hope you do not take this personally. Suyun said. Who are you? Su Nan Yi's eyes narrowed as he whispered these words. Ha! Isn't it the trash, Suyun? You actually dare to challenge the boss, and you desire to live? The trash that was kicked out of the family actually has the face to come back? You're not aiming to return to the inner sect, right? No matter. Even if you enter the tournament to return to the inner sect will not want you. Save yourself some time and just leave. You will not be able to enter the inner sect, because you are just trash. The goons behind Su Nan Yi articulated their criticisms. Since they were standing behind the commotion, they did not see Suyun's lightning-fast reactions. They did not see his strength. Su Nan Yi was surprised. You are Suyun? Suyun remains silent. The rumor seems a bit false. The rumor that everyone talks about. Do you believe it? I do not care, Su Nan Yi continued, this is not the end of this. I will prove who is the top-ranked disciple of the outer sect and who is the second-ranked. It is not convenient to stay here, just wait until you compete with me. I will let you understand my real strength. After he finished, Su Nanyi turned and left. Only then did the group of people disperse. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 25. Chapter 25, An Overnight Reversal. Xing Yang was baffled. Big brother Su Yun, why is he doing this? I did him no wrong, yet why is he looking for trouble? What did you do wrong? You are a complete fool. Xinu angrily said, Su Nanyi's cultivation is high, so he is more sensitive to the criticisms than an average disciple. With his short temper and his personality, he will never accepted that Qian Ji was better than him. He must have heard the words that you uttered. How can he not be angry? Fortunately, Big Brother Su Yun helped you apologize this time. Otherwise, the consequences would have certainly been more serious. After Xinu finished, she glanced at Su Yun with a face full of gratitude. As for what had happened between Su Yun and Su Nanyi earlier, she also stood behind and did not witness anything abnormal. She just thought that Su Yun's apology was just accepted by Su Nanyi, because he had been in the inner sect before. If it wasn't for this, why would Su Nanyi have left so easily? However, Xing Yang remained dumbfounded, because even he, who had been standing in front, did not notice the lightning-fast events that had just occurred. Xing Yang, outside of your home, you can say many things. However, you cannot just blabber anything you want. The elites of this tournament have very high cultivation, and they usually are tolerant to petty conversations. Nonetheless, if you really manage to anger their heart, you could be doomed. Su Nanyi has a spirit novice cultivation of stage 10, so you could not even be considered as an opponent. I hope his next opponent does not fight him, otherwise, their chances of entering the inner sect would disappear, Su Yun said carefully. Xing Yang and Xinu nodded their heads in agreement. Come on, let's strive to enter the inner sect. Seeing the two becoming a little nervous, Su Yun decided to comfort them. Wow! At this point, Su Yun's hands suddenly lit up, and the crimson glow illuminated him. Big brother Su Yun, it's your turn. Xinu was ecstatic. Ah! Su Yun nodded and turned his eyes away and headed to leave. You can do it! The Yu and Yang siblings encouraged, TL. Just give me a moment. One light response floated back. Dawn. Number 807 contestant is done. Number 998 contestant versus number 173 contestant. The judge called out loudly. Soon after, the two figures arrived at the front desk. Look. Look. Isn't that Su Yun? Su Yun? The trash that was kicked out from the inner sect? That's him. Who is his lucky opponent? To actually meet this type of person? It isn't really a fight anymore, right? Oh. Why did I not encounter this person in my match? The previous matches made me waste a lot of spirit power and took a lot of physical effort. I do not even know if I can take my opponent in the next round. Just resign yourself to fate. 87 disciples on the sidelines were conversing loudly with each other. Because of Su Yun's appearance, the audience area was crowded with people. This is really my lucky day. I did not expect to encounter a trash like you in my first duel. Good. Very good. Very good. Ha ha ha. On the opposite side of the arena, a yellow-robed man was staring at his opponent. Then, he suddenly laughed ecstatically. Su Yun. Hey, you can't even win against your own mother, so your mother should just beg to eat shit then. TL note, Chinese Yomama jokes truly have a way with words, basically means F********, lol. The disciples cried with laughter, as they nodded in approval. If I really can't win, I will eat shit in public, Su Yun's opponent, Su De, replied with his chapped lips. Then Su De laughed, then I will not try too hard. Hey, Su Yun, since you are my first opponent, I will certainly treat you well. Dong. Then, a crisp bell sound rang in the air and everyone waited for the judge's announcement. The 87th match officially starts now. After he uttered these words, Su Yun's opponent immediately began walking up to Su Yun while shaking his head back and forth. He had no defensive stance and did not even use his spirit power much. Su Yun's opponent did not even acknowledge him and only gazed at Su Yun in contempt. It appeared that Su Yun's opponent thought the victory was already in his grasp. However, just then, Su Yun made his move. His strides were amazingly fast. His might moved him forward. Like a lightning strike, the strong spirit aura covering his entire body was just waiting to explode out. He rushed towards his opponent like a torrent. As he flew in his opponent's direction, his fists were soon covered with a whirlwind of spirit power. Ha! Su De was stunned and could not even react as Su Yun rushed in front of him. With just a step and a firm stance, Su Yun's fist roared out towards him with violent force. Boom! Su De's chest was hit square on, and his body was suddenly sent flying out. He hit the edge of the isolation barrier of the front desk, rolling a few times before he landed. He remained motionless and even seemed to have lost consciousness. Dong! Contestant number 998 is the winner of the 87th match, shouted the judge. Ha! All the audience gasped. The arena was filled with many disciples with both eyes opened wide. Many rubbed their eyes, because they thought that what they saw was just wrong. There is no problem with my eyes, right? Su Yun actually won? Furthermore, he only used one strike? This is not possible, his opponent must be just too weak. That disciple's cultivation was 7th stage, and he was too weak? So the 7th stage disciple could not even withstand one strike from a 6th stage disciple? Will Su De have to eat shit? He led himself to his own demise. The onlookers were all stunned as they looked at each other. Su Yun just patted the dust off and stepped off from the arena. The crowd had automatically broke apart and give him a small path. There was no criticism and no shouting. There was not even any whispers. Su Yun went back to the tournament square. Xing Yang was in a match, so only Xinu was still there. Big brother Su Yun. I saw it all, holy shit. Xinu laughed, you really have become strong. Wow. My opponent just took me too lightly, Su Yun laughed. The outcome of the first match was unexpected. No one had expected Su Yun to win, since many thought he was still at 6th stage cultivation and took him too lightly. To underestimate an enemy was taboo, and it gave Su Yun a huge advantage. Soon, the second round of matches began. In the 37th front desk. In the other matches, a small amount of people were gathered, ranging from a dozen to a few dozen, but surprisingly, this desk had around 100 gathered it. Su Yun's match was at the 37th arena, and he strode towards it. Not surprisingly, a roar sounded again from the crowd as they saw Su Yun. Boss, seems like they didn't even fight. There was no battle at all. Do not say that, this kid can hear you. I'm only afraid how his cultivation improved. Is it from before he left the inner sect or something else? Just allow me to take it easy, a young bare-chested man shouted. The disciples who let out sounds of disdain quieted down. Su Yun gazed over at the bald disciple and observed his appearance. This disciple was called Dong Mu, and he was a boss of a minor force of the outer sect. He was involved in many events, so he had high prestige, which also meant that many disciples knew about him. Su Yun looked at the opponent, since it was already in the tickets. Indeed, there was no mistake, Dong Mu really managed to win against Su Hei. At a spirit novice realm of 8th stage cultivation, coupled with a well-toned body and fierce, young eyes, which seemed to have experienced many battles, his strength was very dominating. It was said that Dongmu took part in many conflicts. Therefore, it was not surprising that Su-hei was this person's lackey. In his previous 2 matches, Su-hei had already beat his opponents really badly. This tournament is his chance to enter the inner sect. This disciple could not be compared to Su-di, for Su-hei was stronger than him by several cultivation levels. A match of 2 disciples. The young bald disciple Dongmu just chuckled, "Clean up this crap." "Yes, elder brother Dongmu." Su-hei glared at Su-yun. "Dong." After the bell rang, Su-hei immediately leapt towards Su-yun. He was covered with spirit power and his overbearing aura was enveloping Su-yun. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 26. Chapter 26, No Mercy in Battle. Whoosh! Su-hei suddenly shortened the distance with a few strides, as he quickly advanced to Su-yun's position. In an instant, his aura increased, as he released his spirit power. The punch was aimed straight for Su-yun's chest. With this strike, even if it could not kill Su-yun right away, with the massive amount of spirit power infused into the fist, if Su-yun did not try to block, he would have a high chance of becoming mortally wounded. Furthermore, even if it was blocked, because of the spirit power infused within the fist, Su-yun could become heavily injured. How very ruthless! This strike was only meant to kill or heavily injure. However, just as the fist neared its target, bam! Su-yun's palm firmly seized the terrible iron fist strike, as if it was just a breeze of light wind. The strike's power immediately dispersed, and smoke rippled from the clash. What? TL, more like, da fuck. Editor's note, Wifnani? Dongmu almost jumped up in the air, as both his eyes opened wide. Looking at the strange situation in the arena, his face couldn't help but be plastered with a flabbergasted expression. The disciple, Su-yun, that was kicked out of the inner sect of the Su family, had actually caught the mighty Iron Fist strike so easily with one hand. Su-hei had definitely infused a lot of spirit power into his fist. "Su-hei, did you not eat your lunch?" Dongmu shouted stiffly. The crowd had remained silent. Su-hei had the same look of flabbergasted as well. He could not believe the scene in front of him. Only after looking at the situation carefully did he recover himself. It must have been a trick. He could not imagine that Su-yun would be a hard opponent to deal with. Moreover, with his boss and fellow disciples watching in the audience, how could he afford to lose? Su-hei took a deep breath, and his face hardened up, becoming serious. He covered his entire body with spiritual aura again and jumped forward. He lifted his legs to deliver a fierce kick straight through Su-yun. Despite this speed, in the next second, an even faster kick had struck Su-hei's abdomen. Bang! Su-hei's entire body was flung across to the edge of the arena and crashed on the edge of the ring. He clutched his stomach and trembled in pain. However, with resolute determination, he managed to quickly stand up again. There was no clamor in the audience, no critics. They remained absolutely silent. They were not fools. Just then, Su-yun's fast kick allowed them to understand what was really happening. According to the rumors, Su-yun was just trash. But that wasn't really the case. He wasn't weak at all. He truly is not so simple, Dongmu said. Su-yun began to step forward towards Su-hei. Su-yun's eyes were not the indifferent eyes from the beginning of the match, but ones from which emerged a terrifying killing intent. Su-hei looked up at Su-yun, saw that the sword, and began to realize the utter terror of an impending death. His forehead began to feel numb, and his heart began to pound quickly in fear. Whoosh! A foot suddenly kicked straight at Su-hei and went straight for the head without any sense of mercy. Bang! Again, Su-hei was sent flying through the air. The spiritual aura that covered his head began to break. Su-hei rolled a few times on the arena before he had stopped. Then, his body remained still. It was unknown if he was dead or alive. However, Su-yun still did not stop there. He continued towards Su-hei, step by step. The spiritual aura that surrounded him was slowly rising up, thickening, sharpening, encompassing, and oppressing the entire space within the arena. In an instant, it had covered his body entirely. Match 37, stop immediately. The judge understood something was wrong and quickly called out. Su-yun! What are you doing? This is a tournament, do you really want to murder him? Dongmu stood up, leapt into the arena, and called him out. Su-yun! You have obviously won, why do you still need to fight? Stop immediately, Dongmu growled. The 4 other judges of the match raised their eyebrows. The judges began to rush towards Su-yun to restrain him. After Su-yun saw this, he stopped. If the judge was indifferent to this match, Su-yun would have still been indifferent and easily killed Su-hei on the spot. He did not even have any hatred or grudges towards Su-hei. The only reason he acted in such a way was because Su-hei had the intent to kill during his first charge. Since Su-hei intended to take his life, so why should Su-yun be polite? However, this was the end of the match. Furthermore, in order to enter the inner sect of the Su family and continue his plan, he would have to comply with the current competition rules. The judge anxiously rushed towards Su-hei's side and lifted his head. After the situation was reviewed, they came to the conclusion that even if the spirit aura was very weak now, the brain was just in shock, so Su-hei had fainted. Su-hei did not die, and the judge immediately asked Dongmu to take him to treatment. Your Honor, he cheated. He actually wanted to kill Su-hei. He broke the rules. After Dongmu saw the judge's indifferent attitude towards the result of the match, but he wanted Su-yun to be punished. Therefore, he was not content and shouted out his emotions. In the arena, fists have no eyes, and as long as Su-yun did not kill the opponent, there is no punishment. This is the rules. The judge said coldly. Dongmu hesitantly continued, but, just then he. Are you just a sore loser? Practice is king. The contestants are not the audience members, so this matter has nothing to do with the Su family. After the judge finished, he ignored Dongmu's rebuttals and continued to organize the next match. Dongmu just stood there dumbly, and Su-yun stepped off the platform. After he came to, Dongmu shot a fierce glare at Su-yun, as he stormed off with his lackeys. The disciples around Su-yun no longer had contempt in their eyes. Many disciples were even fearful of Su-yun now. With just these 2 matches, the disciples now had a new impression of him. Perhaps, the title of trash no longer fit him. In the corner of the tournament, several luxuriously dressed people were spectating the scene. It appears that he has some skill, the leader of the group said. Bah! That is all he is capable of. The people beside him scoffed with faces full of disdain. I've already arranged everything. So if he survives his next few matches and meets you in a match, you better not be incompetent. Master, why are you so worried that I will lose? Do I look worried? Yes. We shall see. The master smiled and turned to leave. Su-yun went back to find Xing Yang and Xin was. He saw the pale face of Xing Yang sitting at the meeting area. With a glance at Xing Yang, Su-yun noticed that his body was riddled with scars, and he had many bruises on his face. Xin was applying medicine to Xing Yang's wounds. What happened? Su-yun asked. We just met a bastard, Xing Yang hoarsely said with a depressed face. With the wounds on his face, it pains Su-yun to see him this way. An inner sect disciple? No, it was that Su-nani. Not waiting for Xing Yang to continue, Xin spitefully cursed, my brother was matched up against him. Even though Xing Yang lost over 10 times, Su-nani just did not relent. He actually continued and intensified his attack on my brother. Now my brother is really injured. That Tsunane really is despicable. You already met him in just 3 matches, Suyun frowned. Ugh. Damn, I only got a little lazy, and I lost. I really am useless, Xingyang bemoaned as he clasped his head and he grounded his teeth. He had practiced so hard and only achieved this result. How could Xingyang possibly accept this? Tsunane is pretty strong and has had no shortage of cultivation medicine. Furthermore, he is wearing armor, so it is not your fault that you couldn't take him. These things just happen, and your only choice is to work harder in the future, Suyun consoled. Xianyu nodded and Xingyang sighed heavily. Flash. TL, light sound, ig. Suddenly, the tickets in Suyun and Xianyu emitted bright light. After 3 days, the tournament had already eliminated many disciples. Most of the trash students of the outer sect were cut. The majority of the disciples that remained were the elites or inner sect disciples. Suyun easily went through to the second round, contrary to everyone's expectations. Since Xianyu did not face anyone really strong, she also passed unharmed to the next round. They were allowed to rest for 1 day, and then, the matches would resume. Over half of the outer sect disciples were removed from the tournament, so the chances of facing any of the inner sect disciples increased greatly. Most of the disciples in the outer sect would just forfeit if they met an inner sect disciple. Xingyang went home to recuperate from his injury. Xianyu and Suyun were at the square, waiting. They were waiting for the next set of matches to be displayed on the board. Flash. TL, light sound, ik. If anybody has any suggestions, please comment. Just then, the ticket in Suyun's hands lit up. Xianyu said, Suyun, I'm going to the audience to cheer for you. Okay. Suyun nodded. The duo went their separate ways. Xianyu went to the audience to find a place to cheer for Suyun. Meanwhile, Suyun stepped up onto the first arena. The opponent did not come out yet. Suyun calmly waited. There were a lot of onlookers gathered for this match. Nearly 100. When Suyun's figure appeared in fellow disciples' line of sight, they began to gather around his match, as if waiting for another amazing performance. Many people could not believe that Suyun would have a winning streak. Therefore, more and more people came to the match. Seeing was believing. Just then, commotion suddenly erupted out from the side of the arena. Suyun and Xianyu looked towards the sound of the commotion and saw Tsunane was walking towards this arena. Xianyu's face suddenly paled and with very pale lips, lightly said, Could it be that big brother Suyun's opponent is really him? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 27. Chapter 27, Eating Raw Marble. Tsunane remained expressionless as he stepped into the arena. He stood in front of Suyun. The audience for this match increased even more. Even though he was in the outer sect, Tsunane could be considered as a major contestant. Therefore, many disciples paid attention to his matters. I never thought that this little rascal Suyun would have any strength to him. However, since he is fighting against this young master, I think that Suyun's luck has already run out. You can't say that. Suyun did not fully use his strength in his previous matches, so he should be able to fight against Tsunane for a bit. Oh, can he? If he can beat Tsunane, I will eat a chunk of marble in public. You're on. Just remember, you said it. When a nobleman makes a remark, it will be difficult even for a 4-horse carriage to catch up. TL, it is a proverb, but basically, since you uttered those words, you must honor those words. All right. The audience whispered. Xianyu's complexion remained extremely pale. Her eyes were full of concern. She never thought that Suyun, like Xingyan, would be so unlucky as to also encounter a thornbush like Tsunane. What will happen? Is big brother Suyun going to be alright? Or maybe it is better for him to just give up. Xinu anxiously walked around in circles, not knowing what to do. She desperately wanted to convey to Suyun that he should just give up the tournament, but the arena was already closed off. The audience began to quiet down, and their attention shifted towards the ring. In 3 more breaths, the two will begin fighting. The surrounding area remained silent. There was a tense atmosphere. Sunani narrowed his eyes as he glared at Suyun. Awfully unexpected, isn't it? Sunani began to speak. It seems that you pulled a few strings. Suyun did not think that this match was coincidental. Within thousands of events, both Suyun and Xingyang were matched up with Sunani, so there was obviously something happening behind the scenes. Although the regulations do not allow authorized exchange of tickets, with a very serious punishment as a warning, it always is very difficult to monitor the affairs of the disciples. That is to say that tickets cannot be replaced, but there are usually disciples willing to pay to buy some tickets. After all, people will only recognize your face and not your ticket number. Suyun continued. Sunani glared coldly at Suyun. But after hearing his speech, Suyun just remained silent. From before, I figure that little guy, TL, referring to Xingyang, should now understand what real strength is. Now, I will also let you and everyone else understand that compared to Qiangu, I am by far the #1 disciple of the outer sect, Sunani whispered as he had already begun to change into his fighting stance. Then, why did you not arrange a direct confrontation with Qiangu? Suyun suddenly asked. Sunani frowned but said nothing. As Suyun saw this, he laughed. Even you know that you are no match against Qiangu, why do you still insist that you are the #1 disciple in the outer sect? Shut up! Sunani was furious with Suyun's words. His eyes became red, but he remained silent. Instead, he immediately charged forward. No one could use weapons during this battle. Therefore, it was basically a fist and spirit power clash. Sunani did not hold back, utilizing both his hands as he quickly struck 10 times. The spiritual energy burst forth, like an incoming tsunami, rolling towards Suyun. Sunani's speed was very high, but he also had great strength. He was even near Suyun's own strength. So as the spiritual energy came closer, it pressured Suyun's entire body. If he was an ordinary person, he would have had no way to cope with the spiritual energy of the opponent in front of him. They would just have moved on to find another opponent after he had been swiftly beaten. If one encountered Sunani, they would also need a method to counter the spiritual energy strike. Suyun remained indifferent, kept his posture and then stepped a few steps back to avoid the spiritual energy strike. It seemed that Sunani automatically used a powerful punch. He was obviously different from the previous disciples. He was faster, stronger and more sinister. He had no mercy. Once he began, his strikes were already lethal from square one. Suyun hastily readied himself. Whoosh! A fist flew past his head, and the flow, coming the wind from the strike infused with spirit power, whirred in everyone's ears. Nonetheless, this single punch was not that simple. Sunani was certainly an elite in the outer sect. He was skilled in offense and defense. Sunani turned with a few steps and suddenly appeared behind Suyun. His own fist quickly countered, but was parried once again, even though it had been aimed at Suyun's back. The spiritual energy was controlled again, as it was infused into the fist, converging into it. This concealed strike astonishingly managed to penetrate the spiritual aura around Suyun's body, but it was still avoided. The audience's eyes widened, because they were not able to catch Sunani's figure. His speed lacked no bounds. Yet, Suyun was not any worse off. He agilely dodged the incoming strikes and extended his right foot, in an attempt to trip Sunani and disrupt Sunani's pace. Despite this trick, Sunani's eyes gave a magnificent shine, as it seemed that he had been waiting for this moment. After seeing Sunani suddenly stop his onslaught, he immediately received a follow-up from Sunani, who was stomping down both his left and right foot directly on Suyun's right leg. Infused with spirit power, the momentum pressed against Suyun's leg, like a mountain coming down. It was impossible to block. The audience immediately sucked in a breath from the change of events. "Careful, big brother Suyun," Xianyu cried anxiously. Just then, Suyun also unleashed the spiritual aura around his body, countering Su Nani's strikes. The scene right now made one word enter the minds of everyone who were watching: death. Su Nani was a 10th stage novice spirit realm disciple. How could an average disciple's body, protected with spiritual aura, hope to compare? Wasn't he just courting death? If not, what was he aiming for? However, at the current moment, what choice did Suyun have in the matter? For this time, he was forced to take Su Nani's strike head-on. Su Nani was indeed very experienced. Excelling at both offense and defense, he had been calculating the actions of his opponent, and as a result, Su Nani managed to control the entire fight. It seems that Su Nani's ability was not that of an average outer sect disciple. Few can fight like this. I'm just afraid that in the next bouts, he will still remain in control. The audience below shook their heads. Many disciples sighed. Suddenly, bang! A mild explosion occurred. They were just able to witness the clash of spiritual energy that had created the explosion. It was instantly followed by a figure being flung out of the smoke and hitting the barrier of the arena, only to fall heavily to the ground. The disciples held their breath and looked closely. Is it Suyun? No. It was actually Su Nani that was flung out. After the audience saw this, they were absolutely stunned. They saw Su Nani struggling to get up, with his entire body laced with heavy injuries. Not waiting for Su Nani to stop shaking, Suyun moved forward. Two heavy fists flew forward, infused with spirit power, and viscously hit Su Nani's body like a hammer. Bang! 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 Su Nani's body shook from the incoming strikes. The spiritual aura surrounding his body was easily broken through. He was being beaten to the point that he could not counter at all. However, after a couple of powerful strikes, Su Nani's body had more than a dozen wounds. On his body armor caved in, while his nose was bruised horribly. Su Nani struggled to maintain his composure utilizing his fists to counter, but right after Suyun let out a few punches, his resistance instantly became futile. Suyun did not desire to negotiate anything. Not allowing Su Nani to avoid or escape, he relentlessly kept on his assault. Dang! Winner, contestant 998, the judge shouted. The masses of disciples in the audience remained completely silent. Everyone's eyes were bulging out of their sockets, as they looked at each other, completely confounded by the result of the match. The spirit novice realm of 10th stage cultivation disciple, Su Nani had also lost. Furthermore, this was utter defeat. Then what is the cultivation stage of Suyun? Is it possible that it is spirit intermediate realm? TL, realm after 10th stage novice equals intermediate. The people thinking about this immediately trembled with their bodies. How is Suyun this powerful? Xianyu felt that she could not wrap her head around what had happened. Even though she witnessed Suyun's past matches, even knowing that Suyun cultivation stage rose, she still never expected Suyun to have become so powerful. To even beat one of the top disciples of the outer sect, Su Nani. Furthermore, even after eating some punches, there was still no visible injuries. Suyun jumped off the arena and exhaled. He felt that adrenaline was still pumping, so he was unable to calm down. Although on the surface, Suyun easily defeated Su Nani, but in reality, it was just a lucky outcome. Su Nani's agility surpassed Suyun, but Su Nani was still very arrogant and decided to compete with Suyun in spirit power. Using the 5 cultivation medicine pellets and crescent moonfruit, Suyun had deep and immeasurable spirit power within his body. When Su Nani tried to compete with spirit power, Suyun had been able to seize the opportunity and achieved victory. If Su Nani used only his agility to launch quick attacks, it would not have been this easy for Su Yun. Su Nani was sent away for treatment. The crowd gradually dispersed. "Hey, everyone, don't go!" a disciple shouted, trying to hold up some disciples from leaving, while he was chuckling. "Where is the disciple that said that he would eat raw marble?" A few people chuckled. The disciple that spoke these words' face turned green as he saw the marble rock. There were a lot of people that noticed Su Yun's strong opponent. In this crowd, even the top disciple of the outer sect was here, Xian Gu. Strength is good, but Su Nani was simple-minded. Even though he had the strength, I did not expect him to be defeated so badly, the tall and handsome Chen Gu laughed. Is Su Nani worth anything? It does not mean anything to defeat him. I can use a finger to kill him, snorted a long-haired and tender-faced male disciple next to him. You cannot say that. You must never underestimate anyone, especially if you do not know him, Xian Gu said. And the disciple nodded. At the public square, Su Yun was resting for a moment. He was currently sitting cross-legged and calming his nerves. It would take a while for him to recover fully. Xianu prepared a fresh cup of water and handed it to Su Yun. Su Yun got up and drank it all with a few breaths. As Xianu raised her head as she laughed. After a moment, both of the tickets for the next round lit up. Come on, Xianu, if you win this, we will be able to enter the top 500 ranks. Afterwards, if we win the next round, we will enter the top 200 rankings. At that time, you and I will be able to enter the inner sect, Su Yun spoke to Xianu. Xianu nodded as a trace of determination emerged on her delicate face. The two went to their respective matches. Soon, Su Yun found the arena for his match. In the arena, there was still a crowd of people, but they seemed to not number many. This time there were only a few people. However, these people could strike fear into the hearts of anyone. For they were all inner sect disciples. Su Yun's heart was startled. Could it be? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 28. Chapter 28, The Disparity in Strength. Su Yun looked at the arena. Just as expected. On the stage stood a luxuriously dressed inner sect disciple. The disciple's body was equipped with many magical jewelries, such as gold-trimmed emerald ring, faint glowing bucklers, etc. Compared to the outer sect disciple's shabby appearances, this guy was like an emperor. Another outer sect disciple, Tian Yuan, your luck is too good, right? In the arena sidelines, an audience member who had a bald head, equipped with a sword, blew a whistle and smiled as he said this. Each and every one of you guys are bastards. Basically, you guys use no energy, yet I have to compete with inner sect disciples. This is not fair. It's so freaking unfair. A young female disciple angrily shouted from the audience. This is what the heavens decree, so we can't have any say in this. These male and female disciple continued to argue with each other. Over time, the female disciple's anger just kept on rising. Su Yun just bit his lower lip, kept his head down and walked toward the arena while watching the scene caused by the inner sect disciples. It even seemed like the atmosphere of a family. Keeping reserved, would not move mountains. Spirit Intermediate Realm. This was not comparable to the cultivation of 8th stage Spirit Novice Realm. Su Yun was afraid that even Tu Su Nanyi could not beat this inner sect disciple's opponent. Su Yun's own cultivation had not passed the 8th stage Novice Realm. Although with the help of the 5 cultivation medicine, his spirit power and aura were greatly increased, it could not fully close the gap caused by the cultivation stages. Su Yun must go all out. As Su Yun secretly thought this, he stepped onto the arena. 2 disciples were now standing on the stage. Get set. The judge called out. After Su Yun heard this, he immediately changed into his fighting stance. The spirit power within his body began to circulate. This movement caused the opponent and the audience to raise their eyebrows. "Why do you not just admit defeat?" Tian Yuan said with dissatisfaction. "I'm not thinking about that?" Su Yun replied. "Ah." Tian Yuan laughed. Generally, when they met with outer sect disciples, the outer sect disciples just surrendered immediately. However, some disciples would decide to fight, which not only showed courage, but it also demonstrated that they were not afraid of the strength of their opponents. This was an extremely shameful thing. Surrendering immediately, courage to fight equals good. You really don't understand the vastness of the heavens. Tian Yuan grunted, and then directly sprung into action. With his front foot, he stomped the ground utilizing the spirit power within his body and propelled himself forward. He flew over the ground and charged straight in front of Su Yun. The amount of spirit power used was shocking. This thick spirit power and aura was aimed to kill the opponent. A spirit novice realm disciple versus a spirit intermediate disciple. How large the strength gap between the two realms would be. Meanwhile, Su Yun did not have the slightest hesitation. Su Yun focused, his eyes suddenly deepened and his spiritual eyes suddenly activated. Every ounce of spirit power erupted forth and even overshadowed Tian Yuan's aura. Ha! Tian Yuan lifted his head only to see Su Yun suddenly coming with a ridiculously fast strike. He gave up defending and dodging the strike. Instead, he poured more spirit power into his aura, making him like a great locomotive about to crash with his opponent. Boom! Spirit power exploded out from the clash. The disciples were only shaken a bit, but did not step back. Tian Yuan simply did not think that Su Yun would be this desperate. Tian Yuan was surprised, so he did not have enough time to dodge, and was hit squarely from another strike. Bang! Tian Yuan's body was sent flying. But as Tian Yuan's body was sent flying, Su Yun suddenly stretched out his hand to grab Tian Yuan's neck and used his infused arm strength to brutally slam Tian Yuan straight from the air to the ground. Immediately afterwards, Su Yun sent an infused punch straight into the dazed stomach of Tian Yuan. After Tian Yuan took the punch, his complexion suddenly paled and trembled from pain. Just one punch. Although the strength of the punch was ordinary, it hit Tian Yuan's weak point, causing a massive amount of pain. The audience was completely stunned. Most disciples never had intention to truly kill, but this disciple went so far. Those disciples of the outer sect could only take the criticisms of the inner sect disciples because they were well aware of the difference between them. Tian Yuan's spirit aura covered his entire body, as he had to use spirit power to heal his body. However, even the spirit power was leaking out from his body because of the injuries. After completing the strike, the spirit energy was draining out to the ground. Basically 1/5 of the energy was lost. Su Yun managed to strike right into Tian Yuan's lower stomach, which was in fact, where almost of the spirit power was stored. Since the core area was injured, it caused massive fluctuations and led to Tian Yuan to have internal injuries. Therefore, Su Yun exploded forth with all his energy, and advanced up close to strike Tian Yuan. He was only afraid that Tian Yuan had the same idea. First, he had wanted to catch his opponent off guard. Second, he had wanted to directly assault the core of the spirit power, since once the core was damaged, the spirit power would begin to disperse. During the assault, the general audience would not have understood what truly happened. This person, who is he? An aged woman near the arena whispered. Unclear. The man beside her shook his head. Is the top disciple of the outer sect not Xiangu? Where did this ruthless fellow come from? The audience once again began to pay attention to Su Yun. Yet, Tian Yuan did not want to be defeated again. He unleashed his power again, suddenly roared and bright rings appeared around his body as he used his fist. He charged forward, aiming for Su Yun's neck. A divine skill. TL, 5th from the bottom rank. In fact, Su Yun could also have learned divine skills, but there had not been enough time. He only learned few earth skills, TL, third from bottom rank, so how could he practice divine skills? He only knew basic sword fighting skills, basic strikes, and basic agility skills. Martial skills is not the only deciding factor, because there are many tactics for fighting cultivators. Although it is not fairly known, the spirit essence of a disciple was a weakness. Tian Yuan waited for Su Yun to have an opening and suddenly jumped. Instantly clenched his fists, he struck against Su Yun and an explosion erupted in the empty air. The attack obviously missed Su Yun, but Su Yun was still caught in the explosion. He was blown away from the blast and fell fiercely on the ground, breathing very heavily. Vapor burst. Good execution, a disciple in the audience commented. Tian Yuan grimaced as his heart filled with scorching anger. He quickly charged again. Approaching Su Yun, he lifted his arms, steadied his breath and struck. The vapor shot ahead was aimed at Su Yun's chest. Taking this hit would not kill a disciple, but obtaining injuries were inevitable. Slowly, the spirit strikes from the palm traveled through the air, moving erratically and zigzagging to its target. The power in this skill seemed immense, as it seemed that with one strike, it could split mountains, crush gold and easily dominate an opponent. It's over. Tian Yuan as his palm descended near Su Yun's chest. At this critical moment, Su Yun suddenly swung his right hand to slap away the incoming strike away. Haha, you want your right hand to be destroyed? Fine, I'll do just that. Tian Yuan laughed out loud and gazed at Su Yun's incoming right hand. Tian Yuan was confident that he had infused enough spirit power into his strike that it was enough to destroy any part of Su Yun's body if it hit. The fist and palm collided. The two spirit auras generated from the strike entwined the two disciples. They both refused to back down from the shockwave and focused on overwhelming each other. Suddenly, the spirit auras cancelled out and the auras dispersed. Nobody knew who won. This was truly beyond Tian Yuan's expectations for the power infused in Su Yun's palm, for it was extremely profound and deep. It was not the power of an ordinary disciple in the 8th stage of spirit novice realm cultivation. However, he was not worried. When two disciples fought, their spirit power would be consumed. Naturally, the disciple with higher cultivation would win. Suddenly, Tian Yuan saw his opponent's mouth smile in a large arc. Why is he laughing at this? Tian Yuan's heart was startled. Just then, his opponent suddenly extended his palm in a strike. Unexpectedly, he opened his hand and rapidly grabbed Tian Yuan's middle and forefinger with his palm. After grabbing hold of them, Tian Yuan's spirit power immediately began seeping to Su Yun's palm like wisps of art. Moreover, this weakened the muscles that were currently being strengthened by Tian Yuan's spirit power and further weakened his entire body. Excruciating pain was being transmitted from his nerves to his heart. Bang! The transferring energy at the palm exploded. Both men took or pushed back. Su Yun crashed into the barrier. His body was trembling and a little trail of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Yet, Tian Yuan was furiously slammed backwards. His body was shaking erratically. Then with a plop, he coughed out blood and fell to the ground, unconscious. Silence. All around, crows and peacocks made not a sound. TL, idiom meaning absolute silence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 29. Chapter 29, The Surprising Victory. Was it even possible? An outer sect disciple had actually beaten an inner sect disciple, furthermore he was able to do it so quickly? If the audience had not personally witnessed it for themselves, nobody would have believed it. Contestant 9, co-contestant 998 is the winner. The judge was also shocked and had to take a moment before he could announce the result. After the judge's announcement, the stunned audience woke up from a trance. Tian Yuan, he fought a weak brat from the outer sect, yet what happened? This isn't possible," a female disciple shouted. "Did you guys not clearly see what happened?" As they were struggling during the fight, suddenly, Suyun changed his hand movements. He managed to change the direction of his opponent's spiritual aura output with a mysterious method. What? Just by changing his hand movements in this battle, followed by a cheap strike to finish his opponent after he had created such an opportunity. Is this man bold or just stupidly daring? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You are all just looking down on this person. This disciple isn't so simple. Although I do not know with what method he used enabling him to overpower Tian Yuan, his strength, I'm afraid, might be much stronger than what we currently think he is. A mere 8th stage spirit novice disciple overpowered a 1st stage intermediate realm disciple. Wow, how is this possible? Within the realm of higher stage fighting, it is very difficult to say. The fact that this disciple actually managed to overcome 3 cultivation stages higher than him, this is truly frightening. I'm just afraid that this battle will remain etched into Tian Yuan's heart for life. Off to the side of the arena, several of the inner sect disciples within the audience sighed and shook their heads. The audience members were still cheering endlessly, and it would be a while before the next match began on the arena star. Suyun's injured opponent was taken to the regional medical tent of the Su family to accept his treatment. As quickly as the match finished, the news of Suyun beating an inner sect disciple spread like wildfire, instantly reaching across the entire tournament square. The contestants immediately became interested by the juicy news. What? Suyun actually beat an inner sect disciple? How is this possible? Don't screw with me. That trash with only a cultivation of 6th stage spirit novice realm? Do not joke like this, cause it isn't funny. The rumors this time around are really getting too outrageous. At first, many disciples did not believe the news. However, after looking at the competition results, one by one they became all completely petrified in shock. Within the competition's border. Powerful! Xiangu exclaimed in shock and then lowered his voice. Senior is definitely more powerful than him. Beside Xiangu stood a young juvenile. Not necessarily. If it was me, I don't think I could even accomplish this kind of feat. What, beating that inner sect disciple? Senior most definitely would have the strength. Yes, but I am currently at spirit intermediate realm cultivation, while he was only 8th stage spirit novice realm. If I have to fight him, I cannot earnestly treat him like he is only an 8th stage novice realm disciple. What can he do to Senior? Well, he seems to be sneaky and ruthless. After the juvenile heard him, he only shook his head. He simply could not understand Senior's reasoning. Xiangu remained calm and explained with a smile, before Suyun ate the other side's spirit-infused punch, he had already set up a trap. Therefore, when his opponent rushed towards him, he purposefully thrusted his palm out in such a way as to disrupt his opponent's spirit power. It was actually all part of his plan. His plan? Right. It had to be this way, since Suyun was already aware of his opponent's strength. When one utilizes spirit power to infuse one's own strikes, there is excessive strain on the body. In particular, the stress on meridians that run through the hand is quite high. If the spirit power infused is not enough or is too weak, a spirit explosion could theoretically take place. Therefore, it seems that Suyun intended to gamble everything on this singular occurrence. When he suddenly changed his movements, with his fast hand movements, he created a sword from the spirit power, infused it into his palm, and clashed with his opponent. That was why his hand was heavily injured. So he cut his opponent's meridians? Right. There was just a little force in the strike's spirit power, but it is exceptionally sharp. As it severed the meridians of the palm, the circulating spirit power was thrown into chaos. Therefore, his opponent was doomed to lose. So powerful. Is it really only powerful? Xiangu shook his head and continued, this man was not only extremely cautious and devious, but his knowledge concerning his opponent's meridians was first class. If he lacked any of these qualities, he would not be able to sever any of the meridians. It is this combination of traits that I'm really afraid of. So it is that strength does not rely solely on cultivation, but also intelligence as well. A powerful man is bold and crafty, but is never ignorant. I will remember the teachings of Senior, the long-haired tender juvenile seriously promised. After this round was over, everyone who was left had officially entered the top 200 in rankings. Now for Su Yun, entering the inner sect was a sure thing. The 200 disciples entered the designated rest area. Su Yun was also welcomed and headed to the rest area. Before he managed to get far, a large crowd of outer sect disciples flooded over. Eyes of worship and respect were thrown at him. We greet the powerful Senior Su Yun. With your power only being 8th stage spirit novice realm, you managed to defeat a spirit intermediate realm disciple. Please tell us, how did you do it? Too impressive. Senior Su Yun, did you know, a few elders in the inner sect were asking for your name just a few moments ago. Senior Su Yun, can I become your disciple? Senior Su Yun, are you looking for a spirit cultivation partner? Senior Su Yun, I love you. Kaya 0. The people's constant pestering continued, like a swarm of bees. Su Yun was unable to cope with the attention and quickly got up to avoid the commotion. After waiting for a short period of time, the match of Xinu ended. This brave girl was covered with a myriad of scars, and her expression was extremely downcast. After Su Yun asked what happened, he was truly able to understand. Originally, Xinu had also been paired up against a female inner sect disciple named Xiao Shui. After just a few minutes, the fight ended in Xinu's defeat. Su Yun could only say a few words in consolation. After all, it was her first time participating in a tournament, so setbacks were to be expected. There would surely be other opportunities in the future. It was great that Xinu's character was optimistic. After a while, she completely recovered herself. After witnessing Su Yun beating an inner sect disciple, Xinu was shocked for a long time. Afterwards, Xinu dragged Su Yun back to her house, while she went out to the market to buy some good food. She called Xin Yang, who was still recuperating, and the three of them celebrated. To beat an inner sect disciple, it was obvious that Su Yun had managed to enter the top 200 ranks. The siblings Yu and Yang did not expect Su Yun's strength to be so dominating. Ever since Su Yun's rebirth, he had not drunk any wine. Furthermore, Xing Yang was still injured. Nonetheless, the three people ate and celebrated happily. The next day, the tournament resumed. Su Yun arrived early to the tournament square. Contrary to everyone's initial expectations, today's tournament square was crowded. The audience was completely filled. Even the amount of inner sect disciples attending could not be called few. Not only that, a few elders even made appearances, such as Shilong. He had personally come to watch today's matches. This was a match of 200 contestants, and only 50 would pass. In addition, this was to select the best of the inner sect disciples of the tournament. For whoever can win this competition and enter the top 50 would earn very generous rewards from the inner sect. These people would surely lead a promising and brilliant life. Therefore, whether it was inner sect or outer sect disciples, everyone took this very seriously. However, the amount of outer sect disciples in the top 200 were very scarce. Including Su Yun, it only amounted to 16 people. He was becoming afraid that those that could enter the top 50 rankings were even scarcer. The arenas were shrunk to 50, and the contestants were separated into two batches. Su Yun was sitting in the resting area for a moment, when his ticket suddenly lit up. 5th Arena. Contestant 998 versus Contestant 17. After Su Yun arrived at the 5th arena, he proudly strode towards the stage. Su Kuang. Su Kuang. Su Kuang, Good luck. Su Kwang. I love you. Good luck, you must win this. At this time, a tsunami-like waves of cries rang out. After Su Yun heard this, his complexion immediately darkened. He gave a sidelong glance and could see a person within the flanking square pavilion seat. Su Dongfang was smiling and looking at Su Yun. Finally matched up against Su Kwang? Su Yun bowed his head in thought. Then, he quietly stepped onto the stage. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 30. Chapter 30, The Hidden Devil Technique, One Move to Kill. My, this is really beyond my expectations. I never thought that you could have survived until now. Perhaps the rumors were wrong, since you don't seem like a trash, the handsome Su Dongfang gently said. As he looked at the pathetic man stranded on stage, he lazily narrowed his eyes and smiled. No, the rumor is surely right. Just then, an arrogant and rough voice rang throughout the staging area. People turned to see the source of the voice only to find a fierce-looking man smiling. It was Su Kwang, who was viciously glaring at Su Yun. As he arrived at the arena, he stepped up onto the stage. His posture straightened and steadied himself, the spirit aura surrounding his body looked as if it would burst out. It was mighty and domineering. The mountain of pressure was aimed at the front. Just then, every member of the audience near Su Kwang uttered their complaints of the aura. He is like a tiger, no, like a giant. What person in their right mind would want him as an enemy? Because of his lofty status, an average person could simply not afford to offend him. Su Kwang. Su Kwang. Win. Win. That inner sect disciple known as Su Kwang, it's been said that ever since he was born, he had terrifying strength unparalleled to even beasts. Looking at this situation, Su Yun is in a bad situation. Even though this guy still managed to win a couple rounds, by just comparing his strength to Su Kwang's, he is far too weak. You can't say all of that. Luck was a part of it, but to come this far, strength is certainly required. Nonetheless, seeing him against Su Kwang, it is, at best, unknown if he can win. Everyone in the audience was whispering amongst and discussing with one another. However, it was clear that the majority supported the prediction that Su Kwang would win this match. Su Kwang looks great setting such a pace, Qian Gu said as he looked at the two opponents. This seems to be a technique within the inner sect called Tiger Step, used to enhance the practitioner's power during movement from utilizing spirit power to activate the technique, said the long-haired juvenile beside Qian Gu. Really? Then, since Su Yun is within the area of the technique, isn't he at a disadvantage now? But let's wait and see if he has other techniques in this match. At the northwest corner of the arena. Su Yun, this kid, he actually dared to come here. It seems that what he said before was true, since a spirit novice 6th stage disciple could have never beaten an inner sect disciple otherwise. However, did he not say that he was a secret weapon that the master arranged? Why would he participate in this tournament? If he wanted to enter the inner sect, why couldn't he just ask his master? Su Guimu was completely puzzled. Maybe it is to stop the gossip about him, so if he entered the inner sect, no one would dare say anything about him anymore, a junior disciple behind him suggested. So it is like this? Su Guimu felt that he could not wrap his head around this at all. Boss, if we encounter Su Yun in the future, let's just speak to him politely. This little guy will become pretty powerful in the future, unlike us. Good idea. Bang! The bell sounded. The conversations near the arena quietened, and everyone's attention shifted towards the center of the arena. At this time, the judge yelled out, "Get ready!" The two opponents on the stage glared at each other. Su Yun intently gazed at his opponent. Meanwhile, Su Kwang changed into his fighting stance, ready to begin his assault. The judge glanced around the arena. As he did, some sweat dropped involuntarily from his cheeks. He carefully held his breath before yelling out, "Begin." The announcement was made. A fierce and predatory atmosphere descended and began to shroud the entire arena. Suddenly, Su Kuang roared and came rushing towards Su Yun like he was his prey. He did not hold back. Su Yun lowered his gaze and posture. He managed to dodge the attack. However, he did not counterattack. After Su Kuang failed in his first attempt, he immediately took advantage of the spirit aura that was pressuring Su Yun and renewed his assault in order to try to lower Su Yun's chances of evading his attacks. On Su Kuang's hand, blades of spirit power extended from his fingers. Su Kuang quickly spread his hands and sent the spirit claws towards Su Yun's spirit aura around his body. External spirit power essence release. Someone in the audience shouted. This was actually very difficult to accomplish, even for inner sect disciples. It required deep understanding of spirit power as well as the ability to proficiently manipulate it. If one had those requirements, they might be able to accomplish this once they reached spirit intermediate realm. The audience only witnessed Su Yun dodging hastily. Since he dodged hurriedly, a piece of clothing on Su Yun had a big hole cut into it. Fortunately, this strike missed and did not injure his body. Again, Su Kuang saw an opportunity. He immediately renewed his assault, not allowing Su Yun any time to react. Once again, he extended his hands and sent the spirit claws flying through the air straight into Su Yun. Nonetheless, Su Yun seemed well prepared. He kicked one foot out into Su Kuang's arms while the other aimed for Su Kuang's head. Despite this, Su Kuang did not even panic. Instead, a trace of happiness started to form on his face. He did not dodge as the necklace hung on his neck suddenly burst into yellow light, which covered his head and formed a mask. Bang! The foot collided with the forehead. Su Yun felt that his kick just collided with solid metal, but Su Kuang did not feel the slightest hit. He actually decided to use armaments. This method is really too shameless, said Xinu, since she could not tolerate the situation. In the tournament, there was no rule that prevented the use of armaments, but not everyone had armaments. However, if one took a close look at Su Kuang's arms and down to his legs, they would have been startled. After the armament was used, a dominating strength was fiercely pressuring the surroundings. Su Yun was thrown to the edge of the arena from Su Kuang's block. He hit the barrier and fell to the ground. Even though he was still unsteady, Su Kuang launched his techniques yet again. A thunderous roar shook the arena, causing many of the audience members to cover their ears. Many felt really miserable from hearing the sound. However, even though the sound was painful to bear, the surrounding audience was soon shocked even more. This sound only came from extremely powerful spirit techniques. Since even the sound of the spirit technique was deafening, then what was the actual level of the spirit technique? The protective barrier of the arena cut off most of the spiritual aura and atmosphere being projected. Therefore, the audience were never directly in any danger. However, it was different for Su Yun, who was on the arena. One could not guard against a sonic wave, so he was still unsteady. After eating this strike, he actually felt disoriented and his legs were not stable. A good shot! Someone shouted as they understood the situation. Slaughter this little brat that does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Go boss Su Kuang! The shouts were coming in constantly. Even Su Dongfang was smiling. Then, he glanced at Su Kuang and nodded. Any regular person could discern that the spirit aura Su Kuang was projecting was pressuring Su Yun in the arena. How could Su Yun just wait to be bombarded by Su Kuang's assaults? Yet, when he fought head-on, Su Kuang easily countered him and broke through his defense. Then he would just launch another sonic wave. This kind of attack came off as very mysterious. It was apparent to the audience that Su Kuang's combat experience was one level higher than Su Yun's. It seems the outcome of the match is set. The handsome Chen Ge shook his head. I still look forward to what Su Yun will do now. Senior, there will be a chance, the long-haired juvenile beside said. Su Kuang did not let up. He took every opening that Su Yun gave and attacked in quick succession. With spirit claws on his hands, he actually aimed from Su Yun's heart. This person was aiming to ruthlessly murder him. The audience held their breath and stared intently at the battle. The judge at the arena, however, did not conclude the match, because Su Yun was still standing. But everyone understood Su Kuang's intentions. Su Dongfang liked Qing Er, but Su Yun was a thorn. Not only did Su Kuang want to use this match to get rid of Su Yun, he also wanted to curry favor with Su Dongfang. Fist had no eyes. Even though the Su family had some protective measure in place, it did not mean that there were no incidents in the tournament. Not being able to account for all of them was an inevitability. Su Kuang understood that killing Su Yun would not cause a commotion. Su Dongfang would not only help him, but he would also reward him. Therefore, he dared to use lethal moves to kill. Nevertheless, just as he was near Su Yun, his whole body shook, and he became so unstable that he couldn't even stand. Suddenly, his body was a statue. At the same time, a pair of ruthless eyes with deep killing intent gazed into Su Kuang. Those eyes were deep, sinister, and as dark as a black hole. Traditionally, a person's blood was the medium used to activate devil techniques. However, one did not necessarily require patterns to be drawn with the blood. All that was needed was for markings to be inscribed into one's soul. In this case, many things can be said to be completely different. In a split second, a chill went through Su Kuang's body from head to toe. His blood even seemed to solidify itself. He stood still, only to see Su Yun suddenly raising his fist, exhausting all his strength in his body. Su Kuang suddenly felt that his neck was violently being crushed. Then the hands wrapped around his head. They were infused with spirit power, the very sight of which was suffocating. Powerful. Domineering. Sinister. Cold. The hand was stunning, peerless. Su Yun's previous poor performance was all for this one moment to execute his devil technique. All of the previous pathetic performance was merely meant to execute this one lethal move. Gotcha. This person never counted me as the alpha predator. Su Kuang shivered, and his heart trembled. He wanted to escape, but it was already too late. The fist had already been closed, and the vigorous force of the spirit power from the devil technique was finally utilized. Su Dongfang sensed that something was wrong and his face immediately paled. He quickly stood up and yelled, "Su Yun, how dare you!" But as the while he was shouting. Bang! An explosion. The clenched fist of Su Yun was touching the air around what used to be Su Kuang's head. It had burst open. Su Kuang's whole head had been crushed. Brains and blood splashed all over the ground. In an instant, the entire tournament grounds went dead silent. Everything seemed to be covered with dust. A headless body was still maintaining its fighting stance in front of Su Yun on the stadium. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 31. Chapter 31, Su Family's Punishment. The iron-like fist seemed to be covered with a juicy textured substance, colored red and white. The entire surrounding area was deathly silent. It was difficult for anyone to make any expressions, as everyone's facial muscles seemed to be frozen in place. All that remained were extremely exaggerated emotions of shock. Whether they were in the inner or outer sect, the sight of the match stupefied them. They could not react at all. An accidental murder? This kind of thing had occurred in the tournaments before, but this time it was a headstrike, which was extremely rare. Clang! 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 Just then, a few rings of the bell sounded. Subsequently, the arena of this match was lit up by a red light as a large number of guards from the inner sect marched towards the arena. These guards were all outstanding inner sect disciples, and every one of them was wearing high-quality armor and weapons from the host family. About 25 people rushed to the arena. As they approached, they began to surround the entire arena. The audience around the arena began to quickly disperse. Contestant 998, Soo-Yun, has committed serious violations. The judge shouted loudly. The silence of the crowd began to boil away. Many people's faces were now filled with dismay, surprise and doubt. Many of the people far away from the match had yet to comprehend the full extent of what had happened during the match. Who committed violations? A young man asked the female companion beside him. It seems to be Soo-Yun? The female companion responded. After the other disciples heard the commotion, they rushed towards the front of the stadium to see what was happening. However, the disciples quickly saw the corpse of Su Kuang still standing. As the disciples gazed at the sight, they only saw that it was only a headless corpse covered with scattered blood and crushed bone. Wah! Many of the female disciples that came to look instantly vomited. Suddenly, the entire square became a chaotic mess. What seems to be the problem? Just then, an elder said as he rose up from his seat. Subsequently, a high-pitched voice called out, "The elder has arrived." As the crowd saw the elder arrive, they immediately made a path. Afterwards, the other elders that had been sitting in the elder audience area began to walk alongside the first elder towards the stadium. Su Shilong's face darkened as he arrived at the stage and glanced around him. Then he asked, "What happened?" Esteemed elder, contestant Soo-Yun fought against Su Kuang in a fierce battle. Soo-Yun carelessly killed Su Kuang. Su Kuang was killed? As Su Shilong asked this, he raised his eyes to glance at Soo-Yun, who still had a calm demeanor as he stood on the stage. Soo-Yun appeared to be unaware of the waves he just created. Just then, a large group of people were walking over to their location. Leading the group was Su Dongfang. Just looking at the darkened face, a face full of bitterness, Su Dongfang shouted, "Elder Shilong, please take the appropriate actions. Su Kuang was my nephew, yet now, in this tournament, he was brutally murdered by Soo-Yun. Please bring justice to this, avenge my nephew. Elder, please bring justice to avenge Su Kuang." Su Dongfang shouted again. Su Dongfang was one of the sons of the main elders of the Su family. Although he directly did not have much power, he did have the backing of one of the main elders. Only with aid like this, would he dare to act like this. Su Shilong acknowledged Su Dongfang's outburst and said, "Rest assured, disciple Dongfang, you will obtain your justice." After finishing, Su Shilong turned around, coldly gazed at Soo-Yun, and said, "Bring him down." "Yes, elder." The guards immediately began to take action. "Stop." At this time, Xinu could not help but cry out. "Which person asked us to stop?" Su Shilong angrily asked. "Elder, it was a disciple from the outer sect called Xinu." Xinu stepped in front of the crowd and with a determined and serious face, she continued, "Elder, it was inevitable that there would be accidental injuries caused in the match. Fists have no eyes. You cannot blame brother Soo-Yun for the death of Su Kuang." "Accidental killing?" Su Shilong said coldly, "How can this killing be considered as accidental? Why not?" The judge was here. There were thousands of disciples around that witnessed the match. They saw every moment and the incident. During a fierce battle, who can easily stop the match? If Elder took brother Soo-Yun today, wouldn't it mean that you were ignoring the rules of the tournament? Xinu said with an unfaltering gaze. Everyone couldn't help but admire this female disciple's courage. Xinu was speaking in a clear voice, and the speech was directed to an elder of the inner sect. Su Shilong's face became ugly, but the tournament rules were set by the patriarch. Under such a large crowd, would he dare just disregard them? He glanced at Su Dongfang and thought for a moment. Then he asked the judge, "According to the rules, for manslaughter in the tournament, is there any punishment?" Immediate disqualification, the lost tournament ranking and possible 10-year ban to participate in inner or outer sect matches of the Su family. Obviously, the judge did not understand the current situation and just gave the direct instructions according to the tournament rules. So light, Su Dongfang asked. These were the rules set by the patriarch, the judge answered. After Su Shilong heard this, his face changed. After the judge said this, then this matter could not be easily settled. If he publicly ignored the rules and the patriarch heard about this, then he would be doomed. He could not afford to offend the patriarch. Not to mention the patriarch, this matter was better settled by the main house. After contemplating, he turned his head in with a face full of grief, as he said, "My nephew, your uncle can understand your emotions, but the death is done. You can only endure." After finishing, he just waved his hand, "Make a burial for Su Quang and send some reparation money to his family." Elder, Su Quang had no family, his master has always been Su Dongfang. Then for the time being, just make a burial. Yes, Elder. In addition, immediately disqualify Su Yun and abolish all his rewards from this tournament. Immediately sent him back to the outer sect. Su Shilong shouted angrily. Yes, Elder. The guards that were surrounding Su Yun immediately took action and directed Su Yun to leave. Su Yun did not say anything, jumped off the stadium and walked directly towards the exit. As he passed Su Dongfang, he was blocked. This matter will not be settled this easily. Su Dongfang calmly said. The charming smile was gone without a trace. It seems that I won. The bet that was set should still be in effect, right? Su Yun asked. Of course. Su Dongfang coldly said. Su Yun nodded and directly headed towards the exit. However, after walking for a few steps, he suddenly stopped for a moment and turned around. Then he loudly said, "Still good, still good." Still good? Su Dongfang was puzzled. Fortunately, it was not you that I was matched up against. As Su Yun said this, the entire audience became silent. When Su Dongfang heard this, his face immediately darkened and became ugly. This naked threat, how could he not recognize this? Su Yun? Su Yun? This name, where have I heard of this before? Su Shilong seemed to have remembered and asked, this Su Yun was the Su Yun that was expelled from the inner sect of the Su family? Esteemed elder, that is correct. Wasn't his cultivation speed extremely slow? For 8 years, he could not reach 7th stage cultivation? Now, somehow he managed to enter the top 50 in rankings? This guy probably just got lucky and made a breakthrough. Since the person next to him could not understand exactly what had happened, so he just made something up. Really? Su Shilong frowned as he thought about it. Then he just shook his head and turned to leave. I never thought that Su Yun could be this vicious. He actually killed Su Quang on accident. The distant long-haired juvenile still had not recovered from the shock as he said this with a bewildered look on his face. He did not make a mistake. He deliberately killing Su Quang, Chen Gu responded. Intentionally kill Su Quang? The long-haired juvenile was shocked even more. Senior, why did Su Yun decide to kill Su Quang? This, I do not know, Chen Gu said as he shook his head. Then he continued, this man is unfathomable, so we must be careful if we meet him later. Yes, senior. Meanwhile, located at the other end was Su Guemu. He was already so scared that he could hardly stand up straight, his legs felt like noodles. Sweet merciful heavens! This guy was actually so daring as to actually commit murder during a tournament. In the future, I will never mess with this guy again. This guy is completely nuts, completely insane. The patriarch of the house sheltered him. He can indiscriminately kill anyone, boss. We should really be careful when we meet this guy again. A group of disciples near Su Guemu stammered uselessly amongst themselves. With just this battle, Su Yun had really shocked the inner and outer sections. His fame spread quickly, and the outer sect disciples worshipped and feared him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 32. Chapter 32, Inside the World of the Everlasting Sword Sheath. Although he had defeated Su Kuang, he still lost the qualification to enter the inner sect. This was a deviation from his original plan. Nonetheless, Su Yun did not regret this. He could easily adapt his plans, but he would never change his principles. Since the opposing side had intended to kill him, as Su Yun saw it, it was necessary to eliminate the threat in the same way. Although he was trying to avoid using devil techniques, the knowledge of them was already ingrained into his bones. Even though he was reborn, it would be hard if not impossible to change that fact. Forget it. So what if we can't just enter the inner sect quickly? It doesn't matter. As Su Yun said this, the Yu Yang siblings quickly followed him. They tried to comfort him endlessly until Su Yun was smiling again. Then they stopped. It wasn't until they seen sure that Su Yun didn't have any problems about the resulting circumstances that they took their leave. After Yu Yang's siblings left, Su Yun did not waste any time. After calculating the time, he determined that the side effects of the heavenly crystal would still require 10 or more days of cultivating. After making sure that he had the everlasting sword hilt, he went back to the old shopkeeper to buy another stallion. He immediately stormed out of Su family's territory and headed towards Mirror Lake Town. Because he still had 2,354 spirit coins on him, he purchased some traveling supplies and a light new sword. Then, Su Yun headed towards the outskirts of the borders of the town. Whether it was the Su family, White family, or even Immortal Sword sect, they were all considered a small part of the Sky Martial continent. There were only a few provinces in Sky Martial continent. Even the provinces within the continent, powers such as the Su family and the Immortal Sword sect, were only just individual forces among the many different powers in the continent. This resulted in the borders of provinces, such as the outskirts of this town, being outside the jurisdiction of any major powers. And in these sparsely populated regions, spirit beasts commonly ran rampant. Along the outskirts of the border, there was a desolate lake. In the middle of the lake, there was a small little island. The island was eerie, so nobody ever came to it. Su Yun gazed at the desolate lake and could see the dark ripples slamming to the sides of the lake from the middle of the lake. As he saw the ripples, he jumped into the lake, directly towards the center of the ripples. As he dived into the lake, he could not see anything. However, he used his hands to explore the lake and grabbed a black object, which seemed like a strange ghost monster. Voila, voila, TL, sound of waves. As the creature was grabbed by Su Yun, it started to struggle, causing ripples in the lake. At the same time, Su Yun suddenly broke through the surface of the water and began to chant some strange words. After the monster heard this, it surprisingly stopped struggling. It paused. Suddenly, with a strange urgency, it dragged Su Yun towards the island at the middle of the lake. It happened to be that the words that Su Yun had spoken during the chant were not just part of some random chant. The words were actually from the official language of most spirit beasts in the continent. The spirit beasts in the continent were mysterious, since most people would never go to the outskirts of the Sky Martial continent. The official spirit beast language was recognized by all spirit beasts across the continent. Therefore, Su Yun just made a simple request to the Black Spirit Beast Tortoise to bring him to the island. Since the Black Spirit Beast Tortoise understood the Spirit Beast language, and witnessed that Su Yun could speak in it, it decided that Su Yun was similar to devil disciples, it would comply with the request. After arriving at the island, Su Yun did not dare venture into the center of the island. Instead, he stayed at the shore of the island and unpacked the materials he bought from Mirror Lake Town. Then he began to draw a mysterious formation on the ground. Meanwhile, within the Immortal Sword sect, inside the center of a crystal jade palace sat a pure white-skinned beauty with long hair flowing like ink and a face shrouded by a veil. She was sitting in front of a grand, round mirror and closing her eyes. The beauty's long eyebrows wrinkled, and her mood seemed to be very solemn. She raised her index finger and thumb pinching an extremely fine hair. Then she began to manipulate her spirit power, and the thin hair strand was immediately enveloped by the spirit power. The hair began to shine brightly with a white light. Hua! TL, light shining sound. Immediately afterwards, the grand round mirror in front of the beauty began to flicker with deep blue light. A large number of lines were forming on the mirror and began to create a mysterious pattern. If one looked carefully, they would find that this pattern actually represented a map of this region. However, the beauty then flicked her finger and the thin strand of hair immediately crashed into the grand round mirror. Right after, a bright beam of light went up and pierced through the skies. The pattern on the grand mirror began to blur. Suddenly, the pattern wasn't clear anymore. "Who are you looking for?" A hoarse voice emerged from her side. Her eyes quickly turned to the source of the sound, an aged woman wearing red clothes and carrying a sword. Grand Elder of the Immortal Sword Sect. The beauty saluted. Every moment was graceful. Third Elder does not need to be polite. The Grand Elder glanced at the mirror. "Is this your famous 10,000-mile tracking technique?" "Yes." The dragon female immortal nodded. "Once the mirror is powered with spirit power, it can easily track any target within 10,000 miles. Who are you trying to catch?" "Of course it is that thief that took the heavenly crystal." The dragon female immortal angrily shouted. "Oh? He has something belonging to you?" the Grand Elder asked. "In the battle that occurred, I was not prepared." Using some mysterious techniques, he managed to seriously injure the Hurricane Elder. "Since I got a strand of hair, I decided to give up the chase. Otherwise, how could someone of his cultivation level really escape me?" the dragon female immortal responded. The Grand Elder nodded. "Those that met with the culprit all said that he was wearing a disguise. Even I do not know his true face. The only ones that saw him were you and the Hurricane Elder. However, the Hurricane Elder is sidelined with heavy injuries, so we can only rely on you to catch the culprit. The heavenly crystal is very important for our sect, so I hope that you can quickly bring it back. I heard some news that a group is trying to obtain the heavenly crystal, so before they manage to find the culprit, you must quickly obtain the heavenly crystal. Grand Elder, please rest assured." Ding! At this time, the grand mirror sounded emitted a clear note. Then, the hazy mist on the mirror began to gradually clear up and a dot suddenly appeared on the map. The two females turned around and looked at the location of the dot. Pui Chi. Wielding his new sword, Suyun was currently face to face with a 9th-ranked Spirit Novice Realm Spirit Beast, Bloodthirsty Hound. Suyun exhaled and then suddenly stomped at the ground to propel himself forward. As the Bloodthirsty Hound was slashed open, Suyun took the Spirit Beast Core. The Spirit Beast Core could be ingested and it would increase one's cultivation. The core was usually hidden inside the body of powerful Spirit Beasts. Only Spirit Beast monsters had Spirit Beast Cores, and Spirit Beast Cores could only be used instantly after they were obtained. This was also why the Spirit Beasts were widespread across the continent. They did not need to cultivate but only needed to ingest countless Spirit Beast Cores to become stronger. Compared to cultivation, the effects of ingesting Spirit Cores were insanely fast. However, this method was accompanied by grave danger. One mistake could lead the cultivators to become the prey of the powerful Spirit Beasts. Beneath Suyun's feet was very simple formation, Guiding Beast Array. This array was adjustable and released an aroma that would attract, at max, Spirit Novice Stage 10 Spirit Beasts. Due to the climate and environment, there were countless varieties of Spirit Beasts roaming around the island. Therefore, the formation could attract many Spirit Beasts to come, which Suyun could kill, ingest the Spirit Beast Core, and increase his cultivation. In this manner, his cultivation would increase much faster without spending a vast amount of time to cultivation. However, the downside was that it was just too dangerous. Time was running out, so it did not matter that it was dangerous. After ingesting another spirit beast core, Suyun activated the array again to attract another spirit beast. If the array was strong, the attracted beasts would be strong. If the array activation was weak, it would attract weak and strong spirit beasts. If Suyun attracted a little too many spirit beasts, he could quickly deactivate the array and sneak into the lake to hide. He would just wait by the shore for the spirit beasts to leave. In one day, he managed to obtain 10 spirit beast cores to ingest. However, Suyun had many dangerous encounters. He was physically and psychologically drained, since this method was pure madness. To overcome the spirit beasts, Suyun endured by using his head and abilities to stay alive. Nonetheless, he also trained in the limitless sword arts. He tried to learn the first meaning of the sword, but it was not easy. After 2 days of practice, he only managed to gain a small insight on the route he should take. Every time the sword aura was used, it would require a massive amount of spirit power. This was life-threatening, so he could only safely practice it when no beasts were around. The meaning of the sword relied on Suyun understanding it by himself. It wasn't until the 6th day that Suyun was able to completely release the sword aura. However, the sword aura was very weak. It could not even hurt his enemy. As he kept releasing it, it only made his sword a bit brighter each time. This was because techniques such as sword aura, they would always be very difficult to learn. However, the sword aura was generated, and it gave Suyun the necessary qualifications to begin practice the. Suyun could not wait and immediately began to practice the sword arts. However, the first sword form of was not something that one could learn overnight. To control and manipulate the sword aura on his regular sword was no ordinary matter. It seems that before practicing, I must use that object. With that object, my cultivation and practice speed would advance by leap and bounds, Suyun thought. However, currently, a reliable weapon was also important. In his hands, the new sword, which he had bought earlier, was already damaged. Compared to martial weapons, it was useless. In the Sky Military Continent, the equipment was divided into different grades. The vast majority of the equipment were divided into white grade, green grade, purple grade, spirit grade, core grade, star grade, sky grade, sage grade, immortal grade, and god grade. Every grade had 3 divisions. For those that were high grade would be all considered as treasures, and the competition for those items would be very fierce. After he thought for a moment, he took out Everlasting Sword hilt. He willed it to open and jumped inside. Whoosh! The sound of a sword passed through his ears. Then, the scene had completely changed. The dangerous predicament that he was in before at the island was transformed into an avenue shrouded by a misty white fog. The avenue seemed to be suspended in the sky. One could not see the end of it, but at the front was a huge palace. As he gazed at the palace, he saw that white jade covered both sides, making a majestic scene. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 33. Chapter 33, First Sword, Engraved Dragon Blade. What is going on? The Sword Elder's voice came from the who activated the everlasting sword sheath? It's me, said Suyun. You? The Sword Elder remembered. He was completely startled as he said, Kid, your cultivation is not even at spirit intermediate realm, yet you dare venture inside the sword sheath? Are you trying to court death? I've been practicing with my sword aura. Suyun said. Ha? You can form sword aura? How can that be? How long has it even been? The Sword Elder was being stunned again and again without end. He could not believe what Suyun had just said. Suyun could only raise his sword and activate his spirit power. Sure enough, a sword aura began to cover the entire length of the sword. As the white sword aura enveloped the sword, it began to slowly make the sword seem unquestionably powerful. Upon seeing this, the sword elder became stiff as a statue. After a moment, he asked, "What do you plan to do?" "I've come to take a high-quality new sword." "What are you trying to accomplish?" "Of course it is for killing someone." "Killing someone." The sword elder remained silent. Then he just sighed and continued, "Well, since you are taking a sword, I will teach you something good. Pay close attention to the avenue of swords." "What avenue of swords?" Suyun looked towards the white road in front of him and noticed that the supposed fences on either side, surrounding the white avenue, were actually made of many lustrous swords that were emitting a divine power. Every single sword was 100% evenly spaced, each seeming to contain dominating divine power from the natural sword aura they were emitting. On the avenue are just ordinary swords, but inside the palace is the master sword. The 5 gods' words are also located there. However, you should not be delusioned. To control the master sword is something that you can't do right now. Since you require a sword for killing, the first white sword that you see in front of you will be your current goal. Relax, even though it is an ordinary white sword here, it is comparable to 1,000,000 of your trash sword that you are currently holding. How can I take control of it? You just need to pick it up. The sword elder responded. Just pick it up? Both of Suyun's eyes turned and stared at the right hilt of the sharp sword in front of him. This thin lustrous sword was light blue in color, had a slightly long hilt, and was engraved on its blade with a coiling dragon. It did not disappoint when he looked at it. Engraved dragon blade? It is a good name. Suyun looked at the name floating above the sword as he said loudly. Then his hand reached for the hilt of the sword. "Hey, kid, wait. It's the left sword that should be easier," the sword elder hastily said as he remembered something. However, Suyun's hand had already touched the sword. He gave a heavy pull. Gotcha! A light note rang through the air. The sword elder nearly had a heart attack again. Suyun's face was in intense concentration. He was waiting for something to happen. Yet, the engraved dragon blade had no reaction. After 4 breaths, it remained as tranquil as calm sea, no ripple, no waves. Does this mean that I now control it? Suyun asked, somewhat dazed. Not yet. Every single of these swords has a blade spirit and their personalities varies. The way that every single sword recognizes its master is different. This sword should have a distinct event to recognize its master. I rarely see this sword. I can't seem to remember anything about it. It seems that it really has been a long time, the sword elder said after pondering a while. Suddenly, a domineering roar was emitted out from the sword. It was soon followed by the sword flying out of Suyun's hands and flying up into the sky. Then it suddenly transformed into a dragon and shot straight towards Suyun. The dragon opened its mouth. It seemed that no one could do anything against this dragon. A complete transformation. What happened? It should have been just an ordinary sword, so why is there such a majestic sword spirit inside? How is this possible? This is impossible. The sword elder growled, for he could not comprehend how there was such a powerful sword spirit in this blade. Seeing the massive domineering dragon, any ordinary person would have already just given up because of the sheer terror. After he saw the dragon, Suyun analyzed the situation. Although his body could not fully react, he still managed to dive down with his stiff body, in an attempt to try to dodge the incoming blast. But the avenue was narrow, and both sides were walled off. Farther down the path, the avenue ended, and there was only the abyss. Where could he escape to? The grand dragon circled in the air, but as it turned around it sent one explosion near Suyun's body. Nevertheless, Suyun's body did not experience pain right away. But in an instant, a piercing pain struck his head and he soon fell unconscious. He awoke inside a mysterious void space. Selah. Some sounds inside a vacuum or void space. The surrounding was pitch black. Su-Yun was completely confounded on where he was at the moment. He could only see that from the dark clouds in front of him, the serpent-like dragon was emerging. It was not the world inside the everlasting sword sheath. It seemed more like the world inside the engraved dragon blade. The grand dragon coiled around the clouds and then stopped for a moment. Then, it opened his mouth and roared at Su-Yun. The roar seemed to have a mournful tone, as the sound struck right into the heart. Currently, Su-Yun's heart was beating erratically. He was in pain, especially his spirit, which was crumbling under the pressure of the dragon's roar. Su-Yun clenched his teeth and endured with his will. He did not relax in the slightest, for he knew that once he relaxed, his mind would collapse. Afterwards, he would likely become insane, as the dragon's roar could just enter his mind unhindered. The dragon's roar continued. It seemed to be endless, making Su-Yun becoming very desperate. Endure. Endure. Kid, this seems to be the blade's test to determine if you are worthy to be considered as its master. If you are unable to conquer the first sword in your path, how would you manage to control the entire 10 million divine swords found in the everlasting sword sheath? The sword elder said. Who said I cannot endure? Both of Su-Yun's eyes became red, massive amount of sweat permeated out of his body. Nonetheless, he did not move for half an hour, remaining standing in front of the grand dragon. Su-Yun was like a mountain. Despite the dragon's roar, Su-Yun did not wobble in the slightest. Excruciating pain. Despair. Helplessness. A myriad of emotions emerged. Su-Yun just concentrated on surviving. He was too stubborn to give up now. Finally, the grand dragon's roar slowly became weaker. As Su-Yun heard the grand dragon's roar gradually dissipate, the surrounding black void also gradually disappeared. The world shifted back. Su-Yun quickly looked around and confirmed that he was back to the real world. He was back on the central island. His whole body was sweating profusely and his spirit power was still very weak. However, in front of him was a slender light blue blade had been plunged into the ground. The engraved dragon blade. It was a green level weapon, TL, second rank spirit weapon. Original weapon was just an ordinary weapon. Contained inside it was a sword spirit with powerful killing potential. Good. Ha, kid, you have successfully managed to conquer an ordinary sword. This is really great. Haha, the sword elder celebrated loudly. Su-Yun took a deep breath and then pulled up the sword. At the instant that his hand touched the hilt of the sword, he felt that his mind calmed and his spirit power increase. Some of his spirit power also recovered. It turns out that this blade was designed to killing enemies equipped with spirit weapons. How strong my spirit power is will determine the strength of the blade. Su-Yun carefully examined his blade inside in his heart. Do not be depressed, the sword sheath still has countless divine swords waiting for you to take. On how many swords can you take out, will depend on your own efforts. The sword elder said. I understand, but first I must increase my current strength. Su-Yun said. Without power, how could he even control other spirit swords? Obtaining this blade was laborious enough. How difficult would it be for him to obtain the other swords? After thinking about this, Su-Yun's eyes became filled with firm determination. He equipped the engraved dragon blade and went straight into the heart of the central island. What are you trying to do? The sword elder asked. I just got to do some preparatory work. As Su-Yun said this, he jumped into the forest. He released his sword aura, and it enveloped the engraved dragon blade. The aura only remained in the air for a moment. If this was intended to be used to kill someone, it would still be not enough. In the central area of the island, there was a mountain range controlled by spirit beasts. The spirit beasts residing in the mountain range were just too many to count. Su-Yun did not dare to venture too deeply and only explored the borders of the mountain range. He tried to avoid most of the spirit beasts and was just searching for some ingredients. magic mist flower, born only where spirit beasts reside. It could release a great amount of highly toxic gas to attack any organisms that approached it. Split magic stone, it could assimilate anything near its spirit power. Only spirit beast that had this ability could use it to transform. Heavenly devil tree branches, exceptional material used for making array canvases. Suyun focused on searching slowly. He moved quietly and was careful with every step. The Sword Elder could only look confused at the scene. He had lived for a long time, yet he could not understand the actions of young Suyun. He was still confounded on why Suyun was at a dangerous location looking for materials. What a strange little guy, the Sword Elder muttered. Then he returned into the scroll. After 2 days, experiencing many piercing pains, he finally obtained all the ingredients that he required. Carrying the ingredients that he obtained from the mountain range, Suyun immediately left this place. He headed southwest to Guju Xian School. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 34. Chapter 34, Borrowing and Taking. Guju Xian School, a school with history that went back thousands of years in the martial arts world. Every single disciple within the school that cultivated spiritual power followed the way of the king. In other words, it was an extremely tyrannical path. By this nature, they were famously fierce and unforgiving. Even the attribute of their spirit power was special, Scarlet Sun Power. This type of spirit power was extremely powerful. It could be used to ignite anything, making the disciples seem like deities of flame, which could manipulate their flames in all directions. This type of power caused true terror in the hearts of many. Every single disciple's spirit power was different. The Guju Xian School's cultivation methods were concerning. With many of the disciples being excessively violent, the school incurred the hatred of many other sects and schools. The disciples of the Guju Xian School often bullied the surrounding disciples from nearby sect, so their reputation had become the worst in the entire region. For this exact reason, every time the Guju Xian School made rounds to recruit disciples, the amount of disciples that joined became fewer and fewer. In addition to the grudges and hatred from other sect and schools, the school was under a lot of pressure. Their influence became smaller and smaller. However, even though the Guju Xian School was suffering, there were still many cultivators that stayed because the school still had one very precious treasure, which people would drool over. The unyielding core. Rumor had it that if someone was able to obtain this and use it to cultivate, the person's talent would jump by leap and bounds. The person's practice speed would also increase by thousands of miles. Therefore, every disciple that cultivated would dream of obtaining this treasure. However, this was only in the hands of the headmaster. People could only look and not touch. Today, at the front gate of the Guju Xian School, there were 2 lines of people. These teams were all assigned to the bottom of the mountains. They were not from Guju Xian School. While walking the middle, was only a dozen men and women consisting in the team. These disciples were each equipped with a sword, dressed in battle armor, and every single disciple's chest was imprinted with a golden sword pattern, making them very imposing. The Immortal Sword Sect disciples. The Guju Xian School was not that bad, but compared to the Immortal Sword Sect, they were a minor sorcerers in the presence of a great ones. TL, idiom, meaning paled in significance. These groups were composed of only elite and exceptional disciples. Leading up front was a handsome young man equipped with a white sword. Beside him was a female disciple wearing a thin veil. The female had long silky hair as dark as black ink. She had a light and graceful posture and seemed to be a delicate flower. Anyone would feel she seemed to be a delicate lotus. Beside her, the young man also had very fierce eyes and extremely handsome looks. His hands was grasped on his sword, a smile was on his face, and he proudly stepped forward. Yen Shan, you are the most pampered disciple, a major elder, but also my important partner. Therefore, today I am bringing you to experience the world a little so you can open your eyes. In a few moments, you will see the headmaster of the Gu-Xin school. You must not be confused. You must maintain a dignified appearance. In front of my immortal sword sect, this school is nothing much. The young man said earnestly to the veiled female disciple. We shall carefully follow Elder's order. Bai Yen Shan said. Her voice really sounded like the drips of spring water, making people feel truly carefree and relaxed. Haha, Yen Fan, you do not have to be so polite. Do not look at me as an elder, I am not that old. I am called Xiao Xin Ming. You can just call me Xin Ming. The young man from the Immortal Sword sect did not portray any strictness. He felt free and relaxed. However, his eyes were gazing over the body of Yen Fan. Yen Fan does not dare. Bai Yen Shan lightly said. Xin Ming just laughed a bit, but did not continue. The young master continued forward and arrived directly in front of the gate of Gu-Xin school. At the gate, 3 elders of the Gu-Xin school was waiting. Welcome, young elder of the Immortal Sword sect. This is really an honor for you to grace us with your presence. Please excuse us for not coming to directly meet you before. Forgive us. Forgive us. The 3 elders of the Gu-Xin school apologized profusely while bowing their heads. Elders, no need to be so polite. The young elder said as he cupped his hands in respect. He smiled and then said, Today, the major elders of the Immortal Sword sect sent me to complete a mission. We would like to borrow an object from the Gu-Xin school, but we did not know if the patriarch of the Gu-Xin school was still here. If he is here, I would like to meet with the elder face to face. After the 3 elders heard these words, their face became very ugly. Wasn't this person's way of talking just the same as treating everyone as truly beneath him? Complete arrogance. Basically, he was saying, you 3 elders aren't even qualified to talk to me, so bring your patriarch out to talk to me. Since the Immortal Sword sect disciples were always treated with respect whenever they were completing their own matters, they almost never gave face to minor figures. The disciples that were behind the 3 elders became absolutely furious. However, the high-stage cultivation elders quietly determined a compromise to quell the anger that was building up in their disciples. Haha, young elder, please come in. Come inside and the patriarch will be waiting in the main hall for you. Please just come in. The 3 elders kept their polite appearance and laughed. Xiao Xin Ming remained calm and rudely laughed as he stepped into the grounds. Simply too arrogant. Is the Immortal Sword sect going to cause trouble in the Gu-Xin school? Nonetheless, the Gu-Xin school has just never been the equal of the Immortal Sword sect. The disciples in the Gu-Xin school whispered. Then, Xiao Xin Ming led the disciples of the Immortal Sword sect into Gu-Xin school's main hall. Currently, the patriarch and his subordinates were seated on the throne. May I present to you, the patriarch of the Gu-Xin school, Tai Zhangmen. Xiao Xin Ming led it at the front and his subordinates just followed. This time, he was neither servile or overbearing. Immortal Sword sect sent one of its talent young elder to come here, but did not seek to let me know. Why do you suppose that is? Tai Zhangmen indifferently asked. His voice was deep and heavy. Anyone who listened to him would have a feeling of pressure, shortness of breath and dizziness. If ordinary people listened to him, they would just collapse to their knees. Just a minor issue, and I am looking for the Gu-Xin school full cooperation. Cooperation with what? Tai Zhangmen's face frowned. Right. Xiao Xin Ming said and continued, I came from the orders of my sect's major elders. I have come to borrow the everlasting stone, which I hope that the Gu-Xin school will not refuse. After the words were said, the hall became completely silent. One couldn't even hear the sound of people breathing. The patriarch was wearing a gold and jade robe, had a long white beard and face as fierce of a tiger. He was stunned for a while, but then asked, Xiao Xin Ming, I am not sure if I heard the words correctly about borrowing some object. You really want to borrow the everlasting stone? There is no mistake in my words. I also hope that the patriarch will not refuse. Xiao Shenming indifferently responded. Your major elders just ordered for you to borrow the treasure. Did they not say anything else? The grand elder of the Guju Xian school sitting at the right side of Tai Zhangmen said. His voice was heavy. He was clearly not satisfied with Xiao Shenming's answer. Nothing else. Xiao Shenming shouted in a high-octave tone, then he continued, the major elders only said this one sentence. As for anything else, there was nothing. That is to say, you are just going to take the treasure for nothing? The anger in the elder's eyes began to ignite. You guys are hesitating? Xiao Shenming raised his voice coldly. You? The grand elder suddenly stood up and was about to attack. Jin Shan. Suddenly, Tai Zhangmen raised his voice to stop the grand elder's action. The grand elder was stunned, as he looked with surprise at Tai Zhangmen shaking his head. Humph. The grand elder calmed his anger and walked back to his seat and sat down. As Xiao Shenming saw this, his smile became more rich. In his eyes, he achieved something that he should be 100% proud of. Tai Zhangmen gazed at Xiao Shenming, thought for a moment, and said, the Guju Xian school only has one everlasting stone. Therefore, it is not easily lent out to others. It is true that the Guju Xian school cannot be compared to the Immortal Sword sect. However, this doesn't mean that you can just ignore me and just borrow the treasure for nothing. Can you borrow the treasure? Yes. Nevertheless, it depends on your group's strength. What? Tai Zhangmen, you want to challenge me to a match? Xiao Shenming just shook his head. Although Xiaoshen is arrogant, but based on strength, I cannot even be a possible opponent to Patriarch Tai Zhangmen. If Tai Zhangmen wants to have a battle with Xiaoshen, no need for the battle, I will surrender right now, because I have no chance of winning. You do not need to beat me. If you can defeat the elder Jin Shan, then you will be allowed to borrow the everlasting stone. Tai Zhangmen said. He said this because he did not want to offend the Immortal Sword sect. This was a method to save face for both sections. With the battle, the young master had to accept or refuse the challenge. The other party had no choice, and it was advantageous for the Guju Xian school. Although, on the surface, the Immortal Sword sect was borrowing, it was no different from taking. Nonetheless, for giving face, he still had to make some compromises. Then, Xiao Shenming's face flashed a trace of disdain while he was smiling. He glanced at the Grand Elder, and sneered. His eyes were filled with disdain. The Grand Elder is not my opponent, I think. How about not dueling between us? Damn! You, after Jin Shan heard this, his anger almost exploded. Xiao Shenming did not pay attention to the elder's remark. He directly said, today, I came along with another person. I have with me the disciple of the Grand Elder of the Immortal Sword sect, Yan Fan. Yan Fan is very talented and earned the praise of the Grand Elder. However, she has few achievements. As such, you are free to find another disciple to fight a battle with her. If she wins, then we will borrow the everlasting stone. If she loses, then we will leave immediately and never ask the Guju Xian school for another request again. How about it? After he said this, the female disciple with a veil over her head stepped forward. She was slightly shaking while holding the sword. Behind her, Xiao Shenming was presenting her with his hand. Then he gazed at Tai Zhangmen waiting for a response. Tai Zhangmen's eyebrows frowned, but he did not say anything. The Grand Elder immediately groaned out loud, you really dare to send this person as the opponent? On if there is anyone, in a battle you will understand. Whether your disciples are elites or talented, everything will be determined if they have a battle. Xiao Shenming said completely unperturbed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 35. Chapter 35, The Forbidden Technique, Becoming the Devil. Faced with the arrogant and aggressive attitude of the Immortal Sword Sect Elder, how could the Guxia school possibly endured? Fine. Jinshan immediately stood up and shouted, "You're the one who said this, so don't even think about going back on your word this time. This promise has already ridden away and not even a carriage of 4 horses can hope to catch up. Same idiom, he will keep his promise." After saying this, Jinshan held his iron gaze towards the direction of Tai Jiangmen. It was all about reputation, and it had come to a point where he could not refuse, so Tai Jiangmen hardened his heart and gently nodded. "Since young elder decided to have a match set up, I cannot decline." "Jinshan," Tai Jiangmen said. "Patriarch." Jinshan immediately stood up. "Come get a disciple out." After Jinshan heard this, his brow tightened. "Why should we agree to do this battle?" "Stop your blathering and just quickly go," Tai Jiangmen shouted. Jinshan looked at the female disciple beside Xiao Shenming and hesitated for a moment. Then, he motioned to the side of the hall to summon a disciple down. As soon as he called, a tall and thin male disciple, elegantly dressed in a light robe, quickly arrived at the grounds. The male disciple had no weapons, but his hands were equipped with a pair of gauntlets. He had an extremely glass-like build, which, in turn, made him seem very fragile. However, his body held an atmosphere of great power. After arriving at the main hall, he cupped his fists in respect and bowed in respect. Disciple Lin Ju pays respects to Patriarch Zhang Men and to the Grand Elder and Second Elder. Tai Jiangmen's tense face finally showed a hint of a smile. Then, he said, "These are the guests from the Immortal Sword Sect who came to discuss important matters to me. However, they were also sent to learn skills and gain experience. Therefore, disciple, you must utilize all your years of training to demonstrate your skills and communicate it to them, carefully." "Yes, Patriarch." "I understand," Lin Ju cried out. "Remember, you are representing the Guxia school. I will honor Patriarch's command completely," Lin Ju boomed and turned in the direction of Xiao Shenming to analyze his opponent. "Is there a problem?" Xiao Shenming said with a huge grin on his face as he was looking at Bai Yan Shan. Bai Yan Shan did not speak, he just stepped forward. "Please," called Lin Ju. "Please," returned Bai Yan Shan. The 2 disciples went outside from the main hall. They arrived at the Guxia school's open field behind the main gate. The Patriarch and 2 elders both quickly followed. As they arrived, more and more disciples of the Guxia school gathered around the open field. They were excited about the battle they were going to witness. Meanwhile, at another open field at the bottom of a mountain, an enormous array of blood with a diameter of over 10 meters appeared. The blood array was extremely complicated. There were actually hundreds of images of beasts painted on top of the array. It gave a strange and eerie atmosphere. The array was a grand structure in the grounds. At the end of the large array, there is a figure dressed in black clothes and equipped with a blade. He was holding a beast heart, which he was constantly squeezing in his hand. The blood was leaking out from the heart and dripping onto the ground. As the blood dripped down, it began to complete the painted symbols of the grand array. Finally, the last stroke of the array was finished. Phew! Su Yun caught his breath. This technique was part of the Lunar Devil technique, which required a massive amount of blood from powerful beasts. For the sake of completing this, he brought clothes of swordsman to disguise himself. If they remembered his face, the future would bring a lot of trouble. Everything was ready. He had already placed the materials that he collected before at each corners of the blood sky array. He knew that only after placing everything in its correct location would he be able to activate it. After he carefully placed the materials in their respective places, he began the most complex and difficult part: filling the array. This process exhausted Su Yun. Fortunately, Su-Yun was familiar with this array, so he managed to finish it after lots of hard work. Shortly after, he took out the heavenly crystal and started to wait quietly. The massive array began to emit the aura of blood, becoming more and more thick. Okay, what a powerful blood aura, kid. What are you using the array for? Once again, the Sword Elder within was awakened from his slumber. He suddenly asked Su-Yun since he felt a little fear of what was happening. Demon Technique Rank 8, Demonic Blood Array. Su-Yun responded. Demon Technique, you haven't even reached Spirit Intermediate Realm yet, so how would you even know about demon techniques? Who are you really? Kid, what are you really trying to do? The Sword Elder asked panically. Calm down, Sword Elder, I am me, just Su-Yun. Su-Yun took a deep breath and focused on the heavenly crystal. As he looked at the dark crystal, it suddenly flashed with a bright light. Then, the crystal quickly turned black again. The time has come. Su-Yun said. What are you trying to do? The Sword Elder asked. Extract it. After Su-Yun said this, the heavenly crystal began to spin and hovered above the massive blood array. Then, the demonic blood array began to activate. Hua! TL, bright light sound, do leave a comment if you know something better. As the light dimmed and the winds from the spin crystal lessened, the blood-red lines of blood of the array began to rapidly rise of the ground and swirled around the heavenly crystal. Wave after waves of blood came up. The heavenly crystal became scarlet red again. A demon technique, the Sword Elder said. The Sword Elder has experienced a lot when he traveled around the demon continent. The devil technique that was demonstrated just now, it certainly was not as simple as it looked. As Su-Yun held the scarlet red heavenly crystal, he directly placed it on his chest yet again. Shwa! Suddenly a sinister sound emerged. The crystal was burning Su-Yun's body as it was activated. The heavenly crystal was rapidly integrating with his chest and veined patterns began to generate. However, it was unlike the golden color that occurred during the event in Crescent Valley. This time, the heavenly crystal was actually emitting a sinister blood-red color. This spirit aura, amazing. Very powerful. Kid. You are crazy. What are you even trying to do? Are you going to destroy the Guxia Xin school? The Sword Elder practically shivered as he voiced his concerns. Su-Yun clenched his teeth. Both of his eyes were now blood red and an inscription of a blood lotus appeared on his forehead. His entire body was covered with a faint red mist, emitting a chilling aura. He seemed as if he was the devil. Elder. Su-Yun exhaled deeply. The sound that he spoke was similar to the devil. Kid, you. The Guxia Xin school may be a minor sect, but there are numerous elites within it. This time, I am aiming to battle with the Patriarch, so if I cannot use the full power of the heavenly crystal, I would never be able to succeed. Therefore, I used a rank 8 demon technique, demonic blood array, which allowed me to reuse the power of the heavenly crystal. Furthermore, I do not know if the Immortal Sword sect is still actively searching for me, so I will risk using this. Nonetheless, I want to tell you, Sword Elder, this is how I do things, I leave nothing to chance. Are you not scared of becoming a demon? The Sword Elder frighteningly asked. Becoming a demon? Su-Yun pondered a bit. After a while, his mouth raised into a smile. Long ago, I did become a demon, Su-Yun admitted. After the Sword Elder heard this, he remained silent for a long time. Then he spoke. Your heart is obsessed. With no obsession, I would perhaps not be standing here today. The Sword Elder could not understand his words and would never understand these words. That being the case, it is fine. The Sword Elder said. Su-Yun nodded. Elder, you are using a lot of soul power. You should just quickly return to the scroll. Be careful. After saying this, the sword elder quickly returned back to the scroll. Su Yun took another deep breath. Then, he took out a metal mask from his spatial ring that he prepared beforehand. He covered his face and took out the engraved dragon blade from his everlasting sword sheath. He stabbed it straight into the ground. Violent spirit sword energy was released out of the engraved dragon blade and crashed into the blood array. The energy just disappeared into the demonic blood array. Suddenly, a blood mist flew into the air and rushed to the blade. It began to circle around the blade. First sword form, 10 million gods words. Roar! An earth-shattering roar shook the entire mountain near the Guxia Xin school. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 36. Chapter 36, a few steps below. Kong Chang. Boom. 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 Sounds of fighting. Sounds were echoing throughout the open field in front of Guxia Xin school's main gate. The distinct clang of steel weapons could be heard by anyone in the area, and the ground was shaking from the dull but heavy explosions caused by the clashes. Two figures were embroiled with each other in a fierce battle. There was a mix between sword and martial arts, but it was hard to distinguish them. The disciples of the Guxia Xin school that were standing around the field were continuously cheering at the intense spectacle caused by the two exceptional practitioners. Finally, clang! A resounding sound rang through the air. In an instant, the entire ground shook as the sword aura descended and exhibited massive martial pressure. In response to the sudden change of events, Lin Ju's expression became tense. Both of his knees buckled and he had almost collapsed from the sheer pressure caused by the sword aura. Yet, when one looked at the white, veiled female disciple, one would never think that she would be dropping from the sky like a fierce thorn. TL, drop from sky, idiom, meaning appear unexpectedly. Like a goddess, her beautiful figure left the disciples of Guxia Xin school mesmerized. Lin Ju only had one pair of metal gloves, but they couldn't withstand the pressure of this sword aura at all. He could not move, and it was clear he wouldn't even be able to dodge the incoming strike. Lin Ju only stared with both of his eyes, as he saw the incoming stab from her sword. His face was stricken with panic. Then, right at the last moment, the sword twirled around, and Bai Yan Shan suddenly changed her sword attack. She gracefully spun around, raised her leg and sent a kick straight towards Lin Ju's chest. Bang! This talented disciple of the Guxia Xin school was absolutely defeated. He crashed pathetically to the borders of the field. Senior Lin Ju! The disciples around the field exclaimed. The patriarch's expression also became very ugly. His cold heart became very regretful, and his eyes became filled with endless amounts of fury. But he could only gaze angrily into space as both Bai Yan Shan's feet landed gracefully back on the ground. Her beautiful face had remained calm the entire time, and with a quick motion, her sword was back in her sheath. She took a few steps forward, gently saluted and politely announced, "Thank you for the battle." Lin Ju could only grind his teeth and furiously glare at Bai Yan Shan. He disdainfully sucked in a breath and then cupped his fists. He turned to face the patriarch Taijian Men and knelt down while saying, "This disciple has failed you. Patriarch, please deliver the punishment. We actually trusted you to succeed, yet with your pathetic ability, you only succeeded in being completely beaten to the ground by the immortal sword sex disciple. You have basically sealed the fate of the school. You piece of trash." Suddenly, Taijian Men coldly ordered, "Come, bring him down from there, get up." "Yes, Patriarch." The elite disciples around the field quickly sprung into action. Patriarch Zhan Men, this isn't very appropriate, right? Elder Chang Lao asked, then continued, "Patriarch Zhan Men, Li Ju is your heir. He has only been training for a few years, so his spirit cultivation is only in the early stages. Winning and losing is a commonplace in the martial world, so please rethink your decision. This this. He not only made the Gu-Xia school lose a lot of face but also cost us the most valuable treasure of our Gu-Xia school. You still want me to spare him? Bring him down. Patriarch Tai roared. Yes. The elite disciples no longer hesitated, quickly restrained Lin Ju and brought him down in front of the patriarch. Despite the incoming punishment, Lin Ju did not resist at all, though he still held a dejected expression evident on his face. Xiao Shenming calmly surveyed the situation in his eyes and could not help himself from chuckling loudly. Tai Zhangmen, I have remained true to my words and allowed the battle to take the place. Nevertheless, the result of the battle is evident, so please, Tai Zhangmen, patriarch of the esteemed Gu-Xia school, remain true to your words. Bring out the everlasting stone. You mustn't go back on the agreement. Tai Zhangmen remained silent. With so many disciples witnessing this event, how could he just hand the Gu-Xia school's most valuable treasure as if nothing was wrong? The second he handed it over, what would all the disciples think of his school? However, if he did not surrender his treasure, he would be offending the Immortal Sword sect, and they would have a reason to attack the Gu-Xia school. If that occurred, not to mention the everlasting stone, he was afraid that the entire Gu-Xia school would be destroyed. As the patriarch, he was just trying to weigh the pros and cons. Patriarch Tai Zhangmen, are you actually going back on your promise? Elder Xiao, you are pressing this matter too urgently, but this is an important matter, so can we discuss the terms? Elder Zhan Lao decided it would be best to try and tactfully delay the situation. Nonetheless, it was obviously useless. As soon as Xiao Shenming heard this, he spoke up. To be honest everyone, this battle against the Gu-Xia school was just an order from one of my elders of the Immortal Sword sect. They only wanted to give Bai Yenshan some experience. However, I respected the Gu-Xia school's terms and risked my entire mission in betting the everlasting stone. If you do not give me any respect, I'm afraid that these tactics from Elder Zhan Lao is just making this worse. These words could only be perceived as a threat to those of the Gu-Xia school. The anger within Patriarch Tai Zhangmen's eyes was quickly growing more intense. With so many disciples as witnesses, this elder had still dared to utter those words. This Xiao Shenming was intentionally putting him in a bad position. Tai Zhangmen's cultivation was indeed very high, so he was just giving face to the Immortal Sword sect, but his patience was beginning to run out. So far, he had done nothing. But when he could not take this humiliation any longer, his terrifying aura quickly exploded. He quickly gazed at Elder Zhang Lao beside him. He was also unable to tolerate such humiliation, but could only lower his head and ponder on what to do. Apparently, making him publicly surrender was not possible. The reason was simple. Xiao Shenming was not at the level to justify his treatment. Even after he gave out the everlasting stone in any agreement, the Gu-Xia school future would be doomed. At this point, the female disciple who was covering herself with a veil quickly came forward. After a few steps into the light, she respectfully saluted. Tai Zhangmen, Yan Shan has a few words she wants to say. I urgently request that you listen to what I have to say, Tai Zhangmen. Speak. Tai Zhangmen coldly said. Tai Zhangmen. Bai Yenshan said in a clear and melodic voice, as she paused and glanced around the field. Soon after, her cherry lips continued. Today, the continent is peaceful. However, that is only on the surface. There is a crisis hidden below, especially in this region. West of Central Min Country, south of the Swallowing Sky sect, all had witnesses of massive influx of demonic beasts. These regions are places where not a blade of grass grows, where not a life form has ever been able to habitate. However, there are countless demonic beasts appearing, and the Immortal Sword sect has determined the origin. These demonic beasts are seeds that have originated from the demon continent, and they are seeds that need to be exterminated. Demon continent? Everyone was shocked. How is that even possible? My God, have the demonic beasts of the demon continent finally begun to stir? The surrounding disciples all began to panic. As Bai Yen Shan saw this, she immediately continued, "Therefore, my sect wants to quickly prepare as soon as possible. To be honest, Tai Jiang Men, Yen Shan has a special physique, which is only something that occurs once every 100 years. Therefore, I will be very effective against the evil demonic beasts if I carefully cultivate in my sect. This is the reason that I came to borrow the treasure of the Guxia Xin school. It is actually for the Sky Martial continent, but I hope that Tai Jiang Men will not hold any grudges about this matter. For this end, Yen Shan needs to borrow the everlasting stone from the Guxia Xin school. Yen Shan will vow that she will utilize it fully to cultivate and will personally compensate Guxia Xin school afterwards." After she said this, she once again saluted respectfully. It wasn't an artificial or conspicuous routine, just a natural action. Speech, action, even the voice were all natural and clean, and everyone was influenced by her. Upon witnessing the speech, the disciples all raised their eyes and looked at Patriarch Tai Jiangmen. They were all expecting something. Tai Jiangmen was stunned for a bit. Then he whispered, as he uttered a few words. "This disciple is extraordinary, ah." Elder Chang Lao only sighed and shook his head. If she said it like this, she can be considered to be truly clever. She not only gave me a few steps to save face, but she also made me unable to refuse her request. Otherwise, my Guxia Xin school would have not only offended the Immortal Sword sect, but it would have risked being cast aside by the other major factions. But as it is now, they had even sent their genius disciple. What she said were words that seemed as righteousness as any that inspire reverence. TL, idiom meaning, power to make people follow her. Shashen Ming had just needed lower it down a notch. Patriarch, Elder Zhang Lao asked as he awaited his decision. He only saw Tai Jiangmen fiercely took a breath and heavily nodded his head. As Bai Yen Shan saw this, her face flashed with a small smile. However, no one witnessed the small smile. Tai Jiangmen took a deep breath, glanced around and made his decision. He shouted, "For the sake of the SKE military continent's security and prosperity, this patriarch trusts you with the everlasting stone." Roar! Just as Tai Jiangmen was about to announce that Guxia Xin school would loan the everlasting stone to the Immortal Sword sect, a shrill and terrifying roar passed like a tsunami into the sect. The sound waves shook the entire mountain. Then, the mysterious spirit gas burst into the sky, and the air began to fill with the heavy stench of blood. As one looked up into the air to see a person on a flying sword. This person was wearing full black attire and was surrounded by a deathly and blood atmosphere. On his face was an iron mask, and his hand was clasping a slender sword. He then flew and went straight to his target. It was clear that he wanted to kill Tai Jiangmen. As Suyan activated his sword technique, his demonic aura descended upon the grounds, and everyone in the area just remained utterly stunned. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 37. Chapter 37, Battle of Guxia Mountain. Who goes there? Tai Jiangmen shouted. Take off the everlasting stone and I'll let you live. The iron-masked black-robed blademaster shouted. A terrifying aura was wrapped around his blade, oozing killing intent. The baleful aura was like a violent storm descending upon the school. Another person who desires the everlasting stone. Well, let's see if you actually have the ability to take it. Tai Jiangmen stomped on the ground with both his legs, which caused the ground to tremble for a moment. Immediately, he waved both of his fists, and his entire body ignited in fierce, godlike flames that shot straight into the sky. The surrounding elders were all pushed back a few steps, not daring to stay near the patriarch's flames. Nonetheless, the Black Blade Master just remained in the air. Tai Jiangmen immediately unleashed both of his fists and sent forth a fearsome strike towards the Blade Master. Each of his fists were covered with a blazing aura shaped like a cheetah, which seemed to fly straight towards the Blade Master. As the blazing cheetahs went through the air, their speed alone was enough to quickly make one's hair stand on end. Not only was it violently fast, and the scorching temperature was completely burning everything in sight. However, the Blade Master did not appear to panic at all. He raised his blade, and with just a simple slash, easily split the incoming blazing cheetahs in 2 fragments. Soon after, the pressure of the blade quickly descended. The endless pressure that the Blade Master was exerting had astonishingly engulfed the entire mountain. Then he made his move. Tai Jiangmen anxiously gazed at the Blade Master and took a breath as he raised both his arms to face the incoming blade strike. As the blade and fists clashed, it caused an explosion that sent out powerful and terrifying energy waves. The ground just shattered. The entire Guxia mountain shook and the demonic beasts living on the mountain prostrated themselves on the ground, all of their bodies trembling in deference. The surrounding disciples were easily pushed back, and most even found it difficult to stand. Even the face of the female disciple, Bai Yan Shan, had turned a deathly shade of white. Both her eyes were now focused on the newly arrived cultivator. Who is this person? Does he actually dare to forcibly take the everlasting stone? Directly following the oppressive sword strike, Xiao Zhangming had quickly activated his spirit power and martial aura and went near Bai Yan Shan to help her stand. When he arrived at her side, he asked concerningly, "Yan Shan, are you okay?" Bai Yan Shan shook her head. 11th Elder, Yan Shan is unharmed. Nonetheless, we must take the everlasting stone back with us. Even though this person is an expert, we cannot just leave empty-handed. Rest assured, with me, Xiao Zhangming here, how can he be so rash? Yan Shan, you should quickly lead the other disciples carefully out of these mountains, so you guys won't be injured. Then, Xiao Zhangming lightly snorted. With a fast hand movement, a fine and slender whip-like sword appeared. Despite the words he had said to Bai Yan Shan, he waited for the opponent to make a move. It was apparent to him that the opponent just condensed and formed sword aura. In an instant, the clear blue sky suddenly became covered with a massive amount of bloody spirit blades that were all formed from this sword aura. These spirit swords could be guided to anywhere, and it was clear that at any given moment these spirit swords could pierce through the sky. The bloody atmosphere filled the air, and killing intent engulfed everything under the sky. Then, in an instant, the temperature of the surrounding area dropped by 1/3. Xiao Zhangming was considered as an expert, but when had he ever witnessed a scene of blood spirit swords flying through the air? At that point, his complexion quickly changed, and he immediately felt the urge to flee the battlefield. Is this Imperial Sword Arts? Bai Yan Shan and the surrounding Immortal Sword Sect disciples just remained completely dumbfounded. Yet, it seemed to be Imperial Sword Arts. Otherwise, how could any use this many spirit blades at the same time? But when could Imperial Sword Arts so easily control every sword's movement? So. The blood spirit swords were chaotic. Then they flew straight towards Xiao Zhangming, who quickly activated his sword aura to defend against the incoming strike. As he prepared himself, he realized that he had become very uncomfortable. Xiao Zhangming's complexion paled as he strengthened his grip around his sword. A thin layer of white sword aura wrapped around the entire blade and extended around his body. The sword aura was powerful. The blood spirit swords were like a blade tornado, with 10,000 blades simultaneously attacking. These swords could rip through any sword aura defense. Nonetheless, their use were cut short as they clashed with a body in the air. They clashed with the opponent endlessly. Xiao Zhangming was completely enveloped by the blood spirit swords. He was basically on his last legs. This person's strength is godly. Who the hell is this guy and how is he able to use this many blades? Bai Yan Shan's eyes were full of passion. Originally, she just a regular disciple. Ever since she was born, she always aimed for the pinnacle of spirit cultivation. She always revered the powerful, so she had thought that the Immortal Sword Sect was the place of the most powerful people. The patriarch of the Immortal Sword Sect was one of the supreme experts. He was at the pinnacle of his power who taught the elders. Yet, she never would have thought that was in existence that could completely overpower Elder Xiao Zhangming. The elder couldn't even retaliate, even though this battle was extremely important. He was still just bombarding Xiao Zhangblade with the blade tornado. His real target was actually the Guxia Xan patriarch, Tai Zhangmen. Who? Just who was this guy? Bai Yanshan intently glared at the person as her heart was frantically pondering. Yet, no one was able to give her an answer. At the moment, Tai Zhangmen was truly upset. The person that had just arrived not only possessed enormous strength, but also used unknown techniques. Especially the mysterious spiritual aura that the Blade Master was emitting. Although it was not noble and profound, there was clearly a violent and chaotic property in the aura. Most techniques that use spiritual aura were calm and tranquil, like Tai Zhangmen's spiritual aura. His spirit aura was a calm but violent entity. However, the opponent's spirit aura was actually a type of technique that was used to eliminate cultivators. Once his opponent initiated the battle, Tai Zhangmen would have to be reckless, because he would not hesitate to kill 1,000 people, even if only 800 are guilty. Idiom, better to be safe than sorry, basically. Scarlet red flames blazed into the sky. A huge pillar of flames was created, and Tai Zhangmen was trapped in the middle of it. The entire Guxia Xin school seemed to have been thrown into a stove, for the temperature began to rise sharply inside the school. Most of the disciples were forced to retreat back. Even the elders were finding it hard to resist the flames. The elders were curious of battle as they gazed at the huge pillar of flames, but they did not dare go too close to it. However, at the center of the Guxia Xin school, a large number of elite disciples still dared to go towards it. As they surrounded the battle, they seemed to be waiting for an opportunity to strike. The flames erupted and continued to blaze for 10 breaths before it ceased. After it ended, a person who was adorned with an armor of flames stepped out from the smoke. Tai Zhangmen's skin was completely flaming red. He raised his eyes and gazed at the Blade Master in the air. He quickly walked towards the Blade Master with his eyes filled with endless fury. I do not know who are you, but the aura you emit is dark and evil, therefore you must have come from the demon continent. Vagrant, quickly surrender without a fight or I will make sure you become a dead man. Good. After Tai Zhangmen finished speaking, he rose up into the air and equipped a sword. Walking in line, idiom basically meaning following an order, the Blade Master actually used the same move as the battle that just occurred with Bai Yanshan defeating Lin Ju with heavily aerial strike. The Blade Master flew straight for the kill. Ha 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 ha, you think that I am actually the same of the incompetent trash, Lin Ju? To actually injure me, you are simply looking to die. Blade Master, I will let you witness the most powerful spirit techniques of the Guxia Xin school. Blaze of heavenly wrath. After he finished, Tai Zhangmen roared one last time. His entire body blazed with a 3-meter-tall flame. Then, a dominating black spirit aura began to envelop his entire body as the flame was igniting. The endless flames were so massive and oppressive that the blazing sun up in the sky unexpectedly seemed afraid to come out during this raging inferno and even dimmed to some degree. The flames transformed into a dragon, which soared forth. It would determine everything with one strike. At a distance, the Blade Master just gazed at the Guxia Xin school on the mountain to see a long and massive blazing dragon rushing towards him in the sky. Many disciples were stupefied. It was as if a miracle had descended. Nonetheless, the Blade Master did not use his engraved dragon blade to face Tai Zhangmen. In a split second, he reached out with his hand and grabbed the incoming horizontal strike of Tai Zhangmen. Then this person flew straight towards Tai Zhangmen. Ha! Tai Zhangmen was startled. However, in an instant, the entire sky suddenly darkened, everything around Tai Zhangmen began to turn into darkness. From the surrounding areas, many dark clouds began gathering. Then, among the clouds, a ferocious and massive legendary storm dragon, whose length was many tens of meters, descended. Roar! The massive roar of the legendary storm dragon echoed through the mountains. Tai Xiangmen hastily retreated and carefully gazed at the legendary storm dragon, but did not show any fear. The earth-shattering roar that erupted was a spirit attack aimed at the mind. The surrounding dark world began to dissipate, the dark clouds disappeared and the legendary storm dragon vanished. Everything was restored back. However, poochie 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 poochie. The sound of blades puncturing a body. Tai Xiangmen's entire body shivered a few times. His eyes suddenly widened. He lowered his head to gaze at his body. He was surprised to discover a myriad of blood blades had instantly ran through his chest. These are blood blades? Tai Xiangmen blanked. How can this be? If any of the blades had killing intent, I should have been able to sense it, so how did this happen? He turned his head around and saw Xiao Zhangming was practically standing only a few meters away from him. At the moment, he was holding up his whip-like blade, which was currently pierced through him. You? Tai Xiangmen barely managed to whisper these words because he was heavily injured. I did not intentionally do that. These blades were actually aiming for me, so I do not know why did they suddenly try to kill you. Xiao Zhangming scratched the back of his head as he said embarrassingly. You. Tai Xiangmen still wanted to say something. However, in a split second, a figure appeared in front of him and a piercing cold blade flashed at his head. He was beheaded in an instant. Then the person stretched out his hand and quickly pulled off the necklace around Tai Xiangmen's neck. The jade-like stone, which had been so quickly snatched away, was actually the everlasting stone. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 38. Chapter 38, The Sky Shrouding Sword. Patriarch. The nearby elders and elite disciples of the Guxie school all screamed out. Regardless of the current situation, one by one they all rushed over. At this time, they only saw the blood blades flying out of Tai Xiangmen's body and began levitating around Iron-Masked Blade Master, who was now fleeing out of the mountains. The 10,000 blood blades surrounding the fleeing Blade Master was really a majestic sight. The elders and disciples that were the most loyal to the Guxie Xin school just stood there. None tried to chase the Blade Master. Truly sinister. 11th Elder, you have been used. Bai Yenshan exclaimed. I have been used? Xiao Zhangming asked, startled. Right from the start, this person included you in the plan. If you remember, as you pulled out your sword, the blood blades that all flew here weren't really aimed for disposing you. Even if you weren't in the battle at the start, the blood blades compelled you to take action. Since all the blood blades were actually controlled by the Blade Master, he exploited that Tai Xiangmen was near you as the blood blades flew over for the kill. Using the sudden moment that you arrived, he managed to kill Tai Xiangmen. Bai Yenshan said. Xiao Zhangming pondered for a moment and suddenly his expression drastically changed as he finally understood what he did. My sword technique can produce astonishing sword aura, yet this person actually used my blade technique's aura as a cover for his attack on Tai Xiangmen. As soon as his blood blades' auras were hid, the blood blades ruthlessly pierced Tai Xiangmen near me. Right after Tai Xiangmen suffered the massive assault, when I attracted Tai Xiangmen's attention, he made his final move. Not bad. It seems that he was confident he could kill him, so Tai Xiangmen was never really his opponent. Right after, he quickly retreated, not letting the disciples of Guxie Xin to act. If that was the case, how could that person succeed? This was all actually part of his plan. This person is very ruthless. The moment this person took action, he never gave the Guxie Xin disciples any chance to help. In the end, who is this guy? Xiao Zhangmen asked with a pale expression. It doesn't matter who is this person. We must get revenge for Tai Xiangmen. Kill, we must capture this person. Yuan Jinshan angrily roared. Kill. All the furious Guxia Xin disciples also roared. However, at this moment, a snow-white streak was soaring through the sky, rushing straight here. Guxia Xin disciples, do not panic, help has already arrived to dispose of that person. After this was said, a sword aura streaked through the vast sky above. Its speed was comparable to the iron-masked blade master, Elder Shirlong. A delightful sound came out from all the Immortal Sect disciples. One after another, the Immortal Sword Sect male disciples rose up a little higher, as they gazed up into the sky and gazed at the white streak that was already distant. Furthermore, the female disciples of the Immortal Sword Sect eyes were full of worship. Looking over the horizon, the disciples only saw the white streak in the sky, chasing the Black Blade Master and his blood blades. The male disciples' eyes could not look away, while females became both jealous and envious, for how could the world give birth to such a beautiful person? Xiao Zhangming was even stupidly stunned for a moment, until he was woken up by Bai Yen Shan beside him. After he recovered his sense, he looked over at Bai Yen Shan, but Bai Yen Shan was no longer paying attention to him. She was only gazing at the elder beautiful Shirlong's distant figure, which soon reached the Blade Master. Sword God. Just wait until you are captured, otherwise you will never feel the pain of the people you have killed. Sword God? In the iron mask, was really Su Yun, who was stunned for a moment, but managed to quickly recover. When he was in the Moon Crescent Valley, his fake introduction to the Immortal Sword Sect disciples was that they should recognize him as Sword God, since he did not want to associate himself with his real name. However, how could she find him here? Did she follow the Heavenly Crystal's aura? However, wasn't the original aura of the Heavenly Crystal already been replaced by demonic beast's blood? Sword God? He was actually Sword God? Bai Yen Shan began to nod after she heard this. A smile suddenly formed on her mouth. Is this the same person that used the Immortal Sword Sect to steal the Heavenly Crystal? Xiao Zhangming asked. *** 10 out of 10, it should be him. Actually, having said that, will he still have the Heavenly Crystal? I don't know. Nonetheless, looking at what just happened, his terrifying aura, which caused hearts to shudder, especially those blood blades, were those all from the powers of the Heavenly Crystal? Bai Yen Shan looked up into the sky, with her blazing glare. Sword God, although I do not know who you are, I'm sure I'm going to beat you someday. I will become stronger than you. The veiled female disciple clenched her fists as she whispered these words to herself silently. The immortal goddess Flying Palm Strike came, but this time Su Yun chose not to flee anymore and turned around. Su Yun was floating in the air accompanied by his blood-red soaring blades. As all the blood blades were gathering around him, his aura became extremely bone-chilling. The thick scent of blood, you're really a cultivator of the demon continent? After the immortal goddess said this, her white sword was already swirling with sword aura from top to bottom. Then, she swung her sword aura strike, sending an energy blast straight to Su Yun. Show. As the energy rushed through the sky, the blood blades began to move. They quickly arranged themselves in layer by layer and managed to form a shield. The shield easily blocked the sword chi strike. The immortal goddess' eyebrows creased, but since the spirit power dispersed, she rushed forward. With a slick wrist movement of her white sword, 10,000 sword images surged towards Su Yun. The sword images was like a beast opening its mouth, ready to swallow Su Yun. However, the blood-red eyes behind the iron mask did not have the slightest hint of panic. He only quickly retreated, flicked his left hand and used his own sword arts. Immediately after his wave, a massive surge of spirit power erupted out from his fingertips. They were just like spirits, which wrapped around the soaring blood blades. It created a matchless cage composed of blood blades, allowing not one drop to leak out. Suddenly, all of the blood blades bursted from their formation. These blades created an image of a ferocious beast ready to swallow the immortal goddess. This person has no moves of his own. He can only imitate someone else's moves. Xiao Zhangming shouted as he witnessed the current battle. The important part is spirit power. the techniques are not really that important. The immortal goddess quickly retreated, but against the tornado of blood blades, she simply had no place to hide. Under this crisis, the immortal goddess remembered that she still had one of her life-saving treasures, Thunder God Artifact. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the sky darkened, and 5 lightning bolts shot down. The immortal goddess became surrounded by a lightning cage. As the blood blades clashed with the cage, the blades easily became eroded from the lightning. Immediately, Su Yun's body trembled. With a bang, his iron mask was broken in half. For Bai Yenshan, who was carefully witnessing the battle from below, she saw his exposed face. Her heart shivered. This person, somehow I feel that he is really familiar. Maybe I saw him from somewhere? You saw him before? Xiao Zhangming smiled. I see that his face is rather ordinary, so he is probably from a regular background. Regular faces, everyone has them. Bai Yenshan did not speak. In the sky, as the iron-masked blade master understood that he could use his blood blades to kill the immortal goddess, he immediately put away his blood blades and fled. Don't flee! The immortal goddess yelled. Her sword spun like a drill and sent a sword chi strike soaring through the air, aiming straight for the iron-masked blade master. Despite this, the blade master did not dodge, but instead used his blood blades to block the strike. After taking the immortal goddess' sword chi strike head-on, the blood blades began to crack. Moreover, the blades began to shake and the spirit aura around the blades became much weaker. How does his blood blades continue to lose spirit aura? The immortal goddess wondered endlessly. Is this person like the day where he utilized the heavenly crystal, where once he loses his powers, he will show his true colors? Most likely. After pondering for a bit, the immortal goddess endlessly attacked. She began to frantically send sword chi strikes. The sharp sword chi strikes rained down as the assault continued on the iron-masked blade master. The blood blades were nearly all gathered around him and blocking the sword chi strikes. As the clash was occurring, a lot of sparks flew and blood fell. However, the blood blades were gradually chipping. Their surface was almost entirely out of spirit power and the blade master did not inject more spirit power. It seemed that he was at the end of his rope. It looks like it had really the effect of the heavenly crystal. Good. That being the case, let this goddess kill you and take the heavenly crystal. As the immortal goddess' eyes oozed with killing intent, she swung the sword in her hands. An empty shudder caused a massive windstorm and a myriad of vegetation and creatures on the ground were easily blown away. Her sword aura exploded forth, igniting like a mighty flame that sprang into the air. The sword aura covered the entire area, like a mountain with no top. In the presence of these people, they really seemed to be like tiny grains of sand. With this one sword, it could really crush any person to fine powder, causing the person to be extinguished from existence. Yet, just before the last breath of the technique was completed, the iron-masked blade master's whole body suddenly overflowed with a bone-chilling devil spirit aura. This aura was deep and overbearing. As if it was being restrained for a prolonged period of time, it was utterly berserk and possessed pure wrath. It desired to explode. It desired to kill. It desired destruction. It desired endless silence. The aura was as cold as a knife that was soon surrounding the area. Devil spirit aura? The immortal goddess' expression changed and her face paled. Oh, this person has actually been charging. He was waiting for me to get close before making his move. He is really despicable. She quickly retreated. As she finally made some distance from him, she was surprised to find that the iron-masked blade master suddenly turned around. The slender engraved dragon blade was unknowingly a sinister scarlet-red hue now. The blade was now several feet long. The blade master just slashed the blade down at the immortal goddess. Sky-shrouding sword technique. Compared to the immortal goddess' previous sword chi strikes, this sword aura was infinitely more frightening and dreadful. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 39. Chapter 39, Simply Not Giving Up. The gigantic scarlet blood blade seemed to have been given life through the technique. As the blood aura descended upon the area, it seemed as if a legendary dragon was coming down with a tidal wave of blood. Cold. Cruel. Death. Numerous negative elements pervaded the area around the immortal goddess and began to erode at her state of mind. It made her feel complete despair. Why are the effects of using the heavenly crystal during this time so powerful? The immortal goddess paled as she suddenly retreated. No, under these current conditions, I will only get myself wounded. I can only retreat for the time being. The immortal goddess did not dare to go all out against the blade of blood, and she activated one of her divine skills to flee. In the time it took to breath, she was already far away. Yet still the massive blood blade pierced through the air behind her. Boom! Boom! A sonic wave exploded, filling the sky and shaking the mountains. It seemed like the end of the world had come early. The massive blood blade continued to slice through 3 peaks of the Guxia mountain range before it stopped. With just one swing, the entire Guxia mountain range had its tops leveled flat. After he had completed his move, the iron-masked Blademaster soared and accelerated quickly to his limit, fleeing the scene. The massive blood blade dissipated and the dense stench of blood in the air around the disciples began to disappear. The immortal goddess surveyed the situation from a distance and was surprised to find that the Blademaster had disappeared without a trace. How ruthless! Unexpectedly, engaging in direct combat with this Blademaster would have been like risking being sliced in half from his profound techniques. Looking at his current actions, although he could not slash me, he could still push me back easily. Fear lingered in immortal goddess heard. However, after waiting for a moment, while she was still standing on her white sword, she decided to drop down to the grounds of the school. Although her current actions were rude and unreasonable, the disciples of Guxia Xin School did not dare try to approach her. They could only watch anxiously the current situation from a distance. The confusion caused by the clash gradually disappeared as the disciples began to come to their senses. The Immortal Sword Sect disciples formed a formation and faced respectfully towards the descending elder. The elder landed. Greetings, Elder Long. All the Immortal Sword Sect disciples saluted stylishly and respectfully. Elder Long, what matter caused you to personally come here? Xiao Zhangming was also very respectful. A smile was evident on his face as he stared at the immortal goddess. He could not take his eyes away from her beauty. Even if Bai Yenshan was standing near her, it is obvious that he would not even bat an eyelid in the former's direction. I am tracking the person that took the heavenly crystal from us. After I found him, I immediately rushed over. Despite this, I did not expect that I would let him escape. Elder Long said lightly, but her eyes shone unwillingness. This person is looking down on the Immortal Sword Sect, so it is obvious that we must take action. Xiao Zhangming said with a bitter look, I will return and report it immediately to the headmaster. I will ask him to publish wanted posters to apprehend this man. Oh, repeatedly offended you? Elder Long knitted her eyebrows. What else has he done? The everlasting stone. Not waiting for Xiao Zhangming to answer, Bai Yenshan yelled out. The everlasting stone? He killed Tai Zhangmen and took the everlasting stone. Elder Long remained silent for a moment. This person seems to exhibit a mysterious spirit aura and atmosphere of evil and blood, which correlates to the demon disciples of the demon continent. Elder, we must take care of this. Yes, I agree. Elder Long nodded and said, Elder Xiao. What does Elder Long require? Xiao Zhangming quickly responded in turn. You must immediately return to the sect and report this matter to the headmaster, so we can dispatch a group of elite cultivators to conclude this matter. Then when we scour this area, even if we encounter the demon cultivator, we will immediately cut him down. We will not let him go this easily. Yes, Elder Long. Yen Shan. Elder, Yen Shan is here. Bai Yen Shan gently responded. You are a disciple of the Grand Elder. This one time that you went outside the sect, you encountered a problem but luckily remained unharmed. Consider yourself fortunate. You led the disciples here to Guxia Xin school to accomplish a beneficial goal. Return to the sect now that it is concluded. Elder Long, what are you going to do then? Me? Elder Long replied, naturally, I will continue to chase the so-called sword god. Chase? Bai Yen Shan whispered with her lower lip. Then she immediately said, the culprit managed to obtain the heavenly crystal and the everlasting stone. He is really cunning. I'm afraid he tries to hide. Elder, how will you even find him? As Elder Long stood upon her white sword, she quickly waved her hand. A round, crystal-clear mirror suddenly appeared in her hands. The disciples around her were immediately entranced by the object. Spirit Core ranked, 10,000 miles tracking technique, which can easily trace any presence of this world, but before it can be activated, the technique has to be casted once. From then on, it will continue to track the presence. Although it will only be able to mark the approximate location. However, for my purposes this is enough, not to mention the apprehension of this sword god, we will obtain the heavenly crystal and the everlasting stone. Therefore, both of you shall quickly return, so you can deliver my message. After Elder Long finished, she waved her hand and the round mirror disappeared. After Bai Yen Shan heard this, she was unable to speak. With such a technique, Elder K. Jian Long could find anything. The elder left everyone behind as she flew off into the horizon. Shortly after, another person followed. The surrounding people just looked at the elder's actions. They saw Elder Long lower herself to pick up a few pieces of iron on the ground. This was what broke off from the Blademaster's iron mask. It was now just fallen debris. Elder Long glared at the broken iron mask as his eyes swept the horizon with determination. Bang! A shaking figure suddenly crashed to the ground. It was soon followed by the sounds of heavy breathing. After a moment, this fallen figure steadily rose up. Karels! Truly careless! The sword elder shouted. Su Yun could only continue panting. Kid, are you alright? The sword elder could feel that the demonic blood aura surrounding Su Yun's body beginning to dissipate. Afterwards, he immediately came out and asked about Su Yun's condition. For now, I'm fine. Su Yun weakly smiled. I never thought demonic blood array utilized with heavenly crystal would actually have such an amazing effect. My sword aura is at first level, which is fairly weak. Fundamentally, it is just utterly useless in combat. However, with the effect of the heavenly crystal, my sword aura's level soared and almost reached spirit soul realm level. TL, 4th level, Su Yun is still at 1st level currently. Impossible. After Su Yun finished, the sword elder immediately shouted. You are only peak spirit novice realm, how can this crystal's effect be so high? Senior, think about what you just said. Su Yun shook his head and continued, if it was ordinary effects of the crystal, I would have certainly not reached spirit soul cultivation level. I'm afraid that I would not even be able to battle the immortal goddess. But the demonic blood array is different. This array uses countless materials to build it, and is one of the highest level of devil techniques that I know of. It is capable of directly affecting the crystal, allowing me to utilize the very essence of the crystal. Essence of the crystal? The sword elder said. Then he hurriedly asked, what are they? It is just my strength influencing the magic power. Magic power? Right. Magic. The demonic blood array is able to increase my spirit aura's power rapidly by transforming it into a devil spirit aura. The devil spirit aura is just a mutation of regular spirit aura. This technique is an exclusive one from the evil spirit abilities of the cultivators from the demon continent. This devil technique is capable of thoroughly releasing a person's latent energy and power. As long as the cultivator's body can sustain it, the cultivator could also release all his power and exhaust all his residual energy. Although my cultivation level is not high, with demonic blood array added effects, I was able to thoroughly unleash the whole of my strength. Coupled with the added effects of the heavenly crystal, my body strength increased to the point where I had the ability to employ the first form of the limitless sword arts, worldly sword form. Therefore, I managed to control thousands of blood blades into the battle, but I was still incapable of bringing the true power of the sword arts due to my lack of skill. Therefore, I am ashamed. Su-Yun was steadily walking forward while trying to maintain his balance on the road. The sword elder listened intently, and then asked, "How do you know the devil techniques of the demon continent so well?" Reading books, Chronicles of Sky Military Continent. Get lost. Chronicles of Sky Military Continent? Do you take this sword elder for an idiot? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 40. Chapter 40, Spirit Lord Qi. Su-Yun had memories of his past life, but he did not know if he should reveal this information to the sword elder. Nonetheless, the sword elder did not try to press the issue much further and instead expressed concern. "Kid, devil techniques can clash with 1,000 different techniques, but there is high recoil. This array techniques is so powerful, yet, could there be no serious side effects on your body at all?" "Of course there are side effects." Su-Yun continued, "After using this array, for the next 10 days, I cannot use the slightest amount of spirit power, especially any type of cultivating method. This array could be called a desperate technique, only to be used as a last resort. Once the effects of the array has ended, the spirit power within the body will go down the drain. It will be hard to even find traces of it during the 10 days, and the user will basically just become an ordinary person. In the demon continent, this array is extremely well known, so once you use this array, the opponent will probably just stall, wait for you to turn into a normal person, then take action and behead you. I only dared to use this array here because the cultivators of Sky Martial Continent do not know about it. If it weren't for the effects, I would probably not risk using this method, since I would have lost if they come with an army looking for me. Nonetheless, the power of spirit intermediate realm disciples in the demon continent are basically all devils. That is really scary," Sword Elder said. Su-Yun smiled and remained silent. He removed the piece of jade from the necklace and said, "With this everlasting stone, which can even increase ordinary people's power by 10 times, I will be able to increase my latent talent by multiple times over. It will drastically accelerate my cultivation speed, and with it, jumping thousands of leagues will soon not be difficult." "The everlasting stone," the sword elder said and took another breath. "Kid, you've given me far too many surprises. Even though you are obviously a spirit novice realm, you managed to behead the patriarch of the Guxia Xin school. You even went head-to-head against the elders of the Immortal Sword Sect. Obviously you shouldn't even be able to fight them, yet they were left with no chance to beat me." Su-Yun smiled as he finished the sword elder's thought. "In actuality, it is all thanks to the heavenly crystal. If I didn't have this heavenly crystal, then I would just be a useless person. It could even be said that I would indeed be just a baby." The sword elder could not think of any words to speak. Then he asked, "What will you prepare for next?" "Since we cannot practice sword arts within the next 10 days, naturally I will prepare to use the item that I just obtained. With this everlasting stone, I should be able to step into Spirit Novice Ninth Stage in one swoop. This is not difficult for you," the sword elder said. Then after thinking for a bit, he asked, "Little Su-Yun, have you determined which route will you take for the spirit aura? Scarlet Star Aura? Maybe Frigid Aqua Aura? Or will you take the difficult and peerless path of True Divine Aura?" Scarlet Star Aura had the properties of fire. Frigid Aqua Aura had the properties of water, while True Divine Aura had properties of earth. On the other hand, Fiend Aura required the practice of devil arts. Swift Wind Aura was used mostly by sword wielders. There were many more thousand types of aura, each of them were different. For sword wielders, naturally I will strive to practice Swift Wind Aura. Swift Wind Aura, the Sword Elder shook his head. It is very common type of spirit aura, since almost all cultivators that use swords walk on that path. Although it is very suitable for sword wielders, I am the limitless sword god master. Naturally, I will have much more powerful techniques for spirit auras. Are you interested? After Su Yun heard, he immediately brightened and quickly said, "Please enlighten me with your knowledge." Ha 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 ha, I knew that you would be enthusiastic to learn it. Kid, your desire for power is not weak, otherwise you would not have risked your life countless of times to obtain your treasures. Alright. You must learn carefully what I'm about to teach you of the limitless sword arts. I will pass on everything to you, for this sword elder is not stingy. If you can take the hardships of practicing, I believe that you will be able to completely master the first sword of the limitless sword arts. Su Yun became overjoyed. However, before that, you will have to collect some materials for you to cleanse yourself. Especially you meridians, for this particular sword arts are really dangerous. If you do not cleanse your meridians, then during the practice, when you activate your spirit aura or power, your body will just explode. Please enlighten me with your vast knowledge. Some of the materials can be bought, but the price is very expensive, while others will not be readily available. However, most of them should be circulating in the markets. You just got to wait for the stockpile to rise, but before that, you will have to prepare a massive amount of money. Money? Su Yun shook his head as he said this. You do not have any? No, I mean it should not be a problem. Every single disciple who trained in the limitless sword arts must complete the unique method of cleansing their meridians to train in the Spirit Lord aura. The material list was placed in front of Su Yun. As a rough estimate, he would need to spend more than 200,000 spirit coins. Other than stealing money, the sword elder was afraid that there was no other way to obtain the money. After utilizing demonic blood array, Su Yun was no different than any regular civilian. Without spirit aura or power, how could he obtain 200,000 spirit coins? He still had around 1,000 spirit coins on him. If he purchased some materials and then used his spring crystal furnace, he could sell some cultivation pellets in the marketplace. Although it could earn quite a bit, it could not be a permanent solution for this matter. Right now, spirit alchemists were very powerful. Although they could not make godly medicines, they could quickly process the ingredients of powerful cultivation pellets in a short span of time. They could even extrapolate the heat required to refine the ingredients. Then he would be able to just copy it and start to sell them, but it would not be very easy. Since it has come to this, there can only be one solution. Su Yun raised his eyebrows as he pondered a few moments. Then, he turned and proudly marched west. It was the well-known districts of the valley, connecting Secrets District and Jade Swan District. It was called Broken Rush City and was located about 100 miles west from Beyond a Paradise in the valley. It was in the middle of the two districts. In the scenery around the city, there were singing birds, fragrant flowers, verdant mountains, and rushing waters. It seemed as if the spirit of a hero was safeguarding the place. Blossom Heart Valley lies here. It was a majestic and beautiful place. Blossom Heart Valley Central Pharmacy, a compassionate and fair pharmacy. Throughout the Sky Military Continent, it was famous for its practices. Blossom Heart Valley true disciples used handed-down techniques. They were skilled at making needles. They distributed medicine and herbs to relieve and cure the public's suffering. They even had the methods to revive people from near death. TL, idiom, just means profound medical techniques. Many poor people went to Blossom Heart Valley Pharmacy to ask for their doctors. Most of their illnesses were resolved. Blossom Heart Valley was not in the least bit weaker than the major faction known as Immortal Sword Sect. However, they did not exhibit the Immortal Sword Sect's arrogance or dominating demeanor. Instead, when people traveled to the Blossom Heart Valley to seek medicine, the disciples never asked for the person's origin. They did not discriminate against the poor and treated everyone with respect. Even towards common civilians, the disciples exhibit compassion and help them with their illnesses. For this reason, although compared to the combat power of the Immortal Sword sect, it was weaker, it nevertheless held an influence that was equally as imposing as that of the Immortal Sword sect. As Suyun arrived at Broken Rush City, he replaced his broken mask with a new one from his spatial ring. Then he replaced his black Blademaster clothes with simple gray robes and headed towards the city. Since Blossom Heart Valley's Broken Rush City main industry was medicine, there were shops along the streets selling medicine and cultivation pellets. The long column of pharmacies lined both sides of the street. Many bungalows had chimneys smoking, since there were alchemy rooms inside for working. Suyun came to the market center, hoping to find a common herb shop. After finding one, he stepped into the line. Right at this moment, not far from the skies above Broken Rush City, a white streak flew over. As it neared Broken Rush City, the white streak stopped. It was the beautiful immortal goddess, and with graceful movements, she lightly stepped off her white sword. Her whole body was covered with a snow-white veil blowing in the wind. She took the round, magic mirror and glanced at the dot on the mirror. She was surprised to find the dot was huge and it was pointing directly between the Entwining Secrets District and Jade Swan District. This was the place. Is the limitless sword god really here? The dragon immortal goddess whispered as she carefully checked the dot on her mirror. After pondering for a moment, her sword began to descend and she floated down into Broken Rush City. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 41. Chapter 41, Grass. As the immortal goddess neared the city, she lifted her veil aside, revealing some dimples on her delicate face. The peerless beauty's allure attracted the eyes of many people wherever she went. Her beauty shook many people to their core. However, this beauty had no desire to attract the gazes of countless souls lost in awe, so she quickly left the crowded area and covered her face with a veil again. Nonetheless, the effect was minuscule. As a slim woman, and even with a veil, her graceful movements were enough to depict her as a peerless beauty. It was especially true as her starry eyes still shone visibly to the point where they would leave lasting effects on the souls of onlookers. When she entered into Broken Rush City, both sides of the street to either side of her were filled with sounds of laughter and music. Quite a few men were shocked silly and as still as statues, carefully gazing at the peerless beauty that was walking through. Concealed with a veil, her faintly discernible face still matched her beautiful body. Many men couldn't even concentrate on anything after glancing at her. The immortal goddess only coldly humphed, and a small amount of her spirit aura rippled through the streets. One by one the people on both sides of the streets was awakened by the spirit aura. They became terrified as they felt the sheer power of the aura that was leaked out. Many of the men quickly averted their gazes. This woman was not someone one should want to trifle with. Instantly, everyone understood this in their hearts. However, the deterrence was only temporary. After a few moments, many people's eyes once again began to glance over at Immortal Goddess. The Immortal Goddess could only knit her eyebrows as she increased her pace to her destination. However, after traversing for a while through a huge city such as Broken Rush, she began to doubt how could she find Sword God in such a huge crowd. If Sword God was now wearing a disguise, then how would she even know if she encountered the Sword God? As the Immortal Goddess walked through 2 blocks, she still found nothing. In the end, she could only wander around in hopes of finding the person she was looking for. After a few more days, her strength would return to her, then her 10,000 miles tracking technique could once again be displayed. Once activated, it would be able to accurately determine Sword God's location, so no matter how good his disguise would be at that time, she would be able to pinpoint him. Then she would be able to easily single him out from the crowd. Right now, she only needed to prevent him from leaving. The Immortal Goddess took out her round mirror and quickly glanced at it. Still here. Sword God. This time, this deity will not let you leave. She whispered under her breath. After a moment, she took out some medicine bottles from her spatial ring and was preparing to drink some. Utilizing the medicine, her recovery speed would increase dramatically. Then she would be able to use her divine techniques again. But just as she was about to ingest the medicine, she stopped. These medicine bottles of the Immortal Sword sector very effective, but a product of Blossom Heart Valley, 9-leaf grass is very helpful in allowing one to absorb the effects of the medicine. The efficiency of the medicine would skyrocket. 9-leaf grass? Let's go looking for some, purchase some and see how it works. Afterwards, she stopped pondering, turned around and walked towards the center of Broken Rush City, the prosperous central herbal exchange area. Exquisite red autumn spider silk. Discounted and for sale. Ice toad eggs for 8,000 spirit coins. Do miss this amazing opportunity. Fresh cultivation pellets. Want to increase your cultivation? Just buy some. Inside and outside of the exchange area, there were cries everywhere. All types of rare and valuable medicine and cultivation materials were being sold here. Broken Rush City's elite disciples helped maintain order, so at Blossom Heart Valley, no one dared create any chaos. Anyone could complete business transactions without any worries of any robbery or inconveniences. 9-leaf grass. Pick up your 9-leaf grass here. In the entire Broken Rush City, this is only one place to get it. Quickly come and take a look. Just then, a loud cry came from the entrance of the exchange area as a door slid open. 9-leaf grass? It will be very beneficial. Many people quickly gathered around and looked up. As the incoming crowd began to see that the auction prices were reaching the 100,000 spirit coins mark, many people just quickly left while shaking their head. Upon seeing the scene, the seller of the 9-leaf grass could only shake his head. However, he could only continue to shout, "I want this 9-leaf grass." Just then, a cold voice broke out from the crowd. The grass-selling person became very happy and quickly turned. He was surprised to find a beauty dressed in white, covered with a veil, which blurred her flawless face. Her graceful movements was seducing every man while she walked towards him. What a beautiful female! The grass seller was stupefied for a moment, before he awakened. His heart could not relax. "Hey! Girl, you are really smart. This 9-leaf grass, I just found it. I quickly harvested it and rushed here to sell it." "You have come just in time," the man exclaimed as he placed the grass on a small platform that said, "Here, the 9-leaf grass." The female just glanced at the product on the platform. Nonetheless, the female remained expressionless and coldly said, "Enough with the chatter, how much is it?" Wow! Had he just encountered a rich noble? The grass seller was rejoicing, and with a glance, he quickly articulated his price, 120,000 spirit coins. "Fine deal," the female said directly without even blinking. After the grass seller said this, he almost couldn't stay standing. Then he quickly nodded, "Well, go ahead, girl, how about we finalize the deal?" "All right." The female nodded. He, you wait." The grass seller secretly laughed under his breath. "Please hurry this up," the female hurriedly urged. "Really ignorant." At this time, a nearby shout sounded. The woman's eyebrow rose as she was surprised to find a man dressed in yellow robes, who was glancing at the transaction and just shaking his head as he walked away. "Stop." As the female said this, she flashed instantaneously and appeared in front of the man. The male could only say, "What? How?" The female just coldly asked, "Who do you find ignorant?" Suyun's brows twisted and faced the female in front of him. Then he lightly said, You. The female tensed and her eyes began to fill with fury. However, after looked at the mass of people around her, she did not initiate the attack. Instead, she just took a deep breath and said, "Why am I ignorant?" After Suyun heard this, he turned and pointed at the grass seller who was still holding the 9-leaf grass. Then he said, "This is just fake 9-leaf grass. You bought some without looking or asking any questions. If this is not ignorance, what is?" "Ah! Fellow brother, how can you talk like this? How is my 9-leaf grass fake in your eyes?" "You, what do you mean?" The grass seller suddenly became anxious, but he did not dispute it directly. After a moment of squirming, he directly faced the woman and said, "Girl, do not listen to that man. He does not understand herbs. My 9-leaf grass is authentic, not fake. You still want to buy it, right? Fine, if you don't have 120,000, it can be 110,000 spirit coins." 110,000 spirit coins? After the sudden price cut, the female hesitated. As Suyun saw this, he just shook his head. He quickly turned to leave. However, in a matter of seconds, the female grabbed and pulled his arm towards her direction. "What?" Suyun lightly asked. The female froze for a moment and then was awoke by an electric shock was transferred from her hand. "What else do you want?" Suyun disdainfully asked. The female took a deep breath, a ripple formed in her eyes as she said, "Since you say that is fake, how about for Senior? Help Senior a bit and identify the right herb that I should buy." "Are you an idiot? You still want to buy a fake one?" Suyun could not help but laugh. The female suppressed her anger as her body began to tense up. Nonetheless, she did not say anything. The grass seller beside them was furious. Suddenly, the grass seller cried out, "Quickly come brat and judge to see if this 9-leaf grass is a fake. Come judge and give me your reason." As the shout sounded through the area, a lot of passers-by gathered around to see the commotion. Even the person in charge, Zhang Jiyuan, came after he heard about the commotion at the auction center. "What's going on?" Zhang Jiyuan asked as he led a pair of Broken Rush City elite guards. "Your Honor, you came at just the right time." As the grass seller saw the overseer coming over, he quickly rushed past and took Zhang Jiyuan's arm. Then he pointed at Suyun and shouted, "You Honor, I am innocent, yet this man is accusing me of selling fake 9-leaf grass. He is framing me, so I'm asking if overseer can help me resolve this." In Broken Rush City, selling fake 9-leaf grass is an extremely serious crime. According to the Broken Rush City's laws, it would lead to at least 3 years in prison, and after they were freed, that person would be banished from Broken Rush City forever. Why was this grass seller not fleeing? Instead, he was shouting and creating a big commotion. Wasn't he afraid of being publicly exposed? Suyun began to have a headache. He casually said one sentence without much thought and it gave him so much trouble. Zhang Jiyuan glanced at Suyun and also the white female beside him. When he saw the peerless beauty at her prime, he could not help but admire her for a moment as he remained astounded. After a deep breath, Zhang Jiyuan said, "Give me the 9-leaf grass for me to examine. Should I find that it is fake, you will be arrested and receive capital punishment." "Fine," the grass seller rolled his eyes and said without the slightest hesitation. He handed over the 9-leaf grass and humbly said, "Overseer, please examine it. If I was a king, I would be willing to bet my entire fortune that this grass is real. I guarantee that it is real." Zhang Jiyuan took the herbs and quickly activated his spirit aura, which began to cover the grass. Then, he widened his eyes and carefully analyzed the effects of the turquoise 9-leaf grass. The audience held their breath as they stared at Zhang Jiyuan. No one dared to speak. The grass seller was sweating profusely and constantly wiping the sweat dripping down his cheek. After nearly half an hour, "It is real." As Zhang Jiyuan said this, "Oh." The grass seller became relieved and laughed again and again. Then he pointed at Suyun and clamored, "How was I lying before? You said that the 9-leaf grass was fake. Freaking bastard, you tried to frame me. You almost ruined my business." After saying this, he turned around and shouted to Zhang Jiyuan, "Senior, please deliver justice for me. This person tried to frame me, so please deal with him accordingly. Wild speculations cannot be said carelessly in Broken Rush City. If every person was shouting rumors, how would everyone's business continue? Zhang Jiyuan nodded and then waved, "Take him away. Framing someone is also a crime." "Yes, sir." Both of the guards immediately took action. As the female saw the situation unfolding, she decided not to take action. As she gazed at Su Yun, she was not surprised to find a panicked look on his face. "Wait." Finally, the silent Su Yun decided to speak. Everyone shifted their attention to him. "Do you still want to argue?" the grass seller said. "Argue?" Su Yun smiled. How can one argue with the truth? However, even after saying this, in a place with so many people, is there really no one who can correctly identify nine-leaf grass? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 42. Chapter 42. Do you admit you are an idiot? After Su Yun uttered his words, Zhang Jiyuan's face became very ugly. "Young man. Listening to you, it seems that you have a very thorough understanding of the nine-leaf grass, yes? That's fine, just talk about some of the properties of the nine-leaf grass, so we can determine its value. In here, there are many herb experts, especially in Blossom Heart Valley. Be careful what you say, otherwise, don't expect anyone to forgive you." After Su Yun heard this, he suddenly understood why the grass seller actually evaded arrest. The fake spirit grass was beyond the level of ordinary people to identify. It had even been difficult for Zhang Jiyuan to correctly identify it. Nevertheless, Su Yun did not hesitate to speak as he gazed at the audience. Nine-leaf grass grows in a very dense spiritual place and takes about 30 years to sprout, 50 years to grow, and then it takes another 60 more years before it is ready to be harvested. After all of that, it can finally be considered nine-leaf grass. It has 9 leaves, and every single leaf has magical properties. However, the 5th leaf would normally have a simple leaf design on the back, while the 9th leaf would have a knife design on the back. These are the natural markings of the grass when it grows. Any other markings are artificially painted on. This is how you can validate the authenticity of the spirit grass. The nine-leaf grass' greatest value is not in the effects of the leaves, but lies in its rhizome, TL, underground stem, where magical energy is stored. After the nine-leaf grass's rhizome is digested, the energy will be transferred to the human body for a period of time. During that time, when the cultivator ingests any type of medicine, the process will be quickened and will result in the maximum effects that medicine can provide. Nine-leaf grass uses are not to scoff at, and it is difficult to grow. A conservative estimate of only 100,000 spirit coins, which this person advertised for about 120,000 spirit coins, must be a crook. He is just bullying others who know nothing about it. After he said, many of the audience members began to nod. The things said were basics, but only those who were trained the craft would be able to remember. This proved that the person was not just talking nonsense. After Zhang Jiyuan heard this, his anger subsided a little. He brought the nine-leaf grass towards Su Yun and asked, "Then, tell me, why is nine-leaf grass just an imitation?" The reason is very simple. Su Yun did not even glance at the grass, but continued, "It's because, on the back of the grass leaf, there is no leaf pattern and knife pattern." None? Zhang Jiyuan was stunned, but hastily opened the 5th and 9th grass leaf. With a closer inspection, he shouted, "There are obviously right there. With real leaf markings, the venations will cover throughout the entire leaf, but this one's does not. It is just a copy or imitation. It was deliberately injected with spirit power. If you look carefully, you can see that it does not follow the natural venations of a nine-leaf grass. Therefore, it is a fake." After Zhang Jiyuan heard this, he quickly looked again. Just as expected, the things that Su Yun said was correct. The top of the leaf was very complex and simply did not follow the venations on the leaf. Nonsense! He is just spouting nonsense. This thing about following the venations of the leaves, nobody has ever heard of it. These is only his words. This man is absolutely just spouting nonsense. The grass seller anxiously shouted as he began to panic. The audience began to converse with each other, but currently who really knew about validating the spirit grass with venations? Was every herb expert in the audience going to remain silent? However, at this point, the crowd gave way to a group of people in white attire who wore the symbols of the medical school. It was led by a white-haired elder with a slender beard at the front. Well said, little guy. This strain of nine-leaf grass is indeed a fake. With a simple remark, everyone was in uproar. This is the renowned Grand Ghost Master of Blossom Heart Valley. Is this the person known as Ghost Hand, the distinguished Grand Ghost Master, too? Yes, he is. A while ago, I had the privilege of meeting him in Blossom Heart Valley, so I know this is for sure that person. Grand Ghost Master has revival techniques and is extremely skilled and has massive amount of medical knowledge. He absolutely cannot be wrong. Everyone around the Ghost Master was in awe. Zhang Jiyuan immediately walked towards the elder and gave a salute. Greetings, Grand Ghost Master. No need, Overseer Zhang. A rotten person was found selling fake cultivation ingredients. After seeing this happen, it is certainly a special event. The Grand Ghost Master laughed. Master laughed, said Zhang Jiyuan. Then he smiled and turned around. He quickly waved. Grand Ghost Master has determined the nine-leaf grass is fake. Those who dare try to break the city's laws on selling fake ingredients only give the entire city a bad name. You have violated our district's rules. Therefore, you will have to accept the consequences. The grass seller completely broke down in panic. Guards, quickly arrest this fraud. Bring this criminal to justice. Zhang Jiyuan cried out. Yes. Overseer. The guards immediately answered. The grass seller's face instantly became as white as paper. While trembling, he knelt down and hastily shouted, Your Honor, Overseer, please, this small bug will never do this again. However, no one showed him any mercy. The guards relentlessly picked him up and brought him away. No matter how he struggled, he could not escape. The commotion of the nine-leaf grass finally ended. Wow! The audience around Suyun immediately burst into cheers. As Suyun saw this, he did not utter a word. Then he turned towards the group of experts and quickly walked past them and vanished. The Ghost Master and Zhang Jiyuan conversed a bit and then looked at the surrounding for Suyun. However, it seemed Suyun had already vanished. Teacher, what are you looking for? A disciple of the Blossom Heart Valley Medical School asked. I was just looking for the young man. The Ghost Master, Guayamoju, quietly responded, This nine-leaf grass is priceless. Therefore many people have never seen it before, so the number of people who can create descriptions of nine-leaf grass are extremely rare. The veins that mark the venations are recorded only in the Blossom Heart Valley records of secret validation techniques, so why does this man know? He must have a vast amount of knowledge on cultivation ingredients. That high? This man is so young, so how high could his expertise even be? The male disciple asked with disdain. You cannot judge a person based solely on appearances. You have to remember that an expert does not necessarily have to be an elderly person. Guayamoju shook his head and turned to leave. The disciples behind him only looked at each other and quickly followed after him. Right now, Suyun was quickly leaving the exchange area. He was keeping a rapid pace to the outskirts of Broken Rush City. Stop! At this time, a cold shout sounded through the air. Then, before he could utter a word, a white figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Suyun quickly analyzed her and found it was actually the female that was trying to purchase the fake nine-leaf grass. Oh! Do you admit you are an idiot? Suyun smiled as he said this. Truly bold. The female became furious. However, she managed to calm her anger and coldly continued, if you had evil intentions, don't blame me if I react. I may even cut you down. Who are you? Such an aura, such powerful spirit power? Suyun as he analyzed her. I am, as the female began to say her name, she closed her mouth. Then she continued, you do not need to know who I am. Just understand that you should not provoke me. Alright, then I will not provoke you, okay? Suyun shook his head and quickly moved on. However, the female flashed over in the next moment. It was instant and her previous silhouette disappeared. I say, little girl, you didn't fall for me, right? Suyun said with an annoyed expression. No matter how good his patience was, it was beginning to wear thin after the current events. He was surprised to see the female suddenly removed a plate of fine jade from her belt. Then, she gave it to Suyun. Although 120,000 spirit coins is not much money, if I was ingesting fake herbs, it could have led to incalculable consequences for my cultivation. You saved my life. I owe you one, so here is a jade plate the I wear. If you have any difficulties, you can rely on this jade plate to ask help from the Immortal Sword Sect. I will help you one time. The female said. Immortal Sword Sect? Suyun heart jumped, you are from the Immortal Sword Sect? Yes. Suyun stammered as he began to think about the current situation. He had already plundered the treasures that the Immortal Sword Sect wanted, so his relationship with the Immortal Sword Sect was already in shambles, right? After thinking for a moment, Suyun came to a decision. Then he said, why don't you just give me 200,000 spirit coins? What? The female's eyes lit up in surprise. I just need some money. I do not want this jade plate. I just need you to give me 200,000 spirit coins. Didn't you say that you did not care about 120,000 spirit coins? I believe that you don't really care about money, right? Suyun rubbed his hands together as he smiled. The female hesitated for a moment, then she said, I am not carrying 200,000 spirit coins. Then Suyun asked again, 120,000 spirit coins is fine, too. Senior cannot spare it. The spirit grass, before you were trying to buy 9-leaf grass? Were you just planning to use IOUs? Suyun was furious now. Why not? The female snorted, how is it possible that Senior won't pay back her debts? This mother Suyun was completely silent now. He did not bother with this crazy woman who really had the nerve to act like that. He just shook his head and turned to leave. Where are you going? Blossom Heart Valley. Blossom Heart Valley? What are you going there for? To make money. To make money? The female was thoroughly confused, as she puzzlingly looked as Suyun vanished. As she looked at Suyun's disappearing figure, her eyes raised a trace of doubt, but why, am I feeling that this person is somewhat familiar, where have I seen this guy? On foot, he could probably reach Blossom Heart Valley in about half an hour. Suyun was carrying his belongings with the purchase of withered deathwood into Blossom Heart Valley. In Blossom Heart Valley, there was a sea of people. There were nobles, spirit cultivators, but also many people who were ill. The disciples of Blossom Heart Valley sect were behind a reception that was arranged at one side of the sea of people. In front of the reception were people that wanted to have an audience with the disciples of Blossom Heart Valley. Most of the people waiting were in need of medical expertise. Therefore, no one dared to be rash. The regular disciples of Blossom Heart Valley could help most of the patients. Even if the disciples were met with unknown or incurable diseases, they would ask for elders of the sect to help. As Suyun went in, a young man wearing plain clothes was lending an arm to a frail middle-aged man walk over. They were accepted for treatment by the Blossom Heart Valley sect. With only a mere one stick of incense to burn out, the middle-aged man came out by himself. This time, he did not even need an arm to support him. They are really living saints. Living saints. Thank you. Thank you. The middle-aged man constantly gave thanks, and the young man went down on his knees and bowed. The two were in tears. They regarded these disciples as flawless saints. Several Blossom Heart Valley disciples smiled. They quickly controlled the crowd with eyes full of pride and joy. As Soo-Yun saw this, he got up and walked forward, while shouting, "Ladies and gentlemen, you guys are really truly lucky. Yes, yes, If not for the Blossom Heart Valley disciples, I'm afraid that my father would not have lived past the next month." The young man cried as he wiped his tears from his eyes. Unexpectedly, Soo-Yun repeatedly shook his head and said, No, the luck that I was talking about was not directed to you guys. I was referring to them that they were lucky to be alive, really lucky. As these words were uttered, both the father, son, and several Blossom Heart Valley disciples suddenly froze. "Lad, what are you talking about?" a smooth-skinned disciple asked as he frowned. "I just mean that you have extremely pathetic medical skills. It had 100 loopholes. Idiom, full of mistakes, you were actually able to cure these suffering people, which really is a lucky outcome. And you two guys, father and son, were really lucky that with the mediocre treatment given, that you guys didn't up and die. That's what I was saying was lucky." Soo-Yun laughed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 43. Chapter 43, 100 Loopholes. What are you trying to say? The young man froze for a moment. After he woke up from his stupor, he approached Soo-Yun and grabbed his clothes. He shouted angrily, "No matter who you are, I forbid you to insult my benefactors from Blossom Heart Valley. Apologize quickly to me and my benefactor." The young man moved on impulse, since he reckoned that Soo-Yun was just an ordinary person. After Soo-Yun used the demonic blood array, he did not emit the slightest amount of spirit power. But even now, how was this guy his opponent? However, Soo-Yun was not fazed. He turned to face the Blossom Heart Valley disciples and smiled as he said, "What? You guys opened the sect for treatment, but cannot take any criticism on your own obvious mistakes. If it is like this, then the reputation of this sect isn't worth much. You cannot just insult Blossom Heart Valley sect." The Blossom Heart Valley disciple did not all come down at once, but one by one, the other disciples began to shout. The young man grabbed Soo-Yun with brute force and raised his fist. He was ready to strike Soo-Yun. For those waiting for treatment that were watching the scene, they began to become discouraged, but they couldn't do anything. "Wait a minute." Just then, a slightly hoarse voice broke through the chaos. The young man was surprised and quickly stopped his fists. Everyone turned to look at the origin of the voice. They gazed as a group carrying baskets of medicine ingredients coming inside. These were all elite disciples of the Blossom Heart Valley. Leading them was the famous Ghost Hand, Grand Ghost Master. Several disciples welcomed him. So it seemed that Ghost Master has arrived. "Ghost Master, long time no see." "Ghost Master, since you have come. Here is a kid with some arrogance, so how about you teach this kid a lesson?" "Master, I think this child is crazy. Something must be wrong with his head. Maybe you should treat his brain?" the disciples said as they came over to greet the Ghost Master. Yet, Guamo-ju did not pay attention to anyone. He just quickly walked towards Soo-Yun. As the young man saw this, he quickly let go of Soo-Yun and hastily saluted the white-haired old man. Guamo-ju nodded at him, then his eyes fell on Soo-Yun's body. He loudly shouted, "Young man, I did not think that you were actually headed to our Blossom Heart Valley. As it turns out, the Ghost Master is polite. You even greet me with respect. Suyun dusted off his wrinkled clothes and immediately bowed. Guemo Ju nodded as his old eyes analyzed Suyun. Then he continued, young man, in the event before, you already corrected another disciple of Blossom Heart Valley. However, in a short amount of time, you have caused another commotion between my Blossom Heart Valley disciples. You are only Spirit Novice Realm Stage 1, very weak and powerless, but is somehow extremely familiar with medicine and herbs. Their medicine is not that bad. Why do you say that my sect's medical practices are clumsy? Not to mention, the treatment was carried out in the building, so how do you know how it went? The ability to actually identify fake 9-leaf grass made you carried away and now you have come to bother us? The male disciples beside him cried, Master, this person is unworthy of conversing with you, let us just kick him out from Blossom Heart Valley. Teacher Mo Fei said it very well. This person is speaking nonsense, insulting Blossom Heart Valley, we can't forgive him. Let us just quickly kick him out. Banish him from here. The angry disciples kept on shouting. Guemo Ju raised his hand and the crowd's voice quickly stopped. He glanced at the crowd of people, and then continued, Today, there are many people in my Blossom Heart Valley, so I, Guemo Ju, cannot be indifferent about this matter for it affects the reputation of my Blossom Heart Valley, little brother, this time, you will have to enlighten me on the matter. Should I be aware of some negligence on some medical practices and procedures that the disciples of Blossom Heart Valley completed? If so, please enlighten me. After he finished speaking, he gestured Suyun to give an explanation. This gesture shocked everyone present. With a high level of cultivation, knowledgeable, compassionate, no hubris, modest nature, this elder was one that everyone admired. Suyun did not hesitate and stepped forward to face Guemo Ju in the center. Elder of high cultivation is the role model of everyone here. You are even courteous about this matter, while the juniors are raving in anger. Really admirable. Praiseworthy. Suyun laughed. I don't dare act like that. Little brother, your age is young, but you can easily distinguish the characteristics of 9-leaf grass. I just want to know how are you able to do this while being so young? Guemo Ju responded. Suyun thought for a moment, and glanced at the circle of people around him. Then he said, Ghostmaster, although your disciples had clumsily approached, it should still be able to deal with minor illnesses that occur. However, if you encounter people with some major illnesses, then you can let them see me. Let me be the one that will correctly cure them. Correctly? The surrounding Blossom Heart Valley disciples gazed at Suyun as he glared back at them. In their eyes, doubt was evident. Many of the Blossom Heart Valley disciples could not stand Suyun. They wanted to punish him, however they were all stopped by Guemo Ju. If that is the case, how about you broaden my horizon? After saying this, Guemo Ju waved his hand to order some disciples to prepare some medical supplies. These disciples that were normally elites were now cursing Suyun in their hearts. Indeed, they were unable to control their anger, but they decided to let Suyun treat some patients without any distractions. However, they made sure that he had no escape routes if anything went wrong. Therefore, soon after, they directly went to one of the patients who was receiving some medicine from the sect. However, before a stick of incense burned, an old woman who was suffering from pain knelt down on the floor. The elderly woman was very grateful and gave thanks to the disciples. The disciples were enjoying the patient's praise as their faces were evident with pride. At this time, Suyun was just shaking his head as he listened to the praise. Unlucky, this one is certainly unlucky. Listening to Suyun's words, Guemo Ju felt really strange. Little brother, is this what you intended to do? Suyun did not respond. Instead, he went straight to the female disciple handing out the medicine and said, Sorry to trouble you, fellow female disciple, but 3 inches above of the Tian acupuncture region, lies an embedded silver needle. The female disciple was startled as she could look at Guemo Ju for approval. Since the Tian acupuncture region was not difficult, it would be fairly easy to remove the needle. Guamoju just nodded. After the female disciple sought his approval, she decided to see if there was an actual problem with the needle in the Tian acupuncture region of the elderly woman. She walked over to the elderly woman and asked her to wait. The female disciple took off part of the clothing to access the Tian acupuncture region on the back of the elderly woman. She was shocked to find a silver needle embedded in the Tian point, and the whole needle had become pitch black. What? Guamoju and different eyes widened in shock. The fellow female disciple who was giving the treatment and medicine face instantly became pale as she just stood there, dumbfounded. This elderly woman seemed to really have spirit heart disease. Many people these days try to cultivate their spirit power, but countless people have to give up due to various reasons. Some of them quit because they do not have proper cultivating lessons and do not know how to start. Therefore, they can only abandon cultivating. Nonetheless, improper cultivation of spirit power and aura resulted in blocked veins. It is well hidden, and usually remains undiscovered. Only until one becomes older does the illness flare up and begins to damage body, leading to the patient suffering a lot of pain. Usually, the spiriti heart disease patients die within a year. This disease is very common and it is very scary to people. However, it is not difficult to cure, and there are even several ways. How about this little brother here uses some of the equipment of Blossom Heart Valley sect to correct this mistake, alright? Su Yun asked. The female disciple recovered herself and nodded her head as she gave her explanation. This procedure was Elder Yao Wang creation. It involves the use of the pollen bleeding blood flowers to be refined and smeared on the silver needles. In the body's two acupuncture points, Zhuhe and Liangge, the treatment was applied. It is currently the treatment that eliminates the unwanted spirit power from the body in the shortest possible time and thereby curing the patient. The implementation of this procedure was a few months ago. Everyone was cured with no problem. Not any problem. Not now, but that does not mean nothing will occur in the future. Although the bleeding blood flowers pollen is non-toxic, after it is refined, it will release an exotic fragrance. This fragrance cannot be allowed to stick on spirit power, for if this occurs, it will absorb the spirit power and the toxins will remain hidden in the body. How can this cure spirit heart disease? Of course, it is not even a cure. Instead, it just absorbs the excess spirit power and the body's spirit power will decrease. However, her body will become more and more toxic as time goes on. Eventually, if you fail to correct this, within 3 months, the elderly woman will inevitably die. Even an immortal god, TL, highest known cultivation, cannot stop it. How is this possible? The surrounding disciples' faces became looks of horror. Guamoju was also completely stupefied. They really did not want to believe Su Yun. However, the needle's acupuncture points on the elderly woman illustrated otherwise. Soon after, Su Yun walked towards a middle-aged man currently being treated. There is also this elite disciple who using meridian flush method to cure spirit power irregularities in the veins and arteries. Although this method is very good, it is also very dangerous. Once even a small error occurs utilizing this method, the man's spirit power core would become completely shattered, resulting in possible death. Although you are very skilled, it might not be this good in the future. To date, not a single tragedy has occurred, which is really lucky. But if this continues, I believe a tragedy will soon happen. As the surrounding people heard his explanation, the surrounding people were beginning to become afraid. Guamoju was even beginning to have difficulty calming the crowd. After Su Yun finished his explanation on the drawbacks of the medical methods used in the Blossom Heart Valley, the scene became very quiet. The patient and the disciples of Blossom Heart Valley were deathly silent and the atmosphere was very tense. After the speech, the scene had become like an uninhabited area, where no one dared to utter a word. Guamoju lowered his head as he pondered the explanations. However, as one gazed at the ghost master, they could still feel the matchless authority he emitted. He was the only person that was not completely shaken by Su Yun's speech. However, his heart was still pumping very quickly. "Little brother, you seem to be quite knowledgeable in medicine, and it even seems to surpass my Blossom Heart Valley's knowledge. Since you have said the disadvantages of these medical procedures, do you have any way to improve these methods?" Guamoju asked. "Of course," Suyun said, "not only do I have a way to improve the methods, it also will be much more convenient for your disciples to apply. From countless time spent researching spirit power of the human body, I have found another way to eliminate it, utilizing the Profound Spirit Power Heart Pill. Profound Spirit Power Heart Pill, a rare pill that is refined by Blossom Heart Valley sect, which is refined from a large quantity of precious medicine ingredients. It is commonly used to recover or increase spirit power. It can even increase the effectiveness of the cultivation medicine. Therefore, it was once produced by Blossom Heart Valley. However, it is well known that the spirit eyes would be completely ineffective for 100 days. Therefore, the medicine's effectiveness was never fully shown. From this side effect, the drug quickly became useless trash, since no cultivator would take the medicine because of the detrimental side effect. After Guamoju heard this, his calm expression suddenly became excited. What did you say? You managed to solve the Profound Spirit Power Heart Pill's side effect? This is impossible. Many elders spend countless years researching away, so how could you know? If you do not believe me, I can demonstrate it for you to see, Suyun lightly said. Guamoju spoke without thinking, but continued, "Well, little brother, quickly come with me into the Blossom Heart Valley sect." "Quickly come." Then, he took Suyun's hand and quickly headed inside. "Wait a minute," Suyun said. "What?" Guamoju responded. "There is no problem to tell you the medical procedure of this method, but you have to pay me 200,000 spirit coins and 2 Profound Spirit Power Heart Pills. Otherwise, I will not tell you my exclusive recipe," Suyun said. 200,000 spirit coins? Guamoju frowned. That was not a small number. It is currently a loophole in your medical expertise, and it is a near-perfect method for creating the Profound Spirit Power Heart Pill. I can explain both of those to you. If you think they are wrong, then you can refuse to pay, Suyun added. As Guamoju heard this, he considered the situation for a moment. Then he immediately stood up. Although 200,000 spirit coins is not a small number, but compared to what you said, it isn't much. Fine. Little brother, this time, Guamoju will follow through. If what you said is true, the money will be given to you. Please. Please. Suyun smiled as he stepped into the room. Finally, the Blossom Heart Valley sect restored calm and order. People continued to line up, waiting for treatment. Meanwhile, as Suyun and Guamoju went inside Blossom Heart Valley sect, it didn't take long for a white figure to suddenly descend from the sky. Why did the tracking technique for the Sword God lead to Blossom Heart Valley? Did he actually come to Blossom Heart Valley? Immortal Goddess gently said, as she was holding the round mirror and she gazing at the mountain top. After pondering for a few moments, she put away the mirror and directly landed on the outskirts. Then she proceeded towards Blossom Heart Valley sect. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 44. Chapter 44, The Pill King. Cuisine that is not magnificent cannot be considered a good cuisine. Similarly, if medicine is not magnificent, it is not a good medicine. There were rare and famous medicinal herbs growing everywhere in Blossom Heart Valley. The diverse and numerous medicinal herbs and flowers that quilted over the fields formed a picture that was truly like a dreamy illusion. Furthermore, throughout the entire year, the medicinal herbs and flowers gave off a sweet aroma, causing the place to feel like a paradise on earth. In the middle of Blossom Valley sect, there was a junction in one of the roadways. The right path of the junction led to a single domineering building, a grand pavilion. The pavilion design was original. It was not wide and not tall. Furthermore, it seemed exceptionally spacious, while on the right side of the pavilion, there was a chimney attached to the roof. Curls of smoke could be seen floating out from the chimney. On the first floor of the pavilion, a plain, elderly bald man was in the middle of arranging herbs in an alchemist formation atop a large table. The elderly man had a long, white beard and, by the state of his sunken eyes, looked as if he had been awake for 70 days from his sunken eyes. Nonetheless, he looked very serious as both of his dry hands were constantly arranging the herbs into piles that seemed to be increasing without end. He wasn't even looking at them. As his hands touched the herbs, he quickly took the right amount and organized it into the right pile. After the medical materials were organized, a violet light immediately bursted out from the formation. The elderly man immediately stepped back to avoid being burned by the violet light. After a few moments, the light faded. He nervously stared at the alchemy formation as the process began. A pitch-black pill had appeared in the center of the alchemist formation. However, this did not make the elderly man happy. Instead, anyone who looked at his face could only see that it was filled with disappointment. A voice emerged from behind him. Using the alchemist formation, it seems to be even more difficult to use than the medical furnace, but it is certainly more efficient. Although the medical furnace is stable, it is still a slow process. On the other hand, the alchemist formation is unstable but fast. The Pill King is very skillful to be able to utilize the alchemist formation for refining absolute foundation pill, which is able to stabilize spirit aura. It is commonly used to complete breakthroughs because it decreases the chances of making mistakes that usually occur. It significantly decreased chances of death in devil techniques. However, the medicine currently has a side effect. That is, after ingesting it, the production of spirit power would drop by a lot. As the elderly man heard this, he uttered, "Ah." Then he turned around to look at the people walking towards him. The person was a tall man wearing a white robe. He was young and handsome. He was tall, straight, and had a piercing gaze. His physique was certainly not bad. "Who are you?" Pill King Zhang Mo frowned. "Young Su Yun, greetings Pill King Zhang Mo," Su Yun said as he bowed. "Su Yun?" Pill King Zhang Mo moved closer to Gue Moju beside Su Yun and asked, "Moju, where did this Su Yun come from?" "I don't really know. However, Elder, this person is highly adept at medical knowledge. He says that he can solve the side effects of profound spirit power heart pill." Gue Moju responded. "Solve the side effects of profound spirit power heart pill?" Zhang Mo's face sank even more. Truly arrogant nonsense. "Young man, do you even know what are you talking about?" "Of course." Su Yun just nodded. "If that's the case, then go do it. I don't like people that only know how to spout bullshit." After Zhang Mo shouted this, he turned his head back to his research. Gue Moju became tense as his eyes fell on Su Yun. Knowing that Su Yun was now on stage, he went towards the alchemist formation beside the table. He skillfully used both of his hands to arrange the herbs in the right piles around the specific points of the alchemist formation. In addition, he incorporated his prior purchase at the market, the withered death wood, which he broke off piece by piece and also placed in the alchemist formation. Zhang Mo was slightly stunned, as his eyes began to be attracted by Su Yun's actions. Exact amounts, perfect combinations, with only a few moments, the arrangement seemed perfect. It was clear that this person was knowledgeable in alchemy. Slowly, Zhang Mo's cold face began to change. Meanwhile, at the Su family's main martial arts field, two figures were standing in the martial arts field. Wind was blowing gently. As strikes of sword chi flew through the air, several iron statues that were erected in the martial arts field were shredded in an instant. The sharp waves of sword chi clashed with the edge of a force field, causing the entire barrier to shake with a deep ring. A long-haired, young lady was wielding a sword. She was sweating profusely and panting violently as she gazed at the result of her actions. Despite the destruction, she quietly let out a sigh, then tightened her hands around her snow sword and activated her spirit power again. Still not enough. At this time, a cold voice shouted from the side. The young female raised her eyes to look at the middle-aged man. He was cold and serious as he shouted, "This sword chi is still not enough. Continue to practice sword chi strikes." Continue to practice? She had already practiced for 3 consecutive hours. Although the girl's brow knitted, she did not resist. With only her willpower, she dragged her exhausted body, grinded her teeth and continued to practice sword chi strikes. By sunset, she was still practicing. "All right." The middle-aged man finally relented and waved his hand. Then he said, "Wait for a moment before you take some medicine from the medical pavilion to recover your spirit. Then go back to cultivating. Xing'er, your time is very limited. You must understand that you cannot be lazy." "Yes, master," Xing'er understands. Xing'er finally put down her sword as she weakly remained standing. His master nodded and turned to leave. "Master!" At this time, Xing'er suddenly yelled. "Ha!" The master stopped in his tracks as he turned around to look at her blankly. Xing'er hesitated for a moment. Her cheeks were pale, but after a while, she finally asked, "Master, Xing'er has heard some rumors that master set up a marriage for Xing'er. Is this really true?" As master heard this, he was stunned. After a moment, he continued and said, "It is only words in the wind. Do you really believe it? I am training you with the utmost care, so that you can contribute to the Su family. I do not train you because of some baseless rumor. If you ask one more time, you will have to cut off your own ears." Humph. After he said this, he left. Xing'er stood quietly in place. After a long silence, she sighed. Her eyes were full of sorrow. Inside Blossom Heart Valley Pill King's Pavilion. "Great!" Many sounds of applause and joy burst from inside the pavilion. It was soon followed by bursts of laughter. I did not expect that this mere withered death could actually synthesize with Soul Blossom and Vast River Pill's effect. This is really incredible. Little brother, quickly tell me, how do you know about this? Dare I ask who are your masters? Could this Zhang Mo actually have an opportunity to meet them? Inside the pavilion, Pill King Zhang Mo's eyes were blazing with excitement. His face was looking expectantly for the answer. It was obvious, the young man in front of them already evoked their entire attention, so the Pill King could not help but ask. My medical sect commanded to not disclose its name, but I can tell you a little bit. The sect comes from Goi Valley. It is very close to Blossom Heart Valley. As one of the many small sects that you are aware of. The person standing in front of Su Yun was just laughing at the spectacle. The words were half of true and half false. The master already understood this much, but as for the medical knowledge, it was actually learned from Blossom Heart Valley. In his past life, he worked in this field for a period of time. The person that he was in contact the most was Medical Lord Zhang Mo. The crazy Su Yun at the time was full of questions and Zhang Mo often carefully took the time to answer them. Therefore, in Su Yun's mind, Zhang Mo was equivalent to half of his master. No matter how high attainment Su Yun had in mind of medical knowledge or how strong his cultivation, in his mind, some bottom line must never be broken. For the questions asked by Zhang Mo, Su Yun lacked no answer. As the Pill King asked question after question, Guamo Ju could only sit on the side. He didn't even get a chance to interrupt. This continued until midnight. Even then it still wasn't over. Genius. You are really a genius. To actually have a medical knowledge of this magnitude at such a young age is magnificent. You really are a genius. Never mind this master that resides in Blossom Heart Valley. Logically speaking, you could be considered as the genius of the entire Blossom Heart Valley. No. You are affiliated with my Blossom Heart Valley sect. How are you still living outside? You must join my Blossom Heart Valley sect. The Pill King Zhang Mo stood up and seriously gazed at Su Yun. After Guamo Ju heard this, he was shocked. Brother, recruiting disciples is not even your job? Zhang Mo brow wrinkled as he responded, what? Is it possible that with my position in Blossom Heart Valley sect, I am not even allowed to recruit disciples? Of course you have the ability, but, Guamo Ju returned a glance, but there was a clear reason there was an obstacle. Although this person has vast amounts of medical knowledge, but with only this one point, how could they just recruit him? No one truly knows about him, how could they just recruit him like this? If they recruited him, wouldn't it cause a commotion? However, Zhang Mo apparently just ignored this. Instead, with an angry face, he shouted, I do not care. I do not care. Today, I guarantee I will recruit this guy into the Blossom Heart Valley sect. In a moment, I will go directly to the valley's patriarch to complete this matter. Guamo Ju. Su Yun's heart warmed up from this event. He smiled and said, Honorable Zhang is kind, but Junior has to say no thank you. Junior is already part of the Su family, so I cannot join the Blossom Heart Valley sect. Although I understand your offers, I have to abstain. Nonetheless, on the matter related to medical knowledge, if Senior ever has any questions, you can feel free to contact this Junior. This Junior will personally come and answer them without withholding any information. After Zhang Mo heard this, his eyes flashed a hint of sadness. But the other party had already explained about this matter, so it was not polite to force his intentions. It was impossible and certainly a pity, so he responded, Boy, I loved having a conversation with you. Your temperament is commendable for your age. You are an exceptional person. Despite this, you have to remember what you just said. Oh, in the future, you must come visit Blossom Heart Valley sect numerous times. This young junior will remember. Su Yun responded. Guamo Ju felt strange as he saw the exchange. Prior to this encounter, Su Yun was always lukewarm in conversing with him at best. Why was it that when he was conversing with Zhang Mo, he was this respectful? The hour is late, this junior still have some medical jobs. At this point, it is time to say goodbye. Ghost Master, the agreement prior to this matter, will you honor it? At this time, Su Yun got up from the chair that he sat on while he conversed with Zhang Mo. Of course. Guamo Ju nodded, you solved numerous medical flaws of Blossom Heart Valley sect. I won't go back on my word. Quickly come with me. After he said this, Guamo Ju left the pavilion. However, right at this time, a sharp and crisp shout echoed through the air. Only correctly identifying the 9-leaf grass, how is it so difficult? Is it possible that my immortal sword sect are really this behind in debts? This sound? Su Yun froze for a moment, he had recognized the owner of the voice. Guamo Ju accelerated his pace as he went towards the lobby. In the front hall, several disciples with tense faces were standing there. Before them stood a female wearing a face veil. She was wearing snow-white clothes and seemed like a goddess figurine. What happened? Guamo Ju asked. The goddess followers quickly walked towards them. They instantly saw Su Yun beside Guamo Ju. Is it you? Both of the followers asked in unison. Why are you here? To withdraw money. Su Yun exhaled and faced Guamo Ju. Ghost Master, may you first get my spirit coins. I am in urgent need of them. Alright, I will send someone there to withdraw the sum. Guamo Ju asked a disciple to complete this task. The disciple quickly nodded and immediately ran down the hall. Afterwards, Guamo Ju faced towards the goddess followers and greeted her. May I ask, who are you? I am the Immortal Sword Sect's third elder, Long Xianli. TL, wow, took like 30 chapters to get a full name, the female coldly responded. After the words came out, Guamo Ju and Su Yun became a bit scared. Damn, how was she an elder of the Immortal Sword Sect? Was she related to the female at the Battle of Guxia Mountain? Nonetheless, this female did not recognize me, so there should be no problem. Soo-Yun hastily calmed his surging heart. He still secretly remained wary of this person. After the woman announced her identity, the surrounding audience took a deep breath. Guamoju immediately took action and quickly responded, "It turns out that you were an elder in the Immortal Sword sect. Quickly, come inside. If some caused you any inconvenience, please forgive in that matter. It is not necessary to officially receive as a guest. This time I just need to bother Blossom Heart Valley sect for a moment. During my stay, I would like to not disclose my arrival. I wonder if that is possible." Naturally, this isn't a problem. Also the 9-leaf grass? If Immortal Sword sect elder requires it, Blossom Heart Valley will be happy to help. Although Blossom Heart Valley sect's influence was stronger than Immortal Sword sect, its strength was still inferior. It was just not worth it for giving one batch of 9-leaf grass to offend such a major power. For this female, Soo-Yun did not dare try to converse with. He just need to get his 200,000 spirit coins and 2 profound spirit power heart pills. Then, he will be ready to leave. However, when he left, Pill King Zhang Mo asked a disciple to give a symbol to Soo-Yun. This way, Soo-Yun could freely enter and exit Blossom Heart Valley sect. Soo-Yun politely accepted it. As Soo-Yun began to leave, Long Xianli's face suddenly changed. She hastily removed the round mirror and looked into it. The point in the round mirror was actually moving. Why did it suddenly move? Was the sword god aware that I sneaked here and is preparing to escape? Long Xianli pondered for a moment. Suddenly she seemed to have thought of something and raised her head to ask, "May I ask, Ghost Master, who was the person that just left? What is his name?" "Oh. Just that young man, He is called Soo-Yun. It also seems that he is affiliated with the Su family." "Soo-Yun," Long Xianli murmured. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 45. Chapter 45, Su Family Summon. After leaving Blossom Heart Valley sect, Soo-Yun immediately traveled to Broken Rush City with his newly earned 200,000 spirit coins. He would purchase all the ingredients that the Sword Elder required by following the list he had been given. Although the ingredients were readily available, there were still some rare ones. It would take nearly 2 days before Soo-Yun could obtain all the ingredients from the list. After the ingredients were ready, equipped with the money left over, he went to an upscale inn in Broken Rush City and rented a cultivation room. He was going to live there for a while. Following Sword Elder's instructions, he began to slowly refine all the herbs and ingredients. Unlike ordinary living quarters, the cultivation was special. It was a room dedicated to contain spirit power using special furnishings that covered the room. After using demonic blood array for 10 days, all the materials were completely refined. Following Sword Elder's instructions, he began to flush his meridians. Firstly, flush his system. The ingredients such as severing tree sap and 3 sun mud were used as the base. It was soon followed by adding birthing flower buds, Lua wolf seeds, and heavenly beast heart bones. These were all thrown into spring crystal furnace to be thoroughly combined. After a few moments, a watery paste was created, which was then used to smear all over his body. After 3 hours, the watery paste seemed to have been absorbed by his skin and disappeared. 10 more days passed and his spirit power recovered. Once again, he used the leftover ingredients to refine some cultivation pills. 6 more days passed and some cultivation pills were made. He ingested some of them. Combined with the effects the watery paste that was absorbed by his body, the 2 substances worked hand in hand by flushing his meridians. Then it began to strengthen his muscles and tissues, especially his meridians. Soo-Yun was sitting cross-legged in his cultivation room at the inn for 4 more days as he persisted in flushing his system. A large dark sludge discharged from his body by the end. This is really a great technique. Not only does it strengthen body tissues and muscles, even a large amount of impurities were discharged from my body. Su-Yun sighed with delight. This is one of my limitless sword god sect's secret techniques. It is natural for it to have numerous benefits. The sword elder proudly responded. Su-Yun nodded his head. As he grasped the everlasting stone hanging down from his neck, he immediately laughed. Master, after flushing my system, are we now able to practice Spirit Lord Aura? Of course. After flushing your meridians, with the everlasting stone, coupled with a few of the cultivation pills you refined, transforming your regular Spirit Aura to Spirit Lord Aura will not be difficult. However, this will be somewhat painful, so kid, you better be able to endure this. I will definitely endure through it. Su-Yun nodded with eyes filled with determination. That's good. I will tell you the instructions and you execute exactly according to what I say. Remember, once you have converted to Spirit Lord Aura, your future cultivation results will lessen, meaning more time is required for cultivation. The techniques to stabilize your aura require all 4 factors: steadiness, determination, precision, and quickness to develop and improve your aura. Alright. Listen up. Sword Elder took a deep breath, then he began to explain the methods one by one. Spirit Wind Core, Cyclone of Lunar Ocean, Valley's Sharp Fang Eruption, all will be open to allow the channels for spirit power to flow through. Spirit Wind Core, Cyclone of Lunar Ocean, Valley's Sharp Fang Eruption, these are special points that control the flow of spirit power, so they are usually left alone. However, listening to what the Sword Elder said, it seems that for me to utilize the spirit aura, I would need to activate this acupuncture points. Isn't this just courting death? Su-Yun's heart was scared just by thinking about it. However, after pondering for a bit, he did not think that the Sword Elder was trying to harm. If the Sword Elder was ruthless, he would have already done it himself. Well, Su-Yun just decided to go along with it and directly activated his acupuncture points in an instant. His whole body began to writhe in pain as it felt like his bones were scraping with each other. He tried to keep himself up as this happened. Su-Yun's complexion had begun to pale. Large beads of sweat was now streaming down his face. Initially, he could still tolerate the intense pain. However, as more acupuncture points were activated, the spirit power that was circulating in his body began to fluctuate more frequently as the intense pain continued to increase. Ah! Su-Yun began to growl. As the Sword Elder heard Su-Yun's painful screams, he still did not stop. This was the critical moment. He must not stop. Endure this pain. Every spirit cultivator should have this amount of willpower. Su-Yun, I do not need you to carry the burdens of the limitless sword god sect. I just ask if you can utilize limitless sword arts and demonstrate its former glory throughout the world. Then, I would be able to rest in peace. The Sword Elder had a tranquil look as he said this. The day began to brighten. Outside was quiet. The inn was the same. However, inside his cultivation room, a violent growl suddenly erupted. Gradually, the loud growling began to calm down to regular breathing. Su-Yun, following the activation sequences of the mentioned acupuncture points, the process is now completed. The final step to transform your spirit aura's attribute would be to forcefully activate it. It requires to be circulated throughout your body once. By forcing it, you will be able to transform your spirit aura and begin to use Spirit Lord Aura. This is a crucial step, so you must not be careless. You must pass through this obstacle. Upon hearing this, Su-Yun slowly calmed his nerves. Break through this. He must break past this obstacle. As his body was still throbbing with searing pain, which still did not disappear. The extreme pain was almost to the point that it began to feel numb. In his spirit aura, the invisible barrier was met with a fierce collision. The main point was to open every acupuncture point one by one, and thereby transforming his tendons and muscles. However, the second part involves withstanding the recoil of his new spirit aura. The turning point was soon crossed and crackling noises soon arose from Su-Yun's body like the noise of firecrackers exploding. On the surface of Su-Yun, one would see a large number of protruding marks. The marks were only the size of small grains, but they were spreading throughout the entire body like galloping horses across the plains. These markings were present on Su-Yun's torso and limbs. Pay attention. The collisions has begun. Inject spirit power. Reinforce your defenses. If they manage to break down your defenses, your meridians will be destroyed. You might even die from the side effects. You must persevere. The Sword Elder shouted. After the Sword Elder said this, the chaotic process throughout Su-Yun's body began yet again. The surrounding area was filled with sword chi in disarray, which would any regular person endlessly shocked. Su-Yun did not have the slightest shred of laziness. He attentively waited for the incoming collisions throughout his body. Bang! With the first collisions, the walls surrounding his meridians were filled with deep dents caused by the chaotic spirit power. The spirit power lashing out was really damaging the surrounding area. He could clearly feel the place of the collision. Su-Yun quickly took advantage of the break in the collisions to use his spirit power to fill the defenses caused by the collisions. He then braced for the second collision. Bang! Another collision. Quickly repair. And it continued. The third collision. Quickly repair. The fourth collision. Quickly repair. The fifth collision. Quickly repair. The sixth collision. Su-Yun was sweating all over his body. The spirit power inside his body was almost completely exhausted. He repaired the barrier once again. The padded barrier within his meridians was scattered and smashed through after the sixth impact. Finally, his spirit power was now completely exhausted and was unable to continue to repair the barrier. Su-Yun's heart tightened as his body tensed. He could not imagine what would happen in the next second. However, the next phase left him completely stunned. His spiritual perception of his entire body stopped functioning. It no longer gave birth to spirit power of his former spirit aura. The collisions between his meridians had calmed down. Could it be that it ended? Su-Yun muttered. The Sword Elder responded. Spirit aura depleted. Your meridians were not broken. The transformation to Spirit Lord aura was successful. In the next hour, you will not be able to recover the slightest amount of spirit power. Then, your whole body would begin to output spirit power of Spirit Lord aura. Su-Yun, this is great. I have not seen many people as resilient as you. Congratulations on transforming your spirit aura to Spirit Lord aura. After Su-Yun heard this, a smile of joy suddenly emerged on his face. Nonetheless, he could not laugh long. His eyes soon darkened and he collapsed to the ground directly. Su-Yun woke up the next day. Su-Yun did not dare waste his time. After eating his breakfast, he immediately sat cross-legged and began to cultivate once again. After the transformation to an attribute spirit aura, his meridians expanded to more than double their original capacity. The capability of his spirit perception also increased, amounting to 381. However, the even more amazing part was that he repeatedly broke through cultivation stages. He directly leapt into 10th stage of Spirit Novice Realm. TL, last stage of First Realm. He really did not think that Spirit Lord aura would actually enhance his cultivation level. This one, the Everlasting Stone, must have played a crucial role in that. Su-Yun gloomily pondered. Although he condensed his Spirit Lord aura, learning the first sword of the limitless sword arts would become easier, his current Spirit Lord aura was still very weak and dull. He needed more practice. Practice aura. The easiest method was to frequently utilize his spirit aura, which would allow his body to become familiar with his spirit aura. Allowing his meridians to flow with spirit power again and again would allow his body to adapt. Like a person exercising, as long as he exercised in the long term, his body would become more resilient. The most important factor affecting the speed of practicing aura was the recovery of the spirit power after use. Soo-Yun was rather familiar with the continent, so he had one way to restore his spirit power quickly. It was a precious area. After a distance of 400 kilometers beyond Broken Rush City, Five-Colored Cliff. Obtaining some rations and a fine stallion, Soo-Yun rushed there at full speed with a steady pace. The Five-Colored Cliff was very remote. It was over 50 kilometers away from the nearest village, so there was rarely people here. Soo-Yun could freely practice in this place. Of course, the only thing that was worth noting there was to always beware of the clashes at Five-Colored Cliff. The next few cultivation sessions were fairly boring. Every day, he would need to deplete his spirit power in his Spirit Lord aura. He had to become familiar with his new Spirit Lord aura and constantly experimented. Over time, coupled with the Sword Elder's patience to thoroughly explain Spirit Lord aura, Soo-Yun gradually began to improve. He began to use his dragon-engraved blade. He attempted to activate his Spirit Lord aura on the dragon-engraved blade to manipulate. Initially it was very shaky, the sword was like a paper airplane in the air. It was always shaking and could not stabilize. However, after a few days of training, he became proficient with the dragon-engraved blade. Nonetheless, its lethality was still weak. Nearly a month of training at this point, Soo-Yun had to say that the limitless sword arts were exceedingly difficult. He never imagined that it would be so difficult to master on blade, but 10 million blades, to what extent was his limit? Despite this, even if it was difficult, it could not be delayed. After several months of hard work, he still had not entered Spirit Intermediate Realm. Until that time, did he even have strength to achieve anything he needed at all? After thinking this, he did not dare be lazy at all. He focused on training himself. What is the source of this determination in this kid's heart? Why is it that once he started to train himself, he just can't stop? The Sword Elder could not help but mutter as he saw Soo-Yun hyper-focused in his training. This continued for half a month more. Soo-Yun had now become familiar with Spirit Lord aura. It was now possible to control a single sword to kill his enemy. Although his spirit blade was small, but it was always improving. Today, after his Spirit Lord aura was exhausted, he sat cross-legged at the Five-Colored Cliff. He meditated to recover his breath. Suddenly, a urgent buzzing sound emerged from his waist. Soo-Yun opened his eyes and fetched the talisman around his waist to look at the urgent message. It was a summon for the outer sect of the Su family. What is it? The Sword Elder puzzlingly asked. It was a notification talisman from the Su family. Once there is an emergency situation for the Su family, they might use the talisman to recall members of the outer sect of the Su family. After saying this, you mean that Su family is basically ordering you to go back? Yes. Then what do you do? I do not know. Soo-Yun shook his head. After allowing him to ponder for a bit, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Now what is happening? Soo-Yun asked after he was startled. He was standing while swaying from the shaking ground. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 46. Chapter 46, One Sword, Two Blades Training. The vast grounds were lightly shaking like an earthquake. Soo-Yun quickly jumped off the giant boulder he was on and looked around. However, the grounds began to shake more and more violently, causing surrounding rock slides, and even a rift began to open up from the ground. An earthquake? Wrong. The Sword Elder continued, there is a dense amount of spirit power, observing the property, it really is true divine aura. Kid, be careful. True divine aura? Soo-Yun's heart was startled, but he still managed to quickly step back. He was surprised to find that not far from the ground that was split open, a massive stone skull emerged. Suyun's eyes bulged as he looked at the underground monster with a surprised face. If one only looked at the height, it would be 5 meters tall. It was a small giant that was covered with pebbles and rocks. There were many strands of grass stuck around the rocks. On the head of it, there were 2 green eyes the size of green peas. This is a profound stone golem? The sword elder was completely stunned. Profound stone golem? Suyun thought what he heard was prosperous. So the thing that hid underground that was feeding was a profound stone golem? There is no way I am wrong. The sword elder continued, this profound stone golem has already been living here for a long time. The special rocks underground of this cliff has already been eaten from him. I reckon that this guy just wants to find another place. He wants to just find another special rock vein and just continue feeding. Suyun was overjoyed as he heard this. It is said that the spirit core of profound stone golems have very powerful effects. Once it is worn on a body, it can be activated during a battle. It can greatly enhance the person's combat capabilities. Oh? You are thinking about this? The cultivation level of the profound stone golem should be at the 5th stage of spirit core disciple. You are only 10th stage spirit novice realm. You alone cannot even be considered as an opponent for this profound stone golem. The sword elder just shook his head. The profound stone golem is a giant. It has amazing physical power and especially high defense. It is called the king of the monsters of 5th stage of spirit core realm. However, since there are advantages, there will be disadvantages. The profound stone golem is extremely slow. It was even reported that its speed cannot be compared to a mid-stage spirit novice cultivator. My current speed is about 3 times the normal spirit novice cultivator. Therefore, I am at least 2 to 3 times faster than it. I should be able to deal with it if I just rely on the limitless sword arts to kill it. Ha ha ha. After hearing Suyun's words, the sword elder just laughed. Boy, what you just said was too good to be true. This guy has only its defense and power? I reckon that you cannot even break through the spirit aura of this beast. Fundamentally, you shouldn't even be able to hurt it. What Senior says is correct. However, is that actually a good thing? I can just cultivate Spirit Lord aura and form a sharp, pointed and highly lethal aura that even if it might not necessarily break through its defense, I will still be practicing it. By practicing and gaining combat experience, there is no harm to it. However, once I kill this profound stone golem, it is 1 sword, 2 blades. TL, idiom, killing 2 birds 1 stone. The idea is good, but your spirit power is depleted. What means do you have that can allow you to recover? Profound spirit power heart pill. Oh, I had forgotten you have that little guy. The profound stone golem has no long-ranged attacks, so just use the first sword of the limitless sword arts. Since it is like this, why don't you try it out? However, what are you going to do about Su family's matter? I will set it aside for now. After all, I am an outer sect disciple, but was actually called in for the first time. Suyun breathed out and equipped his engraved dragon blade. Then, he charged to the statue profound stone golem covered in rocks. As he neared it, his engraved dragon blade extended out and headed straight for the profound stone golem. Dawn! The blade penetrated its defense, and stabbed right through one of the pea-sized eyes. However, it only went 2 inches deep. Roar! The profound stone golem let a painful and furious cry. Then it recovered and charged straight for Suyun. The eyes are fragile, so I can easily break through its defense. However, the power of the attack was clearly too light and not enough. The sword elder said. He could only gaze as Suyun was covered with Spirit Lord aura. It was the result of Suyun's capabilities. Soon after, another thrust of the engraved dragon blade followed. Hua! As the chi strike flew right into the profound stone golem, it quickly spread out and tightly wrapped the profound stone golem. Right after, Suyun followed Limitless Sword Art's first form to execute his move.